Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Frenemies Day, as the chat says. Happy Frenemies Day. Today is the day we're revisiting one of those classic, iconic times on the internet together, asking ourselves a very important question today, ladies. Who really was the villain in all of this? Was it Ethan, Trisha, or was it us? Were we the drama? That's the question. If you guys, like me, watched it while it was coming out live, you will remember that this was the show. I want to put into context, as somebody who recently watched a bunch of Netflix documentaries on like Martha Stewart and Springer, Jerry Springer, and all of these like original media people, how regardless of the industry you're in, capturing people's attention is a big deal. And without a doubt, Frenemies captured our attention. So revisiting this is going to be very exciting. We're doing episodes 1 through 3 today. They're only about an hour long each, so that should be a really good pace for us to go through the episodes. But, you know, after watching this Martha Stewart documentary, Martha Stewart was considered like the first real influencer. And I think it's interesting coming from a generation where, you know, you have TV cooks and TV decorators and TV painters, and these people become a personality, right? And then Frenemies did the same thing, but for YouTube. And this is just going to be such an exciting experience. I will put this in a playlist and I will keep these live streams up for the public. So if you'd like to like the stream, send a super chat or become a member, it does help the stream, of course. And with that said, let's get started. Episode 1, Trisha's new boyfriend is Hila's brother. That's the title of episode 1 of Frenemies. So let's go ahead and pull this over. You guys, as usual, let me know how their audio is. And here we go. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Ooh, girl, I'm so excited. Okay. Oh my God, I'm like shaking. Also, I wore black and pink today to celebrate the colors on Frenemies because they come up black and pink for the first day. I love that. Okay, let's see.
Well, my friends, here we are. They said it would never happen. Me
But
and
it did.
Trisha making a podcast. And frankly, I thought they were right for a while. But let me explain, first of all, what brings us to here, which is a pairing up very bizarre. I've been wanting to make a podcast with like another comedian for a while, and I don't mean that to compliment.
Oh, interesting. Another comedian. What an interesting way to, you know, describe Trisha, but we love it.
You. I think I mean like two big personalities.
True.
And in my mind, when I kept trying to think of people to do it with, I always thought, you know, me and Trisha have a really funny chemistry
Oh, yeah.
on all of your visits.
Right. Well, yeah.
And I thought, well, you know, fuck it. Let's just do it like that. Let's do it live. Fuck it.
Oh, but this isn't live, though.
No, it's just
Okay.
built.
Yeah, no, this is also take 2, so I feel very nervous. Like, I feel like I fucked up.
Oh.
Like,
This is a take 2.
No, we did an intro already, and now we're doing a second intro because of technical difficulties. And I'm nervous because I feel like I fucked up the first
You were
one. So
nervous the first time.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to make
Oh
the
my
same
God,
jokes. So I think you're
We did it.
restarting it.
Oh my
Not that I
God,
made
dude.
jokes. I'm just saying, like, it's just awkward now. I'm like, oh, did I say something wrong? Like,
This podcast is a disaster. Listen,
I mean-
Trisha, why are you so stressed? We've done
I
this
don't
before.
know.
Just relax.
I think because before I just always knew, like, it was in and out. Like, it's just like, oh, I'm never going to see these people again. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, you have to see me every week?
yeah.
Because one of my questions for you is, how long do you think it's going to last? Because my thing is like, because with you, I know that like your relationships are very hot and cold.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've built this whole set and table. And I wonder, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many episodes we make before this whole thing is burned.
Oh my God. Rip to the prediction, I suppose. But also, doesn't that say something? You know, I was just watching Good Mythical Morning, which I don't usually watch, honestly. But I have nothing against Rhett and Link, of course. It's just, I never found myself pulled to the show. But I do catch an episode on occasion. And I love their energy. So that's not the issue, right? It's just, you know, I don't know why I have to preface these things with like, whether I watch something or not. Maybe as a YouTuber, I feel obligated. It doesn't matter. Tangent. Their energy's so good, and it's been so good for so many years. They grew up together, they're best friends, all of these things. It's interesting to see the ins and out of YouTube friendship and to see it implode or excel. And it's cool to see Rhett and Link maintain their friendship. To be fair, they were friends before YouTube, and they've worked together multiple times. But it is interesting to see kind of Ethan and Trisha and the need to sort of almost guess that it's going to implode because they know how strenuous relationships can be, but please pay attention to the fact that he's already put it on her. And Ethan is notorious for burning bridges, but see how he started off with the show putting the responsibility on Trisha already, which is very interesting since recent Ethan has been literally infamous for burning all the bridges against people. Do you know what I'm saying? So he's already set the show up with Trisha's the problem. It's interesting.
To the ground.
No, I think what's good about it is it's like we're like The View. You're like Joy Behar, and I'm like Elizabeth Hasselbeck. And even if they fight, they still have to do their job, you know? So
I didn't understand that reference, but,
Wow.
but I trust it's good.
Wait, you don't know The View?
No, I know The View, but I'm not familiar with all the personalities. But that's a good
You don't
point.
know Joy Behar? She's so lib.
So
you would
you-
like love her. She's like an old liberal Jewish.
What am I? I love libs.
Yeah,
Jews.
You're liberal and Jewish.
So that informs everybody that I'm supposed to like.
Joy Behar is like the leader of the liberal Jewish people.
I generally don't like Jewish people. Does that surprise you? No, I'm kidding.
You always said that you were so like proud Jew.
What? No, come on, get out of here.
I love Jewish people.
Don't you find it odd?
Wait, I just got to double check here. 4 years ago, September 15th, 2020, this was posted. September 15th, 2020. Okay.
Say I love Jewish people just as a general statement.
People do say that. They think it's like weird, like I like fetishize or obsess over Jews, but I just love them.
What
They're
do you
so
love?
interesting.
What do you love about Jews?
They're so different.
Really?
Like,
Do you find me
yeah.
to be different?
Well, just Jews in general. Like you guys have such like traditions, you know, like let's fast in September.
What? There's a lot of people that fast.
No, but like you guys have it like the New Year is coming up, right? So
I do wonder with Trisha what part of her background and trauma and stuff makes her so interested in other people's culture. I do see a bubble of, forgive my French, white people who do strive to be a part of a bubble for the sake of the consistency and the ritual. So I think there's something to be said about why there's a longing to be a part of community. Do you remember the white guy who said he identified as, I think it was Filipino, because he wanted to be a part of a community? I can't blame, from a psychological perspective, a human being so desperate for community that wanting to identify with a group. But I think that's why we have to go and get well adjusted and become grounded. But I wonder if Trisha has that need so desperately to find a family, to have consistency, to have a community, that she's just like, whose community can I be a part of? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's her thing with them, you know?
like this weekend's a New Year, and it's like who just decides that? Like it's so interesting.
Who
Like,
just decides that?
the New Year is January 1st, but Jews are like September.
But you know, the
16th,
Jews were
19th.
doing the New Year before January 1st, New Year.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I don't know much about it. I just find them fascinating.
Guys, I'm going to speed it up to 1.25 just because I can't listen to anything on normal speed anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. I
You
just love
prefer you prefer circumcised penis?
it. I always get this confused. I just don't like the skin. I don't know what that
You
means.
like no skin. That's what the Jews have.
Yeah.
We invented that shit.
Really?
Yeah.
True? Mm.
Yeah, we invented that shit.
Okay. Well, I love that.
You know, there's a big debate about people saying that it's circumcision is child abuse.
Mutilation.
Yeah, that it's desecration
It is.
of the penis.
I think it's child mutilation, personally. I get why we do it, but I think it's one day we're going to look back and regret doing it.
I could see that. Did you do your son or no?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Very Jewish.
I thought about not doing it, to be totally honest with you, but we decided to do it because, first of all, I think he'll be super confused if his penis looks different than mine.
How's
And
he going to see your penis?
what? That's normal.
You seen your dad's penis?
Everybody's seen their dad's penis. You haven't seen your dad's penis?
No. I don't even see my dad shirtless. I swear on my life, Bible, all that
I
stuff.
feel like that's weirder than seeing your dad's penis is not even seeing your dad shirtless.
Never.
Before. You never go to the beach with your dad?
No, he's never had a shirt off. Swear on my life. Ask my mom, ask anybody. Never seen my dad without a shirt.
He's got something weird he's hiding.
Yeah, like even when they'd have sex, my mom would like say he kept the shirt on.
Oh.
Yeah, but he's not fat. He's very like in shape. He like walks
He
8 miles
fucks
a
with
day.
it. Your dad fucks with his shirt on?
I guess back in the day. I don't know
I should
now.
ask him about that and report back.
That's not. I don't talk to my dad about that stuff.
Okay, realistically, I think we've all had sex in all forms of dress. Half dressed, fully dressed, under the skirt, over the dress. You know what I mean? Like everyone's had sex in all kinds. But if you're always wearing a shirt when having intimacy, that's I would want to deconstruct that, right? But I will say this is the era where Trisha had just gotten off a huge cancellation or controversy once again. They did their dating show. She's dating Moses now. This is a very interesting timeline. Kind of interesting.
Wait, is this a structured podcast or we just talk?
No, we're just talking.
Oh, okay, so it's not like okay. I don't watch your podcast, but I thought you had like segments because you do like highlights. I
No,
thought
I'm
there
not
was,
doing
like,
segments.
So we're just talking.
Yeah, dude, that's what a podcast is.
Is it?
Wow.
Okay, but hold on.
Okay.
Let's.
I don't think they want to know about Circumflex Penis like the first episode. Like I feel like it's an intro. Like, hey, I'm Trish. Like, this
Okay,
is my life.
hi. Well, everybody know. Okay, this is what everyone wants to hear about. Since we've had you on, we had yet again another disastrous episode of The Bachelor, season 2, featuring you.
Mm-hmm.
We all thought it ended in disaster, but now you are dating my brother-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
Why and how has this happened?
The truth?
Yes, I want the truth. Yo, what the fuck?
Oh, that was him, not me.
I literally
Should
muted
we
my
start
phone.
over?
You want to start all over?
What?
Dude, look. Do not
I thought you put it on vibrate.
disturb.
Okay.
Is it not confusing?
Just put it on vibrate.
This is so bad. I didn't realize how like crazy the first episode was, like from the tech to everything else. Like it's kind of messy, but I think that's the funnier part. It's like it's almost too real in a sense. Like that's kind of funny. And just coming off watching the Jerry Springer documentary on Netflix, the first episode, I just want to say it's even funnier knowing that so much of what we see on the internet is orchestrated by that need for views. So that begs the question of how much of Frenemies is real, and how much of it is like real, but for the drama. And for Jerry Springer, those were real people thinking Jerry was going to help them with their problems, allegedly. But Jerry just wanted to use them for views, which I think is the problem with a lot of streamer content creators that use their audiences for the drama. That's why I don't want to be a part of it, is like they actually don't care about you. They just want you to be a headline in their video. But Trisha and Ethan felt different than that. They did feel like a little bit of that initially, like they want to make it entertaining, it be clickbaity. But also, I think there was a real relationship that occurred here, real friendship.
Yeah,
He's
dude.
reading emails. This is going to be so boring. We need to start over.
Okay, we'll start over. Let's just get right into. Yeah, we're starting
No,
over.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, please don't.
We're starting over.
Keep the original intro and then put this part in.
No, we're starting all over, Dan.
For real?
No.
No.
I mean, should I cut?
No.
Cut.
Are you kidding? No.
Okay,
We are
keep
not
this part.
starting.
Keep this part about us discussing cutting. Explain to me why you're dating my brother-in-law. Nobody gives a fuck
Well, obviously you do.
about any of the bullshit you're talking about other than that.
Oh, really?
Why are you dating my brother-in-law?
Can I tell you the truth? Like, honestly?
Yes.
Because, like, at first it was like, I just thought it was just like funny. I was like, oh my God, this is going to be so funny. Like, I just like fuck him and then I'm coming back on the podcast. Like, I fucked your brother.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's it?
I mean, that's how it started for sure.
So do you usually fuck people out of just to make a joke? It's kind of-
Yeah. Well, no, not always, but like, yeah, like sometimes you'd be like, oh, I fucked this person. It's like funny.
So you fucked Moses for a joke, but then you found out that he was much more than a joke to you.
Yeah. We're going to be buying a house together. So it's a success.
And you guys are so at first, well, at first I was like, what's going on? This is all making me very uncomfortable because I kept Moses kept popping up in your socials and not telling us. So I was like, what the fuck's going on?
I don't know why that. Honestly, I don't know why that. I was like, why don't you just tell them like,
Well, that I
I'm sorry, her tan is crazy. I'm going to be so real with you. I don't understand fake tans. I don't get it. I don't get why white women love the fake tan and the blonde hair. Like I don't try to judge, and I really think you all are beautiful. Like I'm not trying to judge you, but like also why? Like I don't get it. Like I just don't get the aesthetic. You know what I mean? Like I don't. It's so like it's just out of place.
agree with because he made it way worse by not telling us.
yeah, because
But-
we like definitely were like the first 2 weeks of quarantine just attached at the hip for sure, and then he had a traumatic event at his house, so then he just like, I'm like, we should stay here forever, and that's what happened. We've had like 2 like. Well, it's not really breakups, but we've had like 2 like times where he's like stopped talking to each other, but we come back to each other. So
Yeah, you guys had a couple blow ups.
did we? How do you know?
Nope.
I said it. Told you.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
You actually were the reason of our first breakup. We weren't dating, but we were.
Yeah,
we
you
were
made
up.
you made this hysterical video about how I was trying to sabotage your
Yeah,
relationship.
because in the thing, you literally we watched it together, and I was like, oh my, you're like, oh yeah, you said he was applying as a goof, and I was like, is that true? You applied as a joke?
Yeah, you just said you fucked him as a joke.
Okay.
Why are you offended? Like, that seems way worse. He's like, hey, I'm just going to apply as a joke. But then he's like, oh, I like her. And you're like, I'm just going to fuck him as a joke to spite them. I mean, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yes. So how is it that I sabotaged your relationship?
Because that whole episode, like you just were like, oh, like I think he's embarrassed that he likes her. Like it was supposed to be a joke. Like it was all
Well,
the stuff where I was thinking like, oh, is he like playing me? Like, you know what I mean? So you ruined it at the beginning.
Well, I blame Moses for not telling us what the fuck was up because the whole thing was weird. And then, well, at the same time, he's going to go on your social media and then like our fans see that. So obviously we have to address it.
You think they see it?
Your social media, yeah,
Yeah.
it's all over our subreddit and everything. It's like these two guys making like super cringy TikToks.
cringy. They're definitely not cringy, but oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, they don't like your TikToks either.
What were they barking at? Go.
Anyone. Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, TikToks are good, but I get more insulted when they say that we're the inverted version of you and Hila. Like,
Yeah,
ew, don't compare me to Ethan.
I think just because Moses is like, I guess they're both kind of like understated, maybe, or whatever that means.
Just quiet.
Yeah, quieter. Well, and everyone's quiet compared to you, to be honest.
Not you, and they're skinny. And I just think we're like a little like chubbier, so that's the comparison. Like, just because we're like heavy, and they're like, oh,
So you guys
have a type.
Right. Well, that's true.
That's funny. But
Let me-
weird.
So you guys have been
That's it.
dating.
Mhm.
You guys are now living together. I mean, what the fuck? Aren't you guys moving a little fast?
Well, he has his museum still. He has a museum, so he like works there. But yeah, every night we're together.
You guys sleep together. You guys are together every night, and he's moved shit into your apartment.
I mean, he has like 5 shirts, so yes, but all 5 shirts are at my
Yeah,
house.
5 shirts.
But now he has
And now you guys
too,
are-
so we
wait.
can like buy a house together, like a big fancy one, because he has like money. So it's the first person I like ever dated that has like money and good credit.
Mm.
How I mean, aren't you worried just because your relationships generally don't last very long? Buying a house together seems like a drastic move.
This is my like longest consistent.
How long has it been? It's only been a couple months.
6 months. 6 months today, right? Yeah. 6 months today? Tomorrow. Today. Oh, 6 months today.
You guys are so weird.
Interesting. So we're talking about like buying a house and stuff, which by the way, they're married with 2 kids now. So there's something to say about it. It's not the time they were together for me. You know, like I knew I was going to marry my partner within 6 months. So like, I'm not saying you can't know that, but it is interesting. But Trisha was also coming into she was plateauing in terms of her crazy drama. She was like regulating. This Frenemies was the last big, I think from memory, Trisha blowout for her mental health and stuff. So it's kind of interesting that Moses came into her life now. This is going to be such a roller coaster when we get through the end of Frenemies. Wow, this is going to be so interesting. But interesting, it's kind of interesting, but also not. I think even Ethan and Hila, right, when they got together, didn't they know pretty quickly they were going to be together?
Weird. Moses is here, by the way, because he brought her.
I could not come here by myself. You literally told me, don't come to my house. She's never on that episode. You asked Hila, I think this is like a ploy for Trisha to come to our house. She goes, she's not coming. It's not happening. I was like, what a bitch. Like I literally said that to you. I was like,
She was just kidding.
I don't think so.
Yeah, she was.
No. And that's why I said,
You were like,
You know what? To be honest, there was a true distrust of Trisha, and Trisha would get offended at it. And that's the problem with being like a crazy person on the internet, is like you want the ability to be the crazy person on the internet without any of the repercussion of people being hesitant to be around you. And that's what it felt like from Trisha. It felt like she wanted the right to be a crazy person on the internet, but then would get mad when people are like, no, you can't come to my house. And you know what I mean? So there's that's going to build up already, right?
I'm going to babysit Theodore.
yeah.
I was like, keep her away from our kid.
But now she's like, we could use a babysitter sometime.
No, she
did
didn't.
say that. She did say that. She said that.
Yeah, and then Trisha wants the approval. Like, no offense, like no one's babysitting my kids. Like, you would have to be on there would be a very short list of people who could babysit my kids. Like a very short list of people who could be alone with my children. And so Trisha does feel in this episode like she's overstepping, wanting to be approved very quickly in a way that I don't appreciate, but you know.
he sleeps through the night, so I'm like, perfect. We'll come watch him.
No. Oh, Moses. If Moses comes, yeah. I find it very odd that you're dating my
Do
brother-in-law.
you still though? Like I think at this point it's like
Well, I've come to accept it because finally he
Aisco, thank you so much for joining members. Let's go, guys. Love it. Thank you for liking. Guys, 26 likes on the stream and almost 200 of you are here. Please like the stream. It really does make a difference.
opened up to me to the point of being like, I actually like her, and that I think that we're in a good relationship. This isn't just some weird thing.
he said I
going on.
actually like her.
Oh, please don't try to turn this
He
into
didn't say
a thing.
love. He said like.
You're gonna turn this into a thing?
I can't wait to ask you questions. I feel like this is a podcast where we co-host, so I can actually ask you questions about your relationship.
Oh my God.
Because I feel like this is like an interrogation.
Well, this is just the thing that happened that everybody wants to know about.
Well, yeah.
No, he did not. He said I don't love her yet, but I really like. I'm just kidding. He didn't say that. Why, you guys say you love each other?
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Of course. I mean, he already is like, we have to have a wedding in Israel too. Like we already talked
Oh
about that.
my God.
I was just talking talking about like Maui. We're like, let's get married in Maui. But he's like, but we also need one in LA because he has a bunch of LA like friends and clients. And then like he's like, but we have to go to Israel because that's where like his family. But then he said in Israel they give you money in the fucking tin and you like carry it and then you have to get security and all this stuff like that. I'm like, well, let's just go there if they're gonna just give us money.
Yeah, but dude, what? His mom is gonna trip. Does his mom know about you?
Oh well, this is a point of contention, which I'm glad he's not in the room because he refuses to post me on his Instagram because his mom looks at his story.
Oh.
And I was like,
because she's gonna trip when she sees you and be like, "What the fuck is that?"
Why?
Well, I mean, she's
See, even like Trisha not understanding, but also Moses being shady about it too. Like, if you're gonna date somebody, date them with your full chest. You're like 40, you know, like you'd be afraid of your mom. You afraid of your mom, bro. But also, like, yeah, it's like, yeah, this is so weirdly personal. But then that's why people loved Frenemies, is that personal stuff was shared. Yeah,
they come from a conservative family. If you knew their dad
he didn't like you. I knew that.
Yeah, he didn't like me. He thought I was crazy. I mean, imagine what they like. And you're like way crazier than I am.
Am I though? Because
I think so. Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
why do you think he doesn't post you on his stories?
He told me it's because of his mom. He said his mom looks at his stories and he doesn't want her to know. And I'm like, why not?
Well, I just wonder, how can he talk about buying a house and doing a wedding in Israel and all this shit and not post you on his stories?
Because the mom stays with you because of the baby, so she won't even have to see me, I guess, if she ever comes.
Why is he hiding you? Why is he ashamed of you?
I trust his judgment.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm.
If people have a judgmental family like you, like I can tell already by his sister and his brother-in-law that I was like, I get it.
He has a judgmental family.
Yes, my family, he's met all my family already. My dad, my mom, my sister, like he's met everybody. And so they love him. We have family game nights every Sunday. So
I think their mom would be nice though. I don't know why he's so guarded about it. I think
it's fine because I have his Instagram on my phone. So I know if he's like DMing people, so I know it's not about that. So I really do believe it.
No. Moses is not, he's not going to cheat on you. That would never happen.
Right. I check his DMs every day still.
Oh my God.
Girls are thirsty. Girls be like, oh, hey, sexy. I'm like, and they do it because they know I'll like flip. You know what I mean? Like they do it on purpose. So
dude, you have such a weird world around you. Like there was a point. Excuse me. Pardon me.
Jesus.
Excuse me.
Ew.
When you and Moses were having a fight, there's like all these super weird underground Instagram accounts trying to expose Moses.
Yeah.
With like 3 likes though, which I have to be honest with you, Trisha, I think you own those accounts.
So did he. He literally would be like, I'm like.
But how could an account with like 10 followers get a hold of Moses's private DMs?
I'll tell you
later. And
later.
then post them, and then how do you find them?
I'll tell you later.
Tell me now.
I can't tell you now.
Because it's you.
We'll
It's literally you.
No, I mean, he definitely had the people he used to talk to are psychos. They're psychopaths that are just like uber fans of, because we weren't dating right away. Like, that's the thing that's a little unfair. Like, you were like, what are you guys? And like, we didn't know. You can't just say like, we're dating after like a week of meeting.
No,
like,
I didn't even know that you guys were even like talking or hanging out.
Yeah, but it was definitely just like hooking up at the beginning for sure. Like, as I was doing sex tapes with like, all these people and stuff. Like, so it wasn't like officially official until like recently, like a couple months, like a month or 2 ago.
Yeah, and that's when I was forced to accept it.
When it was official.
Yeah, against my will.
Here I am. I'm so excited for Rosh Hashanah this weekend. Am I invited?
Oh no. God.
Moses is invited, and he.
You want to bring Moses? You want to bring Trisha?
Yes.
Oh.
No hesitation.
Yeah. I told him, I'm like, you're not going unless I'm coming.
Oh my God, I can't believe this. No, I can't do this. I can't have Trisha at my Rosh Hashanah.
I know Hebrew now, so I can say the prayers. I can talk to your family.
This is so fucked up that you're.
So
this
excited.
is insane. But I have to invite Moses. He's my brother-in-law.
Right.
And now you're his significant other.
Yes.
This is so fucked up.
And I get to meet your dad. I'm very excited too. Like,
See,
I'm excited to meet your family.
now, aren't you embarrassed that you were saying you wanted to fuck my dad?
It's a joke. It's like a character. Like, it's a joke.
Oh, so now it's a character. And it is. This is one of the risks of playing a character and then having a show where you get to come on as yourself / the character. And this is why I chose not to be a character, by the way. Not because of Trisha, but because I had seen it by every celebrity. Like, playing a character is too much work, and using your name, it'd be different if you had like Chappell Roan plays a character, but Chappell has a costume and an aesthetic. And Chappell has a different name. Like, Trisha is Trisha's name. Brittany is Brittany's name. Like, I don't want to play a character using my name. Does that make sense? If I had created a character who had a different name and a different aesthetic than me, then that would have been fine. But Trisha, it's hard for people to know, like, when are you in character and when aren't you in character? But the crazy thing is there is just a group of content creators. I think David Dobrik's one of them that Trisha used to be friends with, is that David's whole shtick is that he puts on a persona that is his character with his name. And that's very common right? A lot of people do that. They put on like a persona. But yeah, it's stressful. Then you know, when do you ever get to be seen for who you are for real? That's what's so difficult about what Trisha decided to do for her whole time on the internet. Every time she faked a tan or reading fast or any of these things where she went on these shows and tried to get picked up, she just wanted to be famous at any cost. Like, yeah, this is the cost though.
Is it?
Stop. It's just you have to put a limit on certain things.
I have a boyfriend now. It was different as single before. Now I got a boyfriend.
I have trauma about my dad because he's such a creep. So you can't joke about fucking my dad.
Oh, okay. Well, now that I know that, I know the boundaries.
Yeah. So you guys are actually going to come to our Rosh Hashanah?
Yeah. He'll come with me to the COVID test. I get COVID every week. So I was like, come with me to my COVID test because I know you guys are really like crazy about it, which I get. So we'll do COVID and STDs together.
I can't believe this is happening. This is crazy.
I'm so excited to come. I have a bunch of Israeli shirts. Like, you know, I have all these Hebrew shirts that says Shabbat Shalom.
Moses, why don't you post her on your stories?
Oh, I told her I will after this podcast.
That's
That's such a lie. He's on bullshit now.
Moses said he will after this podcast.
I wanted my mom first to see that you guys work together.
Establish some
He
credibility.
did say that. He's like, no, I don't want her to know you on that platform. I need her to know that you like work with them. Like, okay.
And why is it that you think that she needs to see that we work together?
I think Moses is still in touch with his mom specifically. So that's even more interesting to think about how much he cares about what his mom thinks in that way. That's kind of interesting, I think. Huh.
Together, or why do you think that would help? Or what are you afraid of? Your mom's
First impression. I didn't want the first impression to be OnlyFans.
yeah, because let's be honest. Let's be honest, right? If she's like, oh, what's her name? He says, what does she do for a living? She's an internet personality.
Yeah, that's it.
But then she Googles Trisha Paytas and she sees you fucking, shooting golf balls out of your vagina or whatever goes on OnlyFans.
I don't think.
Sending vag pics to me on Twitter. Remember you did that?
But that was before we were dating too. Like,
Yeah, but still, I'm just saying it
I
happened.
wouldn't do that now.
But that's the kind of stuff she's going to see. So that makes sense that Moses would want to
I was
tempt.
protecting her.
Yes. No, that makes.
But why?
He says he
Like,
was protecting Trisha.
But why? Like, my family wouldn't judge you if you had your dick on the internet. Like, I don't understand. Like, what's there to judge?
I understand that. Like, my in-laws know what I do on the internet and they certainly don't judge me. My parents definitely judge me, but those are my parents and like I get it. But also, yeah, I can't tell if this is her being like obtuse or if she's saying ideally I'd marry into a family that didn't care about my online presence, but then she can't be with Moses. Like Moses can't choose his family. So she has to accept that they're going to judge her for what she does on the internet in a sense, right?
About that because I'm open with my body.
Yes.
You post nude on the internet. I see your ass all the time on my timeline, and I send it to Moses. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, if you don't like my vagina on your timeline, why can you post your ass on my timeline?
You gonna compare my ass to your fucking?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to hold back. I was gonna say busted ass vagina, but I don't mean that. I was just trying to be funny.
That's nice. Everyone loves mine. My lips are in. Everything's tight.
Ugh,
like,
gross. Stop. I was telling Moses that as far as partners go, you're very successful.
That was a little body shaming. I don't appreciate that. Mostly because I'm an outie and not an innie. But also, girl, like, all genitals are fine because they're just genitals. Relax.
Very self-sufficient. I mean, those are really good qualities. And then there's everything else. But like those are two really good qualities.
yeah. I'm also really like obsessive. Like I'm obsessed over him. So I feel like a lot
See,
of
that's
people
not a good quality.
No, you're like, that's a good thing because that means you're like all about that person. Like,
No,
like,
I think that's.
I wouldn't want to fuck anyone else. Like, that's when I know I'm like in love with somebody. Like if I'm obsessed with somebody. Like normally, like.
But see, like I don't find it. I don't like that you're going through his messages every night. I find that possessive.
Well, there's just like a little issue like a couple months ago before we were dating, and I was just like, I just need to know for my own trust. But now that I have it, I don't really.
Yeah, this is like very traumatized perspective, like healing perspective. I've never dated anybody in my whole dating life that ever had to go through my phone or vice versa. Like I just don't do. I've never gone through my partner's phones, And in this marriage, like we share our technology. So like if there's an electronic device around the house, like anyone could use anything, like we share everything. You know what I mean? So obviously he has his phone and I have my phone, but like if I need his phone, I can just use it. If he needs my phone, he can just use it. He doesn't have to like, babe, can I use your phone to look at TikTok? He can just look at my phone. You know what I mean? But I also have nothing to hide. And so that also helps. And he has nothing to hide. So we don't care. But that idea of like being so, I don't trust my partner enough to have to go through their phone. Obviously they're married with 2 kids now. So this is kind of weird to comment on it now. But if I was back then, I would say, oh, that's kind of like maybe an indication of things that definitely like you have to work through, because that's a very big thing to bring into a relationship. That amount of anxiety, that amount of watching, that amount of like, you know, like it's a little much.
I really don't look. I think like the first night I was like so excited, and now I'm like, oh, like he literally doesn't respond, and it's just girls being thirsty. But that's it. But they literally were like catfishes because they like were my hater. I think it's like we think it's one person that has these multiple accounts, whatever. It's like so intense, but I know it's one person. Well, actually, there's definitely two, but and they're like weird obsessed fans, and it's fine. Whatever. We nipped it in the bud.
Okay, good. Well, someday you'll be my sister-in-law. Sounds like.
Is that what it is?
Discord says Trisha and Moses had probably one of the most toxic starts of a relationship I've ever seen. I think that's what it is like they're starting off like pretty toxic, and there's a lot already against them. There's a lot of pressure from all these people. There's like a lot going into this already. And I think that's mostly what it is. I'm honestly kind of relieved and surprised it ended up to be pretty okay. I'm not the biggest fan of Moses in a sense, but there's a high probability that Moses is autistic. And I do think that's very high probability, like genuinely. His obsession with philosophy. So he has his water system and I have like my levels. I don't love his way of explaining his own philosophy. Like I'm uncomfortable with the way Moses talks about it, but that just could be his special interest. He's an artist. He has a niche. He made his money, like Trisha said. So it's not like Moses isn't weird, but it's also not like there is some form of stability with Moses. But maybe he's just weird and unliked because he's neurodivergent, and not all neurodivergents get along. So like I do not like Moses's energy at all. I don't like the way he talks about philosophy, but he could just be like autistic, and that's why he felt alienated from his whole family, from his like siblings. And then Ethan's brother is autistic, but I think Ethan has said in the past he doesn't think Moses is autistic, but everyone thinks autism is like a monolithic experience. Not everyone not everyone has the same experience, and I just feel like I could see Moses being autistic for sure.
It is like maybe like sister-in-law, right?
Sister-in-law? No, you'd be my sister-in-law.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, because it's like twice removed?
Yeah, it's like I'm Ela's sister-in-law.
You're still my sister-in-law if you marry my brother-in-law.
I mean, I'll take it. I love the title.
Sister-in-law, la.
We'll definitely be family. Definitely both boning the same genes. Like our babies would be related.
Cousins.
Oh, cute, because they have the same genetics. Skinny.
I thought you couldn't have kids because you had double gonorrhea or something.
Yeah. I mean, I have a uterus still, so like I can still get like IVF or something. Moses was. Oh, no.
Go ahead. No. Tell me. What were you gonna say?
Moses was like still scared to come inside me because he thinks I'm like lying. But I mean, sometimes we do, but it's not on the ovulation week. It always has to be like around because he's like, I believe it. I think it could happen miracles. I'm like, all right, well, then I guess pull out, but whatever.
So you got chlamydia, and then you got chlamydia on top of the chlamydia. What happened?
Yeah, I like let it go for too long.
Oh, that's so fucking gross,
I used to never get tested. I'm literally so paranoid now. I get tested like every week. I'm just like, what? Because I do like.
So what happens if you let the chlamydia go wild and like run its thing?
It like damaged my like tubes. So I had those HSG tests, which is like scarring in my tubes, and so like you can get them like scraped off, I guess, like the little like scarring of the tubes, but like it still goes through. There was still some fluid that goes through. So like semen does still go through, but I mean, I used to have like unprotected sex like every day, 6 times a day, and I never got pregnant for like years. So I don't know. So it's still like a possibility. Never know if it's meant to be, maybe, but also IVF and all that stuff. Yeah. Maybe I have an announcement soon.
Oh, people kept saying, because we were like, we've got this big announcement. People kept saying that they thought.
She did use IVF, right? She had to do something because I remember seeing a vlog or something where she went to the doctor. But oh man, there's like no line between personal and professional, which everybody wanted to see, right? That's kind of what we wanted to see. And it works. Like I know other content creators, other content creators. That is the line people like. That's what people are hungry for. That's what they want at reality TV shows. They want it to feel real. But the realness also has to be amplified. That's why when we watch like the Very Calm show, I think SBS is what it's called, the Very Calm show in Australia, that like very calmly interviews people about their differences, it's just going to get less views than something that's like this because we're waiting for something to happen. We're like, ooh, when's someone going to blow up? Which is the Jerry Springer whole situation. When Jerry Springer is like, you watch the TV show to see what was going to happen. Actually, fun fact, I just watched this. That's why it's on my mind. But the producer of Jerry Springer, or the man who was in charge of it, the main guy, he said he wanted the show to be so good, even muted, that people wouldn't turn away if it was on mute. And like sometimes Trisha's body language gives off Jerry Springer in that sense. Like, see, my mom didn't let us watch Jerry Springer as kids because it was like low class families in quotations. But there's so much more that goes into this. I may make a video on Jerry Springer because like that's so fascinating of a bubble to me. because I wasn't allowed to watch it. I also wasn't allowed to watch The Simpsons. And Trisha kind of comes from that bubble. Like, I think there's a high correlation between like people who went to Jerry Springer for help and like introspection levels, like very hardcore 2Cs to me. I feel like they're all like these, like, I think Trisha comes from like a 2C bubble, and all these people are like 2C bubbles where they're good enough to kind of function, but they're really messy and they don't know the next steps. And they genuinely thought Jerry Springer would help them. And I think in some ways, like Ethan and Trisha went into this genuinely thinking something genuine, like something real. But then it was too messy, and they didn't obviously talk enough in private to settle like differences and boundaries. And it was just, everything was online too, because it was like, well, now the viewers know, so we have to keep them informed. It was like, you know what I mean? It's just like the wrong stuff was public in some sense. Instead of sharing the right stuff with the public, I think we got a lot of the wrong stuff. And not wrong for us. It was great for us, wrong for them. Which begs the question, who's really the villain? Maybe it's us. Because we love the raw. We love the honest. We love the, ooh, what's going to happen? But for them, the best thing for them was to keep all of this like private, ultimately. But would Frenemies have gotten 4 million episodes on average an episode? I don't know. Or 4 million views? I don't know.
Thought you were pregnant.
Yeah. But I'll announce it here.
You will?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And anything else?
Yeah. No.
Anything. I want all announcements.
No,
here.
no, just the baby. I promise. But everything else, no.
Okay. What else? Dan, how much time we got?
Are you over it?
I kept cutting, but I think we're at like 35 minutes.
35.
Are you
What
over it
else?
already?
Yeah, I'm over it. No, I'm kidding. No, I was just curious.
This is so weird.
Oh my God, Ethan! Chat says, would watching been enabling them? Well, I think to some extent, yeah. So it's about harm reduction. Like certain things I do not watch or give views to because I don't want to promote them. And then certain things, like at the end of the day, I want to know what's going on and I'm going to watch them. So I think it depends on how you engage with media and what your takeaway from it is. And I think that's a personal line for everybody. But I don't think it's like really a form of true enabling. Like the word enabling doesn't mean support. Like enabling is actually like a real phenomenon, and it's usually direct. And I don't think we're enabling so much as you have to decide from a personal perspective how you contribute to media. Like there's a reason my parents don't shop at certain places or go to stores on Sundays. Like all my life, my mom and dad were very particular with where they shopped, as I'm sure some of your parents were, what TV shows they supported. They would like look up who's in charge of certain things and be like, oh, do they donate their money to abortion? We're not going to support that. Da, 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 da. So ultimately, like we have to decide individually, like how we want to harm reduce more than anything, I think.
Do you let people know you have acid reflux? Because it's like so
I know.
off-putting.
Now I'm like, they say that coughing is like the new N word.
Oh, because Corona.
Yeah. And so
Oh my God. Do you get tested?
I feel like
What?
yeah, of course. So I'm like a
Coughing is the new N word? Who fucking says, is that what I just heard?
Acid reflux? Because it's like so
I know.
off-putting.
Now I'm like, they say that coughing is like the new N word.
Oh, because Corona.
Yeah.
Who said that? Who? Who said that? Who said that? What?
And so
Oh my God. Do you get tested?
I feel like I'm yeah, of course. So I'm like a public hazard. Everyone thinks I'm like a freak now. So what else is going on in your life? You're dating my brother-in-law.
That's exciting.
You're killing it on OnlyFans.
Love my OnlyFans.
You have a set. Can I see your $70,000 purse?
Oh yeah. I was very proud. This is the first time I'm like wearing this out because we never leave the house. So I'm like, let me bring it to your bougie family.
Why is this a $70,000 purse?
It's one of a
Jesus.
kind, pink crocodile.
It is cute, but animal, like, do we really need to be consuming, like, it's fine, whatever.
Shout out Privy Porter, so it's 100% authentic. It's like she's a handler for Birkin specifically, so she authenticates it. And
Interesting.
Oh, this looks so cute.
Can I say,
It is cute, but I don't love that it's crocodile. It's creepy, but it is cute.
and I don't mean any offense, but it does look like a $70 Goodwill purse.
Definitely.
No,
Okay,
it
I was gonna
does
do a video being
not.
like, I regret this.
It does not. It does not look like a Goodwill purse.
Can I touch it?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. You have clean hands. Your hands are clean. Your hands are nice.
Well, is it? Yeah, thank you.
Your house is clean. So what do you think?
I mean, I genuinely don't understand how you can justify spending 70.
I mean, obviously she does it for the views, right? Like, first, she does it for the views. Let's be real. That's why people buy the purses for status. It's not because the bag is like so amazing. I have to have it. It's just a status symbol.
$1,000 on that.
It looks dirty. I think it might have been used.
Like,
it doesn't
even-
look as pink as the
Even if
photos.
you're trying to like flex, like I feel like people wouldn't even recognize it. It's not that.
No.
Oh, hold on. Chet says, I've seen purses that look like that at thrift stores. Okay. And they're very cute. Of course, they're going to look like that. But like, can you guys not tell? I'm going to say this very nicely. Can you guys not tell like good material from like bad material? But also, it's overpriced. It's not worth $70, right? I just want to make that clear. It's not actually worth $70. But like, do you guys grow up in bubbles? Because I'm actually this is one of my kind of special interests in a way. Like, I'm actually kind of obsessed with material differences, like kitchen counter differences or clothing differences or tile differences. Like, I'm kind of interested in like purse differences as well. But again, not because it's worth literally $70,000. That's the name. But because like the materials are used or the way the buttons are put on, I'm very into buttons. That's what I pay attention to the most on clothing is like, let me see the buttons. Can I see the buttons? You know?
Distinguished.
That's not true. People will definitely know, like, if you're into bags, like if you're
How?
a Jeffree
It's just-
Star, because they know pink. First off, crocodile Birkins so hard anyways. Like green, they're always gonna be like 65,000 minimum as of 2020. I don't know if
Yes,
you're
stitching too. Yes, Ania, stitching too.
watching this, but 2020 they're that's the minimum. But this is pink, so it's like extra.
And by the way, I am never spending $70,000 on a fucking bag. I'm just, maybe not like the difference between like a $20 bag and a $400 bag. Like there, you know what I'm saying? Like there might be a little bit of a difference.
It's just extra. And then also the size, it's 30. It's 30, so like 30 is hard to
Can
find.
I pick it up?
It's very heavy,
I want to
yeah.
look around.
It's not cute. Like it should have been cuter. It should have been pinker. It's cute though. Actually, it kind of matches this, I guess. It just should have been more of a baby doll pink.
I don't get it. 70,000.
Yeah, I don't get it. This was maybe a mistake, but we still do it because it's 70,000. So I can tell people like, look, it's 70,000 because like you have a fancy house and I have a fancy bag. So
Yeah, I guess. And then you're also
my
flexing on me with the watch. Show the watch.
I don't know. Okay, shout out
Damn, is you gonna come in here and flex on me that hard? A diamond
I never wear this out
crusted
either.
Rolex.
because I got it during quarantine, so like we really haven't gone out anywhere. So I'm like,
And how much that cost?
we don't know for sure because I got a discount on it because I was like I gave a shout out on Instagram, so I got like a discount.
Mhm.
I don't know, was it like 28,000? I don't know.
And how much should it have cost?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I'm so bad with like
Can
jewelry.
I feel it?
Mhm.
Is there any risk that the diamonds come out, or they're in there pretty good?
Yeah, it's like also like a warranty or something like that. So yeah, I have another one coming. That one's like 55.
Are you afraid you're gonna get like mugged or something when you walk?
Yeah,
around
that's why I was like, I don't want to flex it.
That's
yeah.
part of the reason why I don't wear jewelry or care about stuff because you're just begging someone to mug you.
Yeah, I don't like wear it like every day. I just wear it for like special occasions, if we're like just going to and from a place. You know?
So you brought that bag just to come in here and flex on me.
No, actually, I just never worn it out, and I was like, this is my chance because we don't go out. Oh, Rosh Hashanah, I could bring a different one.
Stop bringing up Rosh Hashanah, dude.
I'm very.
Giving me PTSD and I haven't even done it yet.
Should I wear like an Israeli shirt, like a Hebrew shirt?
What does that mean?
I have so many of them.
Can you just wear? Can you just wear like a
Why?
full hijab?
Can I just say I've been asking Moses to let me wear a hijab, and he won't let me. He has a couple scarves, and he won't let me wear it out in public.
Okay, I want to say something that is an explaining more than making an excuse. I actually do think this is like neurodivergency. I think there's a category of neurodivergent people that like aesthetic, or maybe it's because I don't see neurotypicals mostly doing this, but a group of like neurodivergent people that are like, I like that aesthetic, I would like to wear it. One, it's cool. Two, it feels good, but they don't necessarily want the burden of being a part of the group. I only say this because I think I share this, where sometimes I'll look at something, I'm like, I really like the way this looks. I want to wear this without any of the repercussions socially of being a part of a group. I actually do look at people, and if I think something looks nice, I want to wear it. But it's not even like my style. It's not even, I just think it looks really pretty. And I'm like, I want to wear this now. And I think Trisha takes it so far and she becomes weird about it. And I'm like, stop being weird. Like, she doesn't understand the social line. Like, she's being weird about it. But also, I think I have this, like, where I look at a lot of hijabi girls and I'm like, I think you look so good. I want to start wearing hijab. But like, I don't want to have to, you know what I mean? I don't actually want the burden of like being a part of the group. And I also kind of think this with like ideas, sort of like philosophies, where I love the philosophy, but like, I don't want to be in your group. Like, I love the vibe, but like, I don't want to be in your group. Leave me alone. I mean, it's like, I don't want to hang out with you. but I kind of like the way you look. I don't know. Like sometimes I dreamed I have a beard and a mustache because I think some men look so good with a beard and mustache that I want one. Some women too, obviously. Everybody. And sometimes like I wish I had facial hair for real, not just the mustache I shave, you know? But like sometimes I wish I had kind of like, sometimes I just wish I was more masculine. Sometimes I wish I didn't have boobs. Like sometimes I wish I was flat chested. Like sometimes I just wish like I could like fingers and just do different aesthetics. Sometimes I wish I had like, you know, I just like the aesthetic and I'm like, I would love to snap my fingers and just have that aesthetic today. You know?
Wait, why do you want to wear a hijab?
They're so beautiful. We watched 90 Day Fiance, Azim, and I want to wear that. It looks so cool. And he's like, no, you can't wear it. And I was like, why?
Why?
Because it's the man's garment and the women's. So it's religious. Like it will disrespect their religion.
It's disrespectful to the religion, Moses says.
It's
kind
like a fashion thing.
Is it
for
kind of
me.
cultural appropriation to be like, I just want to wear a hijab because I think it looks great, and then people
No.
are like, what is this
No.
crazy ass
Cultural appreciation.
B word doing?
No, I'm appreciating it. Like I think it's beautiful. Like I think it's awesome.
What?
I
You
wanna,
just
like-
want to wear a full body hijab?
Not a full body. I just want the like one
Can
that
you,
goes around your
can you
head.
on Rosh Hashanah, can you just wear a full body hijab where even the eyes are covered? It's just a netting.
They have those?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay,
get
that's
that for you.
everything.
And 4XL.
Oh,
Actually, can I
did
just
he just make a fat joke?
tell you your 2XL Teddy Fresh is not that big. It's very triggering. I ordered 2XL t-shirts.
Really?
Most didn't even know. On the last thing we did, I had like my big shirt and it was so tight. Like the neck, the body. Like,
I kind of feel like before you make fat jokes with people who have like, see, this is the line where like, look, nobody, like some people are just very sensitive about making body related jokes. And like, you have to really create a safe space for that to be a thing. Like you have to be in a very safe space for someone to go for your body like that. So like, I mean, I don't mind going for people's bodies. I want to make that abundantly clear. If it's a safe space and you mean it to be funny, I can laugh. I can 100%, I do not mind. But if the person won't like it, and I know Trisha's history, because I've made that mistake with people where like, I didn't know they would get offended at me making the joke, right? But like, it's not the joke that's the problem universally. I know my husband and I make jokes about each other's bodies all the time. We're very safe about it. You know, if we ever felt like anyone was being really malicious, we'd talk about it. But I don't, my brothers and I make jokes. You know, I message my brother. Oh my God, there's an episode. There is an episode of Leftovers with Hassan and Ethan, and they looked exactly like my two brothers. And I sent it to them and I was like, when'd you get a podcast? And like, it's so funny. But like, whether like they're going through like a fat stage or a skinny stage, like people fluctuate with their weight all the time. Like, I don't mind if my siblings and I are like, you in a fat stage right now? I'm like, yup. Like, or like, oh, you're in a skinny stage. I'm like, skinny legends. Like, we don't mind, but it's about creating a safe space where that's okay. Because there have been stages in my siblings' life and in my life where it wasn't okay to make the jokes. Like, they were too much. But it fluctuates. So I wish this could have been a great example of two friends, both with body weight issues, both with fluctuating diets, who could be a supportive and humorous duo together. I wish that could have been an opportunity for that. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, in my memory, there was a lot of pain that went into sort of the jokes, right?
like everything is like, this is a 2X, and I buy 2XL from Logan Paul. I buy 2XL merch from a lot of people, and I'm like, why is
Logan Paul.
this one so small? Like, it's very triggering. I always buy 2XL to be really big and comfy, so I feel skinny, and that one's very fitted. The pink stripe one specifically. I'm talking
Well, our clothes are fitted, but I guess we don't accommodate like 50 G's or whatever.
oh, my boob.
Yeah.
What size do you wear?
I wear XL.
No.
Why? What do you think that I wear?
You're saying I wear a bigger size than you.
Yeah, no, this is an XL right here.
Okay, skinny.
Skinny.
You're dieting. Why are you dieting? You already have a wife.
I have GERD. I'm gonna get diabetes, and I'm gonna
Oh,
die.
same. Yeah, I think I'll get diabetes for sure.
I don't want that shit. So what I'm doing is I stopped eating dairy and bread, and it's interesting because you really can't splurge that much when you don't eat bread or.
Oh, you're not eating dairy or bread?
Yeah,
When did you start
Interesting.
this?
just like a week ago.
Oh, you think it'll like continue, like keep it up long term?
I think so. I'm trying. I hope so because my mom is allergic to dairy and bread,
Okay.
and I'm trying to get control of my GERD, which is the acid reflux.
That's really
from, like,
rough. That's really rough to have. GERD, it sounds very painful.
coughing and shit.
Oh, so diet changed that, so you can control it.
I don't know if it's going to work. It is better. Before I could not even talk. It was.
Are you happy?
It's all about harm reduction. It's all about, you know, as somebody who's always playing with her diet, somebody who's always changing up foods. Guys, Google Translator has been the greatest thing to happen to me. I'm always like scanning all my Croatian items, like what is in this? And it's like the greatest thing. But yeah, as somebody who looks at everything she eats and does see a difference with her body, like, wow, it's a lot. And you have to have a very healthy mindset going in. Like, it has to be adventurous and desirable and exciting. Otherwise, it can feel like it can cause a lot of bad relationships with the body. So I noticed what I've been doing to kind of curtail any possible eating disorder issues, because I've never had one. I'm trying not to have one here, is that anytime I feel upset with limiting myself, I just kind of don't. But like, I give myself like leeway to eat the things that I want to eat that aren't the greatest, like maybe some processed gluten-free food. There's like these gluten-free brownies that are so good, but they're kind of a splurge because they're, one, expensive. Gluten-free food is so expensive, but two, processed food is processed food is processed food. And it's not something that I'm trying to aim for, even though I do buy processed food for my snacks and stuff. So it's kind of interesting to watch Ethan because, if you've seen him lately, he looks very different. And everybody does. The thing about being a YouTuber is people really see your weight loss and journey online. And it's kind of interesting. Like, they do see you online. And so even, Philip DeFranco and Ethan and Trisha, like, it's funny, Trisha said her whole life she wanted a magic pill she could take to be skinny. And now that there is one, she doesn't want to do it. And I think that's interesting. She said that recently about Ozempic, right? Just says, that's how I feel with dairy. I've mostly cut it out and I felt better. I'll even sit down and really taste my food to see if I truly like the extra texture and taste. Yeah, I just had oat milk, and guys, it's fucking good. Oh my God. Oat milk is so fucking good. What? It's so good. It's more expensive than my regular dairy milk, but I've been experimenting with different milks and like to see if there's one I like better than just regular milk. And oat milk is taking the win right now. So good. So good.
Or do you feel sad that you can't eat food? You're like, I'm going to die.
No, it's fun. I'm so sad that I can't eat food. I mean, I love pizza and burgers. It's literally it's one of the respites of joy I have in this cruel, this horrible, depressing world.
Same.
I just want to smash a fucking burger and eat a pizza to my dome, and I can't do it.
You can't.
And it's so sad.
I think this is a really real experience. A couple years ago, when I was first getting diagnosed with stuff, I was told to be on a really restrictive diet, and I just could not do it. It was really frustrating and upsetting, like the transition to safe foods. I was really frustrated. And now that I'm doing it of my own volition, it's just so exciting. And I killed it this week with recipes, bro. Killed it this week with recipes. And I'm still doing it all under 50 euro a week. I'm killing it, girls. I actually saved some money this week on my food budget. I saved like 3 euro. I'm killing it, bro. I'm enjoying the F out of making different recipes. And it's because it's forcing me to. Like, the more... it's not even limiting. Like, that's not even the word. Like, sometimes I'll hear from people saying like, oh, vegetarian, vegan, gluten-free diets, they're so restrictive. And then all they eat is protein, or like beef. Like, Jordan Peterson will be like, veganism, it's so limiting. Ethan, let me tell you, veganism, it's so limiting. You know what you should have? One product, meat, my meat. It's the only thing. Like, Jordan Peterson will literally say, like, veganism is limiting and only eat meat. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Anyways, I will just say I have been experimenting and I have just been enjoying it so much.
I can't do it. Yeah, I go on a diet for like a day and I'm like, but I could die tomorrow, so I might as well just eat
I don't want to go on a diet. That's like a very big, I say I have a diet, but I mean, like, I don't mean that in like I am a diet. Atkins, Slim Fast, losing weight. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I'm just trying to feel good in my body. Okay. We are not here, in my opinion, to focus on being on a diet. I don't want to diet. Okay. I just want to enjoy my life and enjoy my food, but I just want to feel better, energetic. I feel so energetic this week. Like, I feel great. Like, I definitely feel like my food is helping my energy levels. And I'm just eating more salads, bro. I'm just eating more salads, more beans, more salads.
the food I want to eat.
Yeah, but you're kind of fulfilling the prophecy when you smash a pizza every day.
Iconic though. Like, think of all the people that are legendary died young. Chris Farley, Elvis, Marilyn, Anna.
See how she romanticized this toxicity, the idols of our past, recent past.
I don't care about legacy or anything.
That's all.
Ooh, great. Okay, question from Chess is, what kind of salad dressing do you use make? Guys, I am an Assyrian salad maker to tabbouleh. You guys have heard of it. Assyrians, that's our salad. Okay, it originates from my people. Thank you. You're welcome, world. I just eat a lot of tabbouleh. I just make it at home, but I make it with quinoa instead of some people put couscous, but I've been using quinoa in my tabbouleh. And then I end up putting it on everything. Tacos, you know, I have it on the side as a salad. I use it as my dressing. So look up tabbouleh, make it. It's really easy. Just lemon, olive oil, salt. Boom. Boom shakalaka. So good. So good. That's usually my salads. Or I do a red cabbage salad. Same thing. Salt, olive oil, red pepper, lemon, that kind of stuff. Easy. Very simple ingredients, you know, but red cabbage, slice it really, really thin. Refreshing AF. So good.
All I care about.
Really? You think what are you doing to ensure your legacy?
I don't know, just existing. But I think in general, if I die young, it'll be more iconic. Think about, there's not to put that out there because I really don't want to die.
I don't think you're gonna die young from eating burgers.
Possibly. That's my biggest fear, though, is that I die of a heart attack and they have all this evidence of me being like a mukbanger and being like, see, she fucking died of a heart attack. But I don't think that's how I go out.
How do you think you'll die?
I don't want to say. I feel like that is.
But you obviously have
premonition.
Yeah. How is it? How does it go down?
No, I don't want to tell you. Like, it's so sad and tragic. And like,
does it involve drugs?
no.
Oh.
No, I wish.
Are you alone?
No. I don't want to talk about. I'm scared. I'm so scared about it, to be honest.
But you've already thought it. So what is speaking it going to do?
Speaking things out there, it's like manifesting it. I don't want to manifest.
See, I think that speaking it out makes it not happen.
Oh.
Okay, I don't think so because anything I've ever spoken out, I've gotten.
What's happening?
Well,
I don't know.
anyway.
I'm scared to mention it. But anyways, my point is I probably will die young. I've accepted this fate and I just
Oh my
spend
God,
and live
Trisha.
and eat. And it's not eating that kills me. So bring on the Korean fried cheese, you know?
I wonder if that's a part of like suicidality in a sense. Like, you know how I never really prepared for my life because I thought I was going to die by 35. And then at 30, I was like, oh no, I'm going to stay alive. I wonder if this era of Trisha's life, like she had kind of not desired to live, right? And so then she kind of like realized like, I'm going to keep on living, which really changes your life. Once you decide to keep living for real, everything's different now. And I just don't think at this era of Trisha's life, she was ready to live yet. Which, you know, I would say she's changed from this Trisha to the Trisha we have now. Very different person.
No?
God, that Korean fried cheese. It's just not fair. I wish there was a pill, or I just want to have diarrhea all the time or something. So I just, you know what I mean? Like,
Same.
I love
it's just
cheese.
stupid.
It's really sad. I ask literally Moses every day, like, do you just love being skinny? Like, is it just amazing? Like, I can't imagine eating whatever. He eats everything and like is so skinny.
No, guys like Moses and Ela, they're different. They're a different
not
breed of
fair.
human beings. Like I've spent a day with Moses. He doesn't get hungry like people like me and you do.
Well, now he does. Like, we'll go to
He's gonna get
KFC.
fat. He's gonna get fat.
We
If
went
he's
He did. Moses did get fat in their marriage. He did. He gained weight with Trisha. Moses is a little chunker now. Yeah, like that's kind of funny.
gonna be with you, he's gonna be a fat.
We went to KFC
motherfucker.
and each got a bucket of chicken and he like took it down.
So you spent all day with him, but like how many meals does he eat in a day?
Oh, wasn't he vegan when he started with Trisha? Am I wrong on that? Yeah, wasn't he vegan or no? Was that vegetarian?
He doesn't eat as much as you.
I've gained weight because I used to only do like intermittent. I told him literally this week, I'm like, I can't eat dinner with you because I have a music video next week. Like I have to like not eat dinner, like eat it before you come because we will eat like 3 big meals. Like one day we went to Dunkin' Donuts, got breakfast.
Okay, here's a trick that I use that I need to say out loud to everybody. When I'm eating, and if I've served me a plate of food, and I'm eating, I eat slow. First of all, my grandpa always told me eat slow. I eat slow. And when I'm full, I stop eating. When I am full, I do not keep eating. Even if it's the tiniest amount of spaghetti left, tiniest amount of whatever I'm eating left, the tiniest amount, even if it's like a spoonful of food left, I wrap it and I put it in the fridge. And then I have it for my snack later. So when I get a little peckish later and I just want like a snack, I eat the little snack. I do not keep eating. Okay? I feel great. I don't bloat. I don't feel heavy. I just stop eating when I'm full. I go, oh, I'm full. And instead of saying, oh, but it's just two more spoons, it's just 3 more spoons, I should just eat it now. Nope. I just put it away. And then people say, oh, there's so little on your plate. Why would you save that? It's called a snack. Okay, it's called a snack for later. Okay. That's the vibe. Like, because when I overeat, I feel horrible. I feel literally sick. I feel I can't work. I can't function. I can't work out. I can't ever do anything. And like, what's the point of eating that much food if I can't do it? We can't be in food comas every day of our life, girls. You know, that doesn't work. Chad says I don't really like leftovers. What are you, rich? Are you fucking rich? What do you mean you don't like leftovers? Leftovers are a staple of all of humanity. Only rich people don't have the privilege of needing to worry about leftovers, which, by the way, is harming the planet. But also, if you're worried about textured stuff, then only pour yourself an appropriate amount of food so you don't have leftovers. But also, who doesn't like leftovers? I hear this. My cousin said this to me once. She goes, I don't eat leftovers. I said, excuse me? Excuse me? Like, what's that supposed to mean? You don't eat leftovers, girl. Like, or I don't take home food from restaurants. Girl, with peace and love, you better order the right amount of food. Like, that's what I'm saying. Humanity is so wasteful. And we don't even understand why. If we're texture sensitive, which I am too, I feel you on that. Okay, I feel you on that. I play with my textured food. So if I know I'm not going to like the texture the next day, I organize my meal so I can do the least amount of waste possible. That's how I do it. But I get you on the textured thing. I feel you on that. I literally have the same thing. That's why I'm very particular with how much food I make in a day. But that's also why I'm cooking all the time so I can bring down my waste. Because if I can't eat something the next day when I make it, then it better be eaten that day. You know what I mean?
Sandwiches and donuts. Then
but shout out to tabbouleh and my red cabbage salad. Always better 2 days in or the next day.
lunch, we went to McDonald's, got nuggets, and he got a chicken sandwich. Then, what did we have for dinner that day? We had Boa Steakhouse for dinner with mac and cheese and mashed potatoes. And then he eats sweets every once. So we always have chocolate mousse cake, and we always have like dessert every meal. Like, oh, let's have ice cream. Let's have
I think
this.
he'll get fat. But here's the thing:
gained weight.
I've eaten lunch with Moses so many times, and I'll like destroy. Let's say we go out and we get shawarma and French fries and stuff. I destroy that motherfucker, and I moved on to French fries and falafel. And he's got this is what Hila does too. It's like he only ate a quarter of his shawarma, and he only had 3 French fries. And in the meantime, it's like you think you're eating the same amount, but you're not.
Oh, okay.
That's what
maybe.
Hila does.
That's really triggering them because I feel like we always finish our food, but maybe I'm the one finishing it.
He's just like matching your pace, but he's not eating
Because
the same volume.
we order like 5 meals for dinner,
Yeah.
like from like Lala's.
Oh my
We'll have, like,
God.
empanadas, steak. We'll get 2 pastas, gnocchi, and now this like marinara pasta, mashed potatoes on the side.
He's just being nice, but he's not doing what you're doing.
but then it's all gone.
Yeah, you ate 80% of it, right, Moses?
Oh my god!
No,
Oh my god!
that's what Hila does to me.
Like, let's order a bunch of food and then you just eat it all.
Well, because Hila used to be like, we eat the same thing. I don't know why you're so fat. I was like,
Wait, what? She said that to you for real or no? You're just like
no,
exaggerating.
she used to say that to me. And I'd be like, girl, I eat.
We also use the word fat neutrally in this household. So I realized, like, in households, in some people's families, they might consider fat as like really insulting, but fat is just a state of being. I don't think there should be a moral. Yeah, like, unless I'm concerned about your health in some aspect, whether it's under eating or overeating, like a state of being, like being in a fat state of being holds no insult. But I could see that Trisha in that moment was like, Hila called you fat. She might be thinking it's like for her, because it'd be really hard to be called fat. It might be insulting, but maybe it's just like, hey, I don't know why you're gaining so much weight. And like, it just depends on how they use the language. But it is interesting to see, like, I do think there's a healthy way to properly, accurately describe your partner without it having any moral judgment attached to it. But I think it takes a very well-adjusted person to get to that point because there's just so much fat phobia in society.
Eat 3 times faster than you, and then I eat what you don't eat.
Right. Okay. But the difference is if she's asking like, why are you so fat? Most is very appreciative of my body. I'm like, I'm so fat. I'm sorry. He goes, no, it turns me on so much. Your body turns
Ew.
me on.
Disgusting.
It makes me feel good because I know I've gained weight. I know I've like gained probably a good 20 pounds during
By the way, Ethan there isn't saying it's, I don't think he's saying, ew, it's gross to find Trisha attractive. I think he's saying it's gross to hear her talk about Moses in her to talk about Moses in a sexual way. That's what I got from that. But I don't know.
Like when our first date, I look at my face, I'm like, oh my god, so much thinner. So I know I've gained weight. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm fat, but I'm gonna lose weight. And then he's just like, no, your body's perfect. Like, and it's the difference when I watch you guys on the podcast. He
Is
was
he
like,
feeding you? Is he a feeder?
I don't think he's feeding me.
Moses, are you a feeder?
No, but I also don't him because he's always dated
Actually,
skinny girls.
I will
so.
say, I recall him telling me once before he even thought about dating you that he liked bigger girls. I remember him making a comment. I swear to God,
That's true.
I
That's
swear.
not true,
He
because-
said he liked heavier girls, and it always stuck out to me.
First of all, heavy triggered.
He was
I
like, I
wouldn't
love
heavy.
huge girls. He's like, I love huge,
I love
massive
big
girls.
fat bitches.
Yeah, he said that. So I was like, wow,
I know that's not true. I've seen girls like you say they're always like skinny Asians. So
Oh,
you're
not
neither of
me.
those things. Yeah.
I know. He's like, oh yeah, I dated a girl from Thailand. I dated a girl from Korea. I'm like, what the hell? Like, and here I am.
I think Moses has a real trouble with commitment though, because he's not really been in any long-term relationships since I've known him, which has been a long time
I
now.
know.
could be the autism.
I thought, are you gay? Because that was like a long time to go without girls.
I think he's just a very independent person.
By the way, chat says, why is it so hard for Ethan to believe that some people just like fat bodies? Because we grow up in a fat phobic society and it's definitely told that they don't and are not desirable. Ethan is a product of fat phobic society. our community probably has unlearned a lot of that, but like, why would Ethan's community have unlearned any of that, you know, at the rate that Ethan is from? That's why it's so hard. It is so hard to deconstruct fat phobia and separate it from the health narrative. You know what I mean? Because that's the problem. Like, you have to deconstruct fat phobia.
And I do think he likes to spite his family, which may explain you guys.
Oh, I can see that for sure. Yeah.
I think Moses likes to. He likes to spite he's often, his whole life has kind of been the pursuit of spiting and distancing himself from his family.
I'll take it. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I left it like right away from Israel. I didn't go travel. I just fucking left. I was like, bye. I was like, okay, cool. But yeah, I can see that for sure. I'll take it. It's fine.
Whatever. Yeah,
Whatever. I think the same with him though, because I was telling him like, you're not my type either. And I think it's like fun now. He's like a toy. It's like, oh, I got a Middle Eastern, you know?
Oh my God.
It's fun.
I cannot fucking believe you're coming to Rosh Hashanah dinner.
I'm
This is so
excited.
fucked up. You're going to bring her, Moses?
Yeah.
He
Otherwise,
said yes.
Like, do you see why Ethan is saying that though? It's because Trisha is like, she's not being, I don't know anyone who reacts like Trisha does when saying like, hey, do you want to come to my family dinner? It's like, oh, I love Jews. I love a Middle Eastern. I have a token. I have a toy. It's like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's that's why Ethan is apprehensive to having Trisha over, because like she's being weird in a sense. Like, I think it'd be really weird if you married somebody like, okay, I have a new ultimatum episode coming out for you guys. I'm on edit 10. YouTube has rejected 10 different edits of this episode, but it's coming. And JR in the last episode, I think it was JR, mentioned he wanted like, oh, they'd have cute mixed babies. And you're just like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Are you being weird? Like, what do you mention? Like, why are people so obsessed with race? Like, why are people so like, why is race a conversation we're having like in 2025? And it's because like people haven't deconstructed all these things in the same ways. You know, like obviously there's an appropriate way to have the conversation about race. If you're new to my channel, I just mean in the weird, like, oh, he's Jewish. I want to be with him because he's Jewish. Like, you're not Jewish. Why do you need to be with a Jewish guy? Like, that sounds weird, you know? Or like, ooh, I've never been with a black guy. I kind of want to try it. What do you mean you want to try it? Like, it's an ice cream. It's not an ice cream. Or JR being like, oh, I want to try a white girl. I've never had a white girl. She's not a pizza. Like, you guys can't try people like their food. Okay, that's like not the direction we want to head into as a society. But yeah. Ooh, yeah. Chat says she's not even pretending to try and fit into the group. She's like a tourist to the culture, but she wants to be invited in. She literally wants to be invited in, but she also wants to be able to be like, ooh, ah, you know what I mean?
Coming. He literally said that. He's like, I'm not gonna go. He's very like that. Like anytime we've had a quarrel or beef, he's like, I'm on your side. I'm like, thank you.
You know, he's spoken about you very nicely always. Even when you guys had a fight, and he's like, I don't know how much I can say of what he told me without pissing you off.
Tell me.
I can say it?
All of it.
Okay,
I
good.
give you permission.
Well, he just said that. Well, first of all, you were accusing him of like fucking like flirting with minors. Do you
No,
take that back?
no. Oh my God.
Okay, can I
that's
just
my-
explain
Oh.
everything?
No,
Hold on, you stop. Let me explain what happened.
Oh my God. I did not know they covered this. Episode 1.
Because the
God,
people
that's
deserve to
not
know.
it. Oh my
First,
God.
you guys were dating, and then you started sending me all these crazy DMs with screenshot being like, your brother-in-law's fucking crazy, and he's sick, and he's fucking minors. And I was like, all right. And I was like, I'll pull out my phone and read the DMs.
I did not say minors. I can pull out my
You
phone.
said
and read the
underage.
DMs. No, I didn't.
You want me to get my phone?
Inappropriate age. Very young girls that are like 22. That's what I said. Yeah, pull it up. 'Cause I even showed him. Inappropriate age for him. He's like,
Interesting, because the internet got super parasocial and was like, Ela and Ethan don't talk to Moses because he dates minors. But like, this is, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of interesting.
like they
That's
were like
not what you were
22.
saying. You were saying under 18.
I didn't say under 18. There's no way I said that. There is no way.
Hang on.
Anyways, we really have to like go. This is so
I-
embarrassing.
Look, the people deserve to know. By the way, I unfollowed you on Twitter because you kept posting pictures of your vagina. I was like, I can't handle
Did
this
you follow me
shit.
on TikTok?
Yeah, I did.
Because Moses asked you.
No.
Oh, okay.
I would follow you on Instagram too. I just can't handle your butthole and vagina on my timeline. It's fucking
Oh
crazy.
yeah, you were like offended when it was like gaping. I had like a gaping asshole because I had like a butt.
Gaping asshole. I hate those two words next to each other. Ugh, the word gaping. Like,
Plug in there and you're like, why is it so big?
What?
Yeah, back in May, I remember
I
that.
guess I blocked it out. Yeah, it's certainly not something I want to be seeing on my timeline. So I hope you can understand. Okay, you ready?
That's not. This is so triggering.
Ready?
I never said underage. I know I didn't.
Okay, ready?
Okay.
Here we go. Dude, I know we don't talk, but Moses is disgusting. I have no intention of making anything about this, but maybe check him talking to your fans.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Okay.
This is from a fat piece of shit fan of yours who is 23 and he fucked on.
wow, the fat phobia, Trisha. Wow. A fat fucking fan of yours?
Valentine's Day.
Don't say
He is
all this.
disgusting.
Yeah, 23. I said 23.
Yeah. Hold on.
First of all, don't read this because you better call all this for real. That is the psycho. Just don't.
Well, fuck her then. I don't know. But
No.
you got baited, and then so. But my point is,
But
is
she's
that
an actual psychopath.
okay? Fine. Who
She's gonna
cares?
come to
Fuck
my
her.
house.
Well, you have a
Fly
guard.
Security. Yeah,
Okay,
I do.
but anyway, you were sending me these DMs, and I was like, wow, this shit's crazy. And then I actually started hitting up Moses because I was like, dude, what? I can't have you flirting with my fans because you were.
I
Kind
was
of
a
like,
fan. Yeah, I was a fan.
You said there's audio, screen recordings. Check the bio,
Yeah.
and then you're like, check out this exposed channel with 10 followers. I was like, oh, that's you. That's literally you.
Oh, you think I'm being exposed now?
Yeah.
Why would I want to like embarrass myself?
No, you were just. It was all about trying to expose.
Why would I want to
Moses.
expose him? Because I was like really, truly like in love with him. Why would I try to like pick him?
You said he talked so much trash about me and made fun of my body, and then used me. He's scary and vile, needs help.
Yikes. I was really mad then, but that's a different.
I didn't answer because I was like, Moses, what is going on?
But
and then you say
responded a month later. You were like trying to start shit because that was
because
in
I
May.
because you because I didn't want to. This was insane. The
But
shit
then
you
you
were
thought
saying.
we were fine because we had Father's Day
Yeah.
and everything, and you're like,
Well, because I'm like I have to address the issue that Trisha just. Well, let me finish this.
can we
He
not?
said, just so you know, none of this was a troll. I truly thought he liked me, but he played
I
me.
like how she's like, say everything. I want to know everything that Moses said. But wait, don't share my text messages.
He always was bitter. He was never on your. Oh, I won't read this. I won't read that. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh my god! Like, can we just stop altogether, please? This was already a point of contention. We're past it. Just stop.
Hang on.
I literally don't want
he
to
talk, here. You said he talks to underage girls.
No.
Right there. He talks to underage girls.
Weird. I literally don't see.
Right there. He talks to underage girls. Confirm that it
Think
says
about
that.
Go back to Trisha's face. Look at
There. He talks to underage girls. Confirm that.
Oh, and then he married this girl. He married her and had 2 kids with her. Holy shit, that's so interesting. Why would you marry this girl and have 2 kids with her if she's willing to fuck? That's so the look when she looked up.
That it
Think of
says
what that was. Yes, but this is a different situation we're talking about.
No, it's not.
No,
It's the
but people
same
ask about his
set of
daughter,
messages.
about his work.
Stop. It's the same set of messages. 5/7/10/30. 5/7/10/30.
I'm telling you, this is Tom to this girl.
You
is,
said, read this part. It says
This is a
he
different-
talks to underage girls.
It's a separate. It's a
Oh
period.
my God.
It's not.
Oh
It's
my
look,
God.
it's 5/7/10/30 p.m. 5/7/10/30 p.m.
Can I just say he doesn't talk to anybody now? Not even about his work. Not men. Not women.
so I'm just trying to explain the situation.
God. Well, I saved him from further embarrassment.
You said he stalks to underage girls. I don't expect a response. And again, I don't want to talk to you again. But he's just a fraud and he's scary.
Okay,
Oh my
I'll
God.
put this in there. This is gonna be so bad. People are like, oh, they're in a toxic relationship. We're in a
No.
really good-
I'm no. It's all.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm sweating. I'm literally sweating. Stop. People. Oh my God, stop. Like, people will think we're in a toxic relationship. Girl. Ma'am. Oh, I'm sweating, bro.
I'm just saying.
You're
what-
painting it
what
like
you,
I said all this
Yeah,
horrible
you are.
things.
You're crazy. I mean, that's everyone knows that.
Jesus.
Oh, you pull this a lot, by the way. You said he's a psychopath. I have 24-hour security now.
That's
How many?
true.
How many people are you going to blame having 24/7?
There's a lot of people
Oh
who
my
like-
God.
Man, fuck this guy. I've got 24-hour security now.
And he married her. He brought babies into the universe with her. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you try to help adults. You try to imagine people will be mature and choose healthier relationships. And look, Trisha and Moses, they look really nice on social media. You know what I mean? Like, they do look nice on social media together. I don't really watch their TikToks and stuff because they have their kids in it too much. And like, I don't know, I'm not big on watching people use their kids for clout. Like, it fucking makes me uncomfortable with the way they do that, honestly. But they look like a nice little family, right? But at the same time, it's hard to not remember this beginning. So what percentage of compatibility do you think Moses and Trisha have at this stage in their relationship in terms of values? Like, what do you think their overlap with value? Like, because I don't know what their relationship is now, like many years later. But at this point, I feel like they're like 30-40% compatible. Did they go from 30 to 40% to like 60, like 70? Like, where are they at in terms of compatibility, right? Good point. Chat says, I mean, what are Trisha's values? Yeah, at this point, what even are Trisha's values? Yeah, I don't know. Chat says they're very normal on her pod. Yeah, so now who they are today, different people, 100% changed, right? Like, they've definitely changed. Not 100%, just like they're different. They're not like this. It's very different. Was Hila and Ethan a part of the destruction for their marriage and relationship? Like, realistically, not just because your family doesn't mean you're going to get along. So maybe realistically, the best thing to happen for Trisha and Moses was to have Ethan and Hila out of their life. And probably same for them, right? Like ultimately, I don't know if Ethan and Hila could ever respect that Moses and Trisha could change. Because Ethan and Hila just go downhill every day. Like I really did stop watching them whenever that Palestine stuff was happening. And I haven't really checked in with them. I did check in with them this morning, actually, because I saw they talked about Cody Ko, but it was like nothing. And I don't miss the show. Like I thought I would miss H3H3. I really thought I was going to feel like, oh no, but I just don't care. I don't even think about it, honestly. But it was because it was hard to watch. And so is anyone watching them? Are they any better? Did they perform more? Like anything? No, it's bad. Is it still bad? I mean, what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? Kat says, I mean, Ethan said he likes Trisha and they are fine. It's Moses he has an issue with. Well, Ethan and Trisha are not fine. They're not talking. Ethan's fine with Trisha, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that Ethan's right just because he's like, I'm getting along with Trisha. Moses obviously has problems, but what are the problems? That's the question. True. He posted a weird Insta story about Hassan. I saw that. Weirdest message ever. Yeah, see? I did. You're right. I did see that. Where did I see that? Probably TikTok or something. I did see Ethan make that weird message about Hassan. Like so weird, dude. About the LA fires, which so devastating, right? I've been definitely keeping track. Crazy. Crazy.
You have to
Fuck Hanny Gaba. I've got 24-hour security. Fuck this stalker. I've got 24-hour security.
I did tell them don't let him in. I mean, that was part of it. I mean, there was just a lot because wait, can I tell you this is tea? Or do you want to keep going with it? Because I have actual tea that I wasn't going to say.
But the point is that I didn't respond. I do want to hear about that. But I was like, the point is that I'm not going to respond. I'm going to talk to Moses first because you said he's talking to underage girls and he's talking to your fans. So I was like, so he was like, no, I'm not doing that. Trisha's crazy.
I wasn't saying sexually.
He did say you're crazy, but he's like, I didn't do that. She's just mad. And so I responded. I said, hey, these are super serious allegations. I talked to Moses about it. I just want to make sure that I'm responsible with this stuff because obviously I don't want to not have done my due diligence on this. He says it's not true. I just want to get past this. And then you said, oh, it's all good. Actually, what you said is he's disgusting. I was trying again. Another girl came out of the woodwork.
Okay, stop. Oh my God.
And then, but anyway, you guys worked it out.
Guess what? I have his Instagram password. I'll show you right now. He doesn't DM me. Like,
and then he said that you were,
because we were dating. And like in his events, like we were.
Chad says, has Ethan burned in bridge with anyone else but Hassan lately? There's like 7 people. There's literally 7 people. I watched another video essay today about how he's fighting with, hold on, Chad just said it. He's a TikToker. I watch all his TikToks. I haven't learned his name yet because I don't learn anybody's names, but I watch it. Is it Aubrey? Right? Aubrey Smalls. He makes like content about history on little people. It's like really interesting. He has a great Twitter or TikTok. And I've been watching that drama that I found out this morning because I was getting ready for Frenemies. And then he has so many people that he's just going after. Adam McIntyre recently. Like, it's just like, chill, bro. Chill. That's why I said it's funny that this first episode so many years ago, Ethan started off with, well, you burn all your friendships to Trisha. And I'm like, ooh, well, you too, bro. Wait, Chet says Aubrey Smalls is bad vibes. Wait, the guy from the history guy on TikTok? I've liked his content. Why do you think he's bad vibes? I don't know. I liked his content on TikTok, but I don't know anything else about it. Don't bring me into it. We're watching Frenemies right now. I don't know what's going on. I just like his TikToks.
Weren't dating, but then also
he said he broke up with you because you started like punching him.
He's shaking his head no.
Oh, okay. You said I could say everything.
I did not punch him. You said that's why you broke up with me because I punched you?
Uh-oh. The punch, the underage girls, everything on episode 1. How did this show last so long?
I went like this.
Okay.
And he's frail. But I didn't punch him.
Frail.
It wasn't. Okay, if you want to, fine. If you're leaving this in, I'm going to have to say the full fucking story. Because what happened is we were like upstairs and I took his phone. I saw like other DMs to girls. He like, not tackle me, but like we went to the floor. And so then I like punched back, but I never punched him. I wasn't like, hey, you piece of shit. Like I wasn't like that.
You guys had a tussle?
He had bruises. So of course he's like, oh my God, like look. And I was just like, I didn't do it like on purpose. I wasn't like that. You know what I mean? It was a tussle.
You guys were fighting over his phone? Oh my God.
Well, then I took his keys and so he was trying to get the keys back.
I'm sorry, 2 minutes ago, Trisha. I don't want people to think we're in a toxic relationship. Grabbing phones, grabbing keys, grabbing anything, any property off your spouse or partner, not a thing I do. Like, like, I do not grab people's things. You know, I get it if your partner's like drunk and gonna leave the house, you grab the keys. But like in a totally sober situation, like we do not grab each other's things. Like, why would I ever need to grab you? You know what I mean?
But can I say,
Yes.
how long did we fight for the keys? Like 12 hours?
Yeah.
Off and on? Basically 12 hours of fighting. But I had him, like, I was putting all my weight on it on the bed, like to like not let him get it. Cause I'm like, okay, all my weight's on it. He's not gonna be able to get the keys. And literally we just started like fucking.
Oh my God. You guys are so crazy. How is this? I don't understand.
20s. And I was like, oh, maybe this is the key, because we never did it like that. I was just like bent over, like standing, and I was just like, oh, and then he opened his pants down and we just started fucking. And I was like,
Ew.
oh.
Moses, what is wrong with you? God, you need Jesus.
The point
Toxic.
is, obviously, and also we weren't dating, so I don't know why he said he broke up with me because of that. We weren't
No,
dating.
he said he called it off after the tussle, I guess.
It wasn't abuse. Oh my God. It wasn't like I punched him and like you.
Look, I know Moses. He wouldn't endure that. He wouldn't get back.
I would say minimally, by that story alone, it's a toxic relationship. Right? Like, neither of them should be grabbing for the phone, but they both, like, even if somebody came and grabbed my phone, like, I would not try to get it back from them because I know I would escalate. I always look for the participants of escalation. I always try my hardest to de-escalate. Right? And the fact that they had sex is just like, okay, what are we talking about here? Like, this is a toxic relationship.
Back with you. I want to say, I don't want to paint it as like Moses is in an abusive relationship. He's a self-sufficient
You
guy.
just did.
No, I'm just trying to understand what happened because
Oh,
I've been getting a
God.
lot of grief from you.
And Trisha, this is her history, right? This is why I say, like, this is why sometimes people say, like, don't date until you have a healthy relationship with yourself. It's unrealistic. Like, we're all going to date when we're not healthy. But this is the difference between being healthy and being unhealthy in a relationship. And it's also why people say, wait till you're healthy. Because you might do something you don't even want on your reputation because you're not regulated. You don't know boundaries. You're dating people who tell you it's normal. Because remember, as much as we want to sit here from a high place and be like, ugh, we know it's wrong, people in those situations don't necessarily know what's right or wrong. That's why they engage in behavior. Why would Moses make a baby or trust somebody who is willing to throw that many text messages around about things that allegedly he did or did not do? Like, you know, that's the thing, that going into a healthy relationship, it just makes such a big difference because you're starting off with such a good trajectory. But lots of people settle. Lots of people date people when they're unhealthy and they go to therapy and couples counseling and they get better. So maybe that's what Moses and Trisha did. Maybe they just went through couples counseling and they got better.
I'm just trying to understand what's going on because now you guys are buying a house together.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You guys are crazy.
This
I
is
didn't know
awful. This is why I shouldn't have done the podcast. Because honestly,
Just the first episode.
well, good thing I'm not going to share anymore. We're both not sharing any more personal details with you.
Well,
Yes, you will.
Nope.
yeah, well,
All right. Well, so anyway, I feel like we've pretty much covered enough ground here on the Moses
My
thing. But you
God.
guys are in a good place now. No
Great.
tussling.
No tussling. I
Buy a
have
house.
all access to his Instagram accounts, phone,
That's
Twitter.
the definition of a good, healthy relationship.
Like, I always know when you guys are texting him. Like, I always just know. Like, even before when you guys would text him, like, what's the tweets? Like, what are these? I'm like, don't fucking respond. Like, way early on.
what?
Yeah.
Freaky.
I love it. I know the group chat, so I know so much actually.
The group chat.
Yeah, I know about your guys. I know all the group chats that come through.
So
I'm just saying I know everything about.
Not all-
I know.
Families have group chats. I don't know how to tell Trisha that. Very normal. Doesn't every family have a group chat? Not literally, but like my family has like 4 different group chats. We have like 7 different group chats for different groups of siblings and stuff. Like, of course, there's family group chats. She's like, yeah, I know about the group chats. That's pretty normal at this point.
A
talk
lot,
about you.
even about like your. I just know everything about your family and stuff. So, anyways,
There's nothing to know about my family.
I'm just saying I know a lot. So,
Oh my God.
Are you trying to like?
It's like, you know what? I get it. You know, when you're dating somebody and they let you like in, it can be like a very big deal for someone to feel like their family, someone's family invited them in. I think this is mostly Trisha's trauma, feeling like no one's ever invited her into the family. Look, I'm grateful every day that I married into a family I really, really like. They're so nice. They're so great. I could cry just thinking about it. And even my mother-in-law said to me the other day, she said, wow, you really just like came into our lives and now you're here and everything is so great. And she was just like, you know, we're always trying to express like a lot of gratitude for one another. She's so great, but it feels great. It feels amazing to have a grown up look at you and say like, our family's so lucky to have you. Like that feels really great. And I feel so lucky to have them. And that mutual like feeling it's the everything. It's the greatest feeling ever. And I think I can understand Trisha wanting that feeling. You know, I could imagine her desperate for that feeling, you know? And so I can understand why she would want that. It's great. A great fucking feeling, you know?
Like threaten me or
No,
something?
I just know a lot. Like, you have a big mouth, okay? Maybe I got a big mouth too, but I'm gonna be nice and just like
There's
quiet.
nothing about my family.
Okay, you're right.
I literally have
I
no
could.
insecurity.
Okay. I'm
What?
not going to. I'm
Oh
not
my
going to
God.
for Moses to say, because you know what? I love
She's like, I know stuff. I know stuff.
Moses, and I fucking respect like the stuff he
But
tells
you're
me in
making it-
private.
you're making
he
it
tells you
sound-
something in private and you put it in public. He tells me something in private. I'm gonna keep it private.
wait, but I'm literally
She's like, they're the Jewish mafia. The dad's the ringleader, and Fredo never died. That's what Trisha knows.
you're making it sound worse by not saying what it is because there's nothing.
Right.
I said what it is, and I told you what happened.
No, about you knowing something about my family.
Oh, okay. I mean, no, it's nothing bad. I'm just saying there's little things that I know too. It's not a big deal. Whatever.
What? So say it.
I mean, it's nothing like it's not. There's no reason to say it. It's
But you're
literally
making it
me.
sound like it's bad.
I'm just saying I know everything, so don't act like oh you have some special connection with Moses. Like I
Yeah, see, she's trying to make it clear, like she's also in the in. She's not on the outs. She's also in the in. And I'm like, I get it, girl, but also that's the part of the instability in Trisha. That could be the borderline. That could be abandonment. That also is the socially weird thing she's doing. Could be, well, I don't know what Trisha's got going on, right? I don't even know if she was officially diagnosed with borderline. I don't know anything. But, you know, it's like one of those things where it's very interesting. Also, chat, I have to say this now because like that's the weirdest comment. You said, I hope you don't dislike a follower who's a Jew like me. I don't know why you would say that out loud on my chat. Like, is there anti-Semitism in my chat right now? Obviously, we don't care if you're a Jew. You're basically my cousin anyways. We're all from the same place. Like, relax. But also, why you write that in my chat? Now it makes it sound like we're anti-Semitic. Like, why would you write that in my chat? You know, no, you're fine. What? Everyone is welcome. I don't even believe in gender. You think I believe in race? Like, everybody's just what they are, guys. I don't care. But also, I get it. But like, there is anti-Semitism all over the internet. But no, I don't give a fuck where you're from, bro.
know more than you do about everything. Like I know everything about everything. I know more about Moses than anybody. Like I know more about your family than anybody. I know more about his
My
family than
family?
every. Yeah, I know about.
I don't know anything about my family.
Exactly.
How do you know anything about my family? My
Exactly.
parents don't even know anything about themselves.
Mm-hmm.
What is
my parents don't even know anything about themselves. See, Ethan's right. Ethan is right. Trisha's being like, I know stuff. And it's like, what? What do you know? Now, see, if somebody's like, I know stuff about your family, I was like, bro, the lore is wild. See, Ethan being shocked that she knows anything is kind of weird because I feel like in my family, I'm like, oh, damn, you know the lore? The lore is wild. I'm surprised Ethan is acting like there's no lore in his family, but every family got lore. But then he's like wondering, what does Trisha know? What do you mean what she knows? She probably knows the stuff that, you know, she probably also makes it like a huge deal that she knows. Is Ethan an only child? Fun fact, he is not an only child. Because he kind of acts like one, right? But he is not an only child. His brother is actually autistic, fun fact. Neurodivergent King over there.
What is happening? Why did you turn this into some weird veiled threat?
It's not a threat.
You're like, I know the truth.
But you know what? That's why I feel like I actually do like feel love for you because I feel sorry for you. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. And now
Yes, thank you, chat. Thank you. Don't forget to like the stream. Guys, 97 likes and 260 of you are here. Let's go, guys. Like the stream.
I feel more like
What?
compassion for you.
So why do you feel sorry for me?
I just get it.
What?
Oh my God. She's just making shit up to like try to sound tough.
I get it.
She grates, bro. She grates at you, bro. She's like, I get it. No, I get it.
Same.
We have very similar like upbringings. Like I get it.
Oh, about my family? I've talked about them all the
Yeah,
time.
but I just get it.
What about how my parents like
Oh my
were
God.
not involved at all in my life?
If we're gonna have Rosh Hashanah, we shouldn't talk about this episode. Next
I talk about
episode.
this all the time
Oh,
on the
okay.
podcast. It's not a
Okay.
big secret. That's what you're referring to?
No, I don't. Whatever.
What does Moses know about me and my parents'
Doesn't
relationship?
matter.
My God.
You said some weird shit, dude. Now let's fucking get it out in the open.
I love your family. I can't wait to meet them. I literally can't wait.
You still want to fuck my dad?
Oh,
No, I have
Okay,
a
good.
boyfriend.
All right.
But I definitely want to try your mom's
So-
cooking.
She's a horrible chef, but I'm pretty good. My sister's good.
Cool.
We'll probably just order out.
Love that.
So what's the tea you have?
It's
You said you had tea.
yeah, because of you. Actually, my first thought, the real first initial reason I got the security, which is why I blame Moses. So literally, our first like breakup, which is like we weren't like officially dating, but like the first time we took like a break for 2 weeks or whatever from talking was the day before my birthday, and literally the next day, an Israeli man shows up to my house with a gun. And okay, I didn't know at first. First, he shows up. Oh God, I shouldn't say this. He's basically this is it. He's your fan, sees me on the H3 podcast because my friend was there because it was my birthday. So I had my gate open so people could have like deliveries come through and stuff because I knew I was gonna get flowers and shit. So I was like, let me just have this open. And this is like 12 hours after I told Moses to never talk to me again, sort of thing. All of a sudden, an Israeli shows up. Like I see him through my camera and I was like, what the fuck? But I didn't know he was Israeli at the time. comes back. My friend now, my best friend is there like delivering something, but also during COVID, so he's like standing back, and the guy comes up again. Like the guy was at my door an hour later, comes back again, and my friend was like, you know, like who are you? And blah blah.
I'm sorry. Wait a second. I'm reading your chat, and chat's talking about how Dr. Drew like diagnosed her with BPD. Dr. Drew is the doctor. He's like a regular fucking doctor. I thought he was like at least a therapist or something. He's not even a psychiatrist. I just did a quick Google search. Pourquoi? Like, that's not a diagnosis. Like, is she even, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's even funnier. Not that like diagnoses are perfect or anything. Why did I think Dr. Drew was like at least a therapist or something? I don't know. I just did a Google search. Maybe I'm wrong. But he's like a general practitioner. He's just a regular old fucking doctor, which we love. But what? And I guess he did addiction addiction, something with addiction. What? And apparently he's still board certified and has a practice currently in Huntington Beach. I don't know if that's true. I just super Googled. What? Okay, that's even funnier now.
And he's like, oh, and he's like, how did you know? Like, I just need to talk to Trisha. Like, I'm in love with her. She needs love. Like, she's gonna die soon. Like, I need to give her love. Like,
why do you have a gun?
Okay, okay. So then I guess he said, so basically Cedric got like his name and number because he was like, what the hell? Like, this is weird. So he got his name and number. He talked to him for a minute, whatever. And then he kept calling my friend and was like, what's happening? What's happening? He goes, I saw her on The Bachelorette. Like, I need to love her. Because
Yo, that Dr. Drew episode's going to be even weirder now. When we rewatch it, we're going to rewatch it, remembering he's just a normal doctor who's like, turn your head and cough. What?
He's about, yeah, exactly.
For real?
Yes. He's like H3, like I know them and all this stuff. And then he's like, then he said he was like Israeli, and I was like, oh my god,
What?
like Moses like sent this like hitman or something.
Oh my god,
and you
Trisha.
guys also hated me, so all of a sudden it's an Israeli.
By the way, just so you know, he's not my fan. The people that watch our show hate me.
Well, he watches the show, so anyways, so he's like, I know H3, like he said it like that, like as if it was a person, and he's like, I'm Israeli, and I was in the Israeli. He's the same age because I looked him up. He left his real name and number, which was very weird. But anyways, so he's like, he was the same age as like Moses in the military. I was like, oh, this is weird. So I really did think Moses like was trying to set me up to like die.
Oh
Like,
my
I thought he like
God.
hired a hitman or whatever.
Is this paranoia from drug use, maybe?
And then like, because you always hear that, like you like tell someone never talk to you again, and then they like kill you the next day. So then I was like, oh shit. So then anyways, he left. But then my friend like ordered a pizza to my house. Like my actual friend was like, I got you Domino's. I didn't know what to get you. So I had to
Somebody said, did somebody in chat say she's on Xanax or something for this episode? And that's why, like, what is this paranoia story?
delivery guy come in through the big gate. The guy like runs in. He has like a
Oh,
gun.
really? The fuck?
Yeah. Anyway, so please come. This is the fucking crazy thing. Arrest him, right? I guess
What?
fix him. I don't know the word.
Wait, hold on. He ran in with a gun.
I like closed the door. I call. This was
Yeah.
the second. I call 911. I call 911. This is like the middle of the day. I call
You
911.
closed, locked the door.
Whoa.
What, did you get the pizza?
No, I didn't get the
Okay.
pizza.
The real
Oh, he was out there with
question.
the pizza guy?
I don't know because literally I didn't look at the events. I don't know like what happened, but like I guess I don't know what happened with them.
Okay.
Obviously, they both at some point left, but
Yeah, good point. Chat says, I think the paranoia is just from people coming to her and she has a stalker. That's a good point. She probably just has normal paranoia that all content creators have. I have it too. I have it because, you know, once you deal with one stalker on the internet, it's like, okay, now, you know, especially since mine like touched my real life, it's like, okay, let's just everybody relax. So yeah, I think we all have a paranoia of it happening and not, you know, and you want to see it before it, you know, gets bad, you know? So, okay, I get it.
he came back a week later, and this is when Moses and I reconnected because he came back a week later, jumped the fence. Oh, so I had the security 24 hours for a week. The guy comes back. Well, he came back that night at 2. So Shane and Rylan came over to celebrate my birthday on May 8th. And then right when they left at like 1:30 a.m., this guy comes back. Now, at this point, I had the security there because I was able to get them really quick. But it was so expensive, so I had it for a week. The first day I don't have security, the guy comes back, jumps my fence, tries to get in through the fucking thing. It was so insane. And the messages he kept sending to my friend was, I'm Israeli. I was in the military. I know H3. Like, it was all of that. And I was just thinking, like, I'm being set up to be killed, and it's because of you and Moses
Oh my God.
and Elam.
Yeah, we did that.
Well, that paranoia. See, what's that paranoia? It's one thing to be paranoid over stalkers, but why would you be paranoid that H3s try to kill you? Where does that come from? That's too much. You know, it's one thing to be afraid of stalkers, but like YouTubers? Because they're Israeli? Like, what is this?
What happened with him? Was he arrested? Did he go away?
Yeah,
What
but here's,
happened?
I don't even know if I should say this, but this is why I have fucking, now I have 2 security because when one takes a bathroom break, I gotta have like another one on guard. You know what I mean? But,
You have a small army at your apartment.
Literally. And
One
now
for Hannah, one for the stalker.
and Moses was also in the military. and
Moses.
he's, you know, just, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. What? No. Oh, is security for him, or he is the
Well,
security?
you did before.
He used to work security, which is another like benefit of being.
So what happened to the stalker?
So they literally booked them, arrested them, all that stuff like that. They can't hold them because of COVID. This was during May. Like they literally, like, you can like, yeah, you can try and kill someone, but like, we'll let them go. Cause he came back at 2 a.m.
Oh,
So what about him now? Is he still coming to your house?
Well, then, like, I guess after the week he came back, the private detective, like, called him, I guess, because he gave the name and number. I was like, hey, leave Trisha alone. He's like, oh, I'm so sorry. And I guess he got scared and called the detective back. I was like, oh, I sent her some gifts. Like, I don't want to get
What?
arrested. Because he had a kid with him. Oh, my God.
Oh my God, what?
That's
I
horrific.
don't know. Anyways,
Oh,
but
that's so sad.
it
What
was-
the fuck?
I had, like,
That
crazy.
poor kid.
I've had, like, actual, I know people are like, oh, my
I
God,
wonder
you're paranoid,
if
but.
do all people who do porn get like crazy stalkers? I wonder.
So I think that's it because I never used to get like ever this, and I think because I started doing like OnlyFans, because even after like the Adam 22 like collab and Lena, like I got really weird people in my house. And that's just actually another reason. Me and Moses, the time we broke up and got back together was because I was in crisis. Because the second time we got back together was like in July. And my security was like, hey, there's like people like casing your house, but we didn't like definitely wasn't fans of mine. And
What?
and then that time too. Oh well, I don't know if I should say all this, but I mean at this point, like the person got into my house like when I was taking a shower.
what?
Ew. What? Wait,
Yeah.
the crazy
Oh my
guy
God.
that's been stalking you with his kid
Mhm.
got in your house?
Mhm. I think
Ugh,
because I didn't see, I saw,
that's crazy.
I thought I was like hallucinating. Yeah, it's
That's so disturbing.
Yeah.
That's so
So
disturbing.
anyway.
Ugh.
I'm sorry.
No,
Well,
yeah.
That's
Ugh.
it's because of
terrible.
you. That
That's
was
scary.
yeah. So.
Well, I don't accept responsibility. If you're gonna blame me.
I'm gonna blame you and blaming all of Israel.
But why don't you move? You got to move to a more secure
Yeah, well,
spot.
that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a joke. I blame all of Israel. I get it. I can pick up on the humor.
This is gonna get a baller ass house because you're pretty rich.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the houses we like having like there's like water slides, like they're freaking.
Oh, you already been looking at places? You have a
Yeah.
good idea of what you want?
Yeah, we know like exactly where to go and stuff like that. But it's
Is
more
there a
just-
specific house already?
No,
or
not
just an
a
area?
specific house, but definitely the area.
Are you gonna get? You should go gated.
Gated for sure, but double
Gated?
gate, like double gates inside of the gated. Like I don't just want like a house you can walk
Yeah,
up to.
the
like-
gated is awesome. I love the gated.
Yeah, my dad lives in a gated, and I like grew up in a gated with him, so this gets better. So
Um,
we didn't even talk about you. We can't wrap it up. We didn't even talk about you.
Well, we
and
gotta
your
keep-
family issues and your relationship issues.
I think we have to.
Is Hila pregnant?
What? No, we're trying though.
I feel like she is, and you guys just don't.
No,
tell.
she's not. I would
Really?
say. Yeah, so I would tell you
She's
immediately.
like so happy recently. Like in the podcast, she's like smiling at you and laughing and giggling. And I'm like,
Is it possible we just have a good marriage and we're when that
you
works?
didn't say I love you when she left or kissed her. You're
What?
just like, bye.
Dude, we've been married. Dude, we've been together for like God knows, like almost. Let's see. We got
But also, it's like public. Like in a public setting, not everyone's like, some people are private. They don't want to be like kissing each other in public. I don't think I've ever seen my parents kiss each other in public once. Like kissing in public is pretty intimate, you know?
married in 2012. So it's been 8 years of marriage, and we were together for 5 years. Before we've been together for 12 years.
And you can't say I love you. When
I
she
tell
leaves.
I love you all the time.
You didn't say it when she left. And what if
So-
something happens to her and you never said I love you? Or what if something happens
Trust
to
me,
you?
she knows.
Does she?
I like how Trisha made a point to remember that. That's kind of interesting.
Yes.
You guys, it's so funny because I was awkward when I came here, but you guys are like hella awkward too. So it just makes everything.
They're literally soulmates. I will say this right now. Ethan and Hila are literally high compatibility partners. It is so obvious. If they ever got divorced, I would literally be shook to my core. Like they're obviously so high. It's obviously possible, but they're so high compatibility. They're so well suited for one another.
Awkward.
This is her being doubtful because in the same way that people ask me, like, don't you think you'll get bored in your healthy relationship? Like, you need to relax. Like, regardless of how we think of Ethan and Hila's politics, as a couple, they are literally like obviously made for each other.
Like you guys aren't like lovey-dovey all over each other.
I don't know what you expect.
I was just expecting like
Just to me to be like caressing her all the time.
Mhm.
Well,
normally me
We
and
do
Moses
that.
would be like even in public we're always all over each other, but this was different.
New love.
No, it's just
Let's keep it to an hour. Hour's good because you don't want to give them too much, just enough to keep them interested. What do you want to talk about next time? You want to talk about me?
You.
Yeah.
and all your
The
problems.
topic of this episode was really just you and Moses, which I think we really fleshed out. It was a great. I think we covered a lot of ground. It
Yeah,
was
I think
fantastic.
we're done talking about that because you just
Yeah.
now we just go home and I have to like punch him again. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
No, I think we did a really good job.
Domestic abuse isn't funny.
No, I agree, and Moses would not stand for that.
Yeah.
And you guys are still together, so I'm not trying to say.
okay, but didn't Moses literally put a picture out and blame Trisha as a domestic violence? That's what I'm saying. Did you guys just tussle for the phone and you're like toxic, or did you actually like? Isn't Moses the one who put out the picture saying like she beat me? Or is it now a joke? I can't. You know what it feels like? It feels like they normalize things in their relationship, but then they use it against each other when it comes to it. I'm just confused because the way they're telling their story now, this doesn't sound like domestic violence. It just sounds like a toxic relationship where two people have very little boundaries. So I'm very confused.
domestic abuse. You guys fucked afterwards.
No, during because then he still was pissed and I still was like, oh, one final. Okay, whatever. I talked to him about.
Give me your final thought.
I was just saying, you know what's super impressive about Moses that day? I threw his keys over my gate, you know, like the really tall gate, like what, an 8-foot gate.
Jesus Christ.
He just hopped over it.
Really?
I was like, whoa, who is that? Like I was expecting him to like whatever, but he hopped over it. And then I tried to stand behind his car and he almost ran me over, but my legs looked really skinny in his rear view. I don't have that picture anymore.
At least she looks skinny, y'all. See, that kind of shit is funny because you're like, what? Are you even being serious right now? But also, this is why people think toxic relationships are so much fun. They're dopamine seeking like relationships where it's like, isn't this kind of like fun? And I'm like, no. Okay. But,
Anymore.
you know,
What? You're
Yeah.
so crazy.
Because then he got in the
skinny
car.
legend.
I hope, Trisha,
Okay, I love you.
in closing,
Moses, not you.
it sounds like you said it.
I
to me.
know, I was looking at you.
Can I just say in closing, Trisha, he's my brother-in-law and I wish him well. So I just want to say all this crazy with the throwing the keys in the sand. You gotta tone it down.
Mhm.
You're gonna buy a house with him. You talk
Yeah.
about serious stuff.
Well, it's over because
Gotta
that was before
tone
we were
it down,
dating. He wasn't
please.
making it like official, so I was like paranoid. I was like, what? And then so now we're official. We're good. We're solid. Everything's great.
And no DMing me shit about him flirting with underage girls.
I didn't say he was flirting with underage.
You
I was
literally
separate-
said that.
I said he was
You
talking to
literally
them.
no, you literally said that.
Oh my god! No,
But
I
he
didn't.
does. He's not, and he
Are you
never
gonna come
did.
to our wedding in LA or Israel or Maui? We have 3.
I'll come to
Wow.
all 3 of them.
Really?
Sure,
He
why
said you
not?
guys wouldn't come. You said he's like my family is not going to come to Maui. I'm like, so it's just gonna be my family. He's like, yeah, and I'll have the ocean.
I'll come to
behind me. I was
Maui.
like, okay. Really?
You don't think I'd come to Maui? Why?
No, I meant from Israel.
Yeah, they
No,
won't come.
you said Ethan and Ela would not come to Maui.
No, I said we'll have 3.
But-
One in Maui for us.
Yes,
In LA for everyone in LA.
but my family's coming to Maui, and you said Ethan and Ela won't travel.
With a baby now, no.
See?
You can't leave now.
We'll leave the baby with my parents. Well, you guys aren't getting married tomorrow.
Yeah, probably. I mean, soon.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I'll go to one of them.
No, come to all 3. I would love if you came to all 3.
I don't want to go to. I probably
Wow.
won't go to Israel.
We might buy a place in Israel.
God,
I want
tone
to
it down. Just slow down.
Hmm?
Slow down.
Or Hulan. I want to.
One house at a time.
Shout out Hulan, Israel.
Hulan.
Yeah.
What the fuck is Hulan? Oh, Holon. You didn't even get close to saying it right.
Oh my God.
I was like, Hulan. Moses and Ela are born in a city called
Hulan.
Holon.
Hulan.
No, not Hulan. Sounds like Mulan.
Yeah, it
Well,
does
stop.
sound like
Right.
Mulan.
I lived in Holon.
Hulan.
Holon. Holon. All right, let's wrap.
She sounds like me trying to speak Croatian.
Wrap it up.
Oni have it.
Stop.
Whoa.
Oh, Ani Rosa Zain.
Oh my God.
Babakasha.
Wait, did you just say you like his dick?
I want his dick. Yeah.
Gross.
Okay, I am not learning those things. I did learn fuck off, fuck you in Croatian yesterday. I didn't learn it because I couldn't tell you what it is. No. I will learn though, and I will get it down. Okay.
Oh, I know, like lay, hack, pot, like lick my pussy, right?
Ew. And you just touched your crotch. I could see that's gross.
Anyways.
All right,
Okay.
let's wrap it up.
Oh
This
Lord.
is the first episode of
That was
Frenemies.
a
I think
lot.
we lived up to the expectation. We've resolved.
What a name.
I think it summarizes the relationship well.
Yeah, we're friends now.
Well, that's not the name of the show. It's not Friends. It's Frenemies.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's me and Dan. We're in front of me. That's why I said I can't believe he's here. Is he on camera or talking, or can you hear him through this one? No. That's just H3 exclusively for you guys. You guys can keep Dan.
So anyway, that's for episode 1. We'll be back next. We film on Monday and we post on Tuesday. So we'll see you guys next Tuesday. We'll talk about something new. Well, there'll be a new topic for us to explore, right?
Yeah, not about me anymore. This is not going to be you. I can't wait to like
Okay.
ask
You want
questions.
to bring a topic?
Yeah, but I feel like we should also talk about topics.
Yeah.
Not like a podcast. Like,
No, we could. We should. Totally. We had to get this out of the way
Okay.
because everybody was wondering what the hell's going on.
Maybe we'll talk about TikTok next time.
Sure.
That's exciting. Tune in for that. Keemstar.
We could talk about Keemstar. Whatever you want.
Love you. Watch Drama Alert. Should we shout it out? Promo?
Drama Alert?
Yeah. What up?
You want to give a shout out to Drama Alert?
Nothing but love.
Yeah.
We're all peace and positive here.
Yeah,
Wow.
Keemstar's the best. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you next week. All right.
Wow. Okay, we did really good. Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and watch episode 2. Okay, and guys, 300 of you are here and only 128 likes. Let's go. Like the stream, send your super chats, become members. I will be right back in about 5 minutes. Okay, I don't know if that was 5 minutes or not, but I'm back. Chat said something that I actually want to answer. Chat says, I know this could be very parasocial, but does Ethan give off the vibe that he always feels like he's the smartest guy in the room? I always feel like he's looking down at Trish. I actually think Ethan, regardless of who he's with, he does always think he's, I don't want to say right. Like, that's not the right verbiage, but I think he thinks he's the most sane and grounded, which is why it's so interesting to see the way he went after Hassan and everything. Because I think Ethan prides himself, which, by the way, is not very abnormal in a lot of streamer worlds. Like, think about the guys who always think they're the ones who are grounded, even if they're like screaming on the top of their lungs. That's Ethan. Ethan fits in perfect in that community of boys where they literally think they're the ones who are the most grounded and everybody else is crazy. Everybody else is BPD. Everybody is cluster B. Hassan's the radical commie tanky. Everybody else is the radical one but them. And I think it comes from centrist politics. Centrists think they're the most grounded. That's why I am annoyed with them. Because they like to think of themselves as the most grounded. They think, oh, well, I'm not extreme to be a hardcore leftist. I'm not extreme in this way. I'm not extreme in this way. I'm like the one who's the most reasonable and rational. You're not. You're the one who's the least well-read. That's my little jab for today. Okay, let's go on to episode 2.
Hey, guys.
No, chat says, doesn't everyone, even everyone in this chat, you, etc., confidence, I think? No. I just made a whole series talking about how wrong I was. When has Ethan ever done that? When do most streamers in this thing ever do that? Admitting you're wrong and making a whole series about, oh my God, how wrong you were is not very common. There's a difference between being confident and always, for the last 10 years of being on the internet, convinced you're right in every scenario, right in every single Fallout. Like, Ethan thinks he's literally right in every single Fallout. That's crazy. Like, that's just like the narrative in certain places, like where they're always the one who never missed the mark. Like, really, dude, you never missed the mark once? Like, you never made a mistake? Like, and he'll say he made a mistake, but it's not in the same way. It's not in the same way. It's not. It's not what I'm talking about. Like, he doesn't trust Trisha, but I wouldn't trust Ethan. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't trust either of these people genuinely. Like, Ethan cannot be trusted. Like, he'll share your text messages and burn the bridge. The fact that he made a Hassan comment during the LA fires is crazy. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's not grounded, but he thinks he's the most grounded. That's kind of crazy. Okay, episode 2, Trisha's obsession with Jewish people. So much about making it about Ethan. Trisha's obsession with Jewish people. Let's go.
Welcome to Frenemies, episode number 2. If you're seeing this intro, it means our original one got cut because it was way too graphic.
It was way too graphic right away.
But hopefully that one's still in. But if not, it was super funny and y'all missed out big time.
Y'all missed out. So instead, we'll just talk about what?
No, we were just talking about drugs, like right off the bat.
You don't say
well,
that
I can
word
say
right
drugs.
off the
I
bat,
just
no.
don't give explicit explanation.
We were just talking about, we should just talk about food or something because that's like more exciting.
Hey, what did you eat this weekend?
You started the last podcast off with what I ate
What'd
for
you eat,
breakfast.
fatty?
We said that last podcast.
Oh, yeah,
You're like,
because
you're like, what do you
that's
have for
true.
breakfast? 10 Egg McMuffins?
That's true. I did say that. What'd you have for breakfast?
Actually, great point. Chad says, I think Ethan is essentially a debate lord, and he takes a lot of being right and humiliating people. And can I be honest with you? I won't lie that a part of the reason I enjoyed Ethan's humor was because the way he'd go in on people was so satisfying until I realized, like, oh, this might be misplaced. You know, like, this might be a misplaced way you go in on people. And that's what got Ethan in major trouble, but he never knew why. Like, I don't think Ethan ever learned why the way he goes in on people, though can be very, very funny, often crosses the line. And I think that's the change I'd love to see in Ethan is like, do you know why you know, everyone's crossing the line in different ways. All of us cross the line in different ways because the line is arbitrary and it's based off of the bubble and how it's being processed, right? But yeah, I don't think eventually Ethan's jabs at people started to feel mean, like really mean. And I was like, oh, it's not funny anymore because the person who's experiencing the jab they're getting their feelings hurt. And now it's not funny. Like, being made fun of is not fun, you know? So I think Ethan forgot while he was making fun of people to recognize, like, not everyone's in on the joke with him. And if they're not in on the joke with him, then he's meaning to be mean. And that might feel good if it's somebody you disagree with. But also, it's one of those things, you know, it's just hard. Like, it's hard to know the line between someone's in on the joke with me and somebody isn't in on the joke. Because if they're not in on the joke, then it's just mean. But they don't, like, that's the problem, is there needs to be a communication that is like, hey, this is actually really mean. I would appreciate if you didn't joke about this. It's like, oh, my bad, dude. I didn't realize, like, oh, like, my bad. Like, I didn't realize this wasn't your sense of humor. I just won't joke with you that way. And it's like, okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's like, yeah, for sure. You know, versus saying like, you can't joke with anyone this way, or saying, you know, I don't know, just Ethan has this, I don't think Ethan's really internalizing or deconstructing maybe why the difference between when someone's in on the joke and when someone isn't.
I don't eat. I'm telling you, I'm not eating right now.
Well, okay,
I
let's
eat on the
say,
weekends and not during the week.
have you lost weight?
Not really. And Moses knows I
Yeah.
skip dinner. I've been skipping dinner.
Dude,
like every
I
night.
seen you and Moses have been eating some absolute trash, bro. Don't even act like you don't eat. You guys are eating
No, I
shit.
have in the past week. I really haven't eaten any dinner. You can ask him. I don't eat dinner, and it's been really awful. And I feel like I still haven't lost any weight because I have a shoot. I have a music.
You guys should not be skipping dinner. You should just not be eating out. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, don't eat processed foods, don't eat fast food, but like, you'll lose weight naturally eating tons of really delicious food. But also, like, you shouldn't be skipping dinner. If you have to skip a meal, I'm sorry, like intermittent fasting, I don't know. I hear very conflicting data points on it. Look for the science, look for the data. But starving yourself, do you know what I mean? Like, we don't need to be starving ourselves.
video shoot. COVID safe. I have a music
Who
video.
cares
shoot
if you're
Wednesday.
fat in your music video?
No, because I'm in like lingerie and stuff.
Well, you're fat. Just
No,
embrace
I'm
it.
not. First of all, I'm not fat. I just have like a little bit. First of all, I'm the top 0.1% on my only whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Just embrace what it is
I'm
you
not
are.
fat. I don't have trouble breathing. Can you bend down and tie your shoes?
Yeah. Can
Let me
you?
see.
Okay, I have trouble breathing.
Prove it right now.
Can you?
You prove it
You
right
can't,
now.
can you?
No, prove it. I'll do it if you do it. Bend down. No, bend down. Oh, did you hear? Pick up that audio. It was hard for you. You did the.
Oh, I
You did
did
the.
it. I did-
Because I had that.
Well, I don't want everyone to see all your shit. Yeah. Okay. So what are we talking about? Good. You can lean down. You can tie your shoes. Congratulations.
Can you see your penis over your belly in the shower? Can we talk about that? I
Yeah.
don't know,
Yes. Yes, I can. If I lean.
Looking straight down, can you see it?
Let me think. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I just probably.
And
I mean-
how big is it? Be
It's
honest.
fine. It's fine.
Less than 5.
No.
4.
No. It's bigger than 4
5
and
and a half.
5.
Do you measure?
I have when I was younger. I haven't measured it recently.
How many people have you had sex with in your life?
10.
Actually?
Yeah. How about you? Up 10 billion?
I mean, no, I have a lot. I can't even know. I don't even know. I'd never have counted, but that's exciting. I'm happy for you. I literally thought you were like a virgin when you met you.
I have a kid.
Popped a Xanax before this one, so I feel like I'll be better this episode. I was a
Uh-oh.
little.
You did?
I did.
You were
Just a
too
horny
stressed?
fan.
How much do you
Mhm.
take? Like a full Xanny bar, or?
I'll take. Wait, what's a Xanny bar?
Oh, you don't. Oh, okay. Well, let's just get right into it.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
it's like you don't know what a Xanny bar is? That was like when I was in college, the super popular.
Oh,
It's
I'm
like
new-
a full bar.
I'm new to Xans. Only the past few years.
Oh,
Has it been a fast few years?
yes. I was like, that's not new, bro.
That's not new.
Well, I'm not like high school Xanax person. I was like clean in high school, but
No, I don't take Xanax. But how long do you? Or I mean,
Yeah.
it helps you.
yeah, I took one like halfway through Rosh Hashanah dinner, and Moses was like, "Don't do
You
it."
took one. You were so stressed at my house. You took it. I gotta warn you, those are really dangerous. I just gotta tell you. I
Yeah,
don't know
I
if you
had an
know.
overdose on February 5th of 2019. That's when I went
God.
to the mental hospital. They thought I was trying
On
to kill myself.
Xanax?
I just well, I was
Don't you
also
just
drinking.
fall asleep? Oh, that's why. See,
And the whole bottle. Like I took like a whole bottle of Xanax.
Why?
They pumped my stomach. It was yeah.
wait, were you trying to kill
No,
yourself?
but they thought I was, so I got 5150.
Well, why would you
Anyway.
take a whole bottle then?
We didn't do an intro, but I was just depressed. I just got broken up with literally that day, and I was just like, I need to like cope with it because I was supposed to go to a party that
You
day.
sure you weren't trying to kill yourself? Because that sounds like
God.
attempted suicide.
I wasn't. I swear. I really am not suicidal. I'm like way too like narcissistic for that. I think,
Hmm.
but I'm not.
Yeah,
Anyways.
for me, Xanax just makes me sleepy. It doesn't really do anything for me.
I definitely.
I've tried it for my anxiety, and I just go fall
Take a
asleep.
half
every
of one
time.
or Ativan.
It's the same thing, yeah.
Valium. Valium's a little stronger.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Welcome everybody. That's it. We're making it through Frenemies with the help of Xanax and Benzo.
I don't usually take one, FYI, for the record. When I first earlier this year I was, and now I just took I just took a one because every time I come here it's very awkward and uncomfortable.
It's not.
It's
Oh,
so
Lord.
uncomfortable. Friday was so uncomfortable. Last Monday was uncomfortable. Everything's uncomfortable.
Do you have anxiety problems?
No, not at all.
So why do you take Xanax for 2 years?
That's more like just. I think is it anxiety? It's more. I'm not
Yeah, it's for
anxiety.
anxiety.
I think I'm more just like in my own head.
Hmm.
Sounds like anxiety.
So like when I'm around like people, I'm just like, oh,
I have like a mid-level anxiety, not casual, not extreme. Recently assessed.
this is awful.
You're always like, this is awful.
Always.
Are you feeling that right now?
No, because I took a Xanax. So like,
It is sped up. The video is sped up 1.2, guys. Just FYI, it is sped up 1.2.
Okay, good.
that's why we were chatty before, but you didn't want to chat with me. I was talking to Ethan. He's like, just talk about the podcast. I'm like, why can't we just talk right now as friends?
Dude, we did. We talked. Everything.
No.
Okay, let's pull it together.
Vietnam,
Vietnam.
communist country. Didn't know that.
What? What are you talking about?
It's a communist country.
Well, like what? Well,
No, right now, currently, it's a communist country. They all have to just go by what the rules are. There's no democracy.
what?
Fact check.
That's not true, Dan. Current day Vietnam is not a communist country.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is?
The girls
What
did
are
my
we
nails told
talking
me.
about?
What are we talking
Learned
about?
that from your nail people?
Yeah.
Hang on. All right.
Anyways, we can go to
Here-
the next one. Next topic.
Here's the thing that I want to talk about.
Okay.
Oh my
Came over to
god.
my house
Mm-hmm.
on Friday to celebrate the Jewish New Year with my family.
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting basically. It wasn't what I expected, and I'll tell you. You were very calm. You were not like I was expecting you to like kick down the door and be the center of attention and shit.
No,
But you were very chill and fine.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I found funny
Oh.
was that you showed up in like an IDF uniform and a beret and shit. Like you know that we don't dress like that.
Yeah, because you're the American Jews. I was representing the Israeli Jews that were present.
There was 2 Israelis there. Neither of them were in IDF uniform.
They were, though, at one point. So I was representing us. I was like on their side. I was the Israeli Hawkman side, and you were representing American.
You know, it's a part of me is like, Trisha, do you have autism? Like, what is the social read here? Like, what is the social read? Do you know what I mean? Like, what is the social situation where this makes sense? You know what I mean? I don't know what's happening.
Client side. So I was trying to, show up. Moses thought I looked cute, by the way. He said I looked very good.
She's
And
out
that
of his
helped.
fucking mind. You can't walk around and okay. What did you think of my family? I have what I want to get into later is that Trisha has been making really obscene, borderline. I don't want to say anti-Semitic because you love Jews.
Wait, what? Me?
I said I'm not going to say
I
anti-Semitic.
love Jews. We always
But-
talk about this.
Yeah, but it goes to a point of like fetishizing them.
True, yeah.
So
Oh,
I
God.
don't know if that's anti-Semitic or.
Why can't people fetishize? I'm sure people fetishize you.
Oh.
Well, you can fetishize a person, but not like a group of people.
What? No, like chubby people are fetishized. Like I'm fetishized because I eat.
Yeah, but it's bad. Like, that's the thing. People don't understand. Like, fetishizing people, bad. Having a fetish, questionable. Honestly, I really do think like actual people who have fetishes need to go to therapy. People who have kinks are casual. Like, I don't know. It depends on what bubble uses the word fetish. Caveat. I don't use the word fetish. I've never had a fetish because fetish for me means like you need this thing to complete, which makes it sound like a disorder because that makes no sense. Like, what are you doing? But yeah, like to have like the word fetish is it's very typical for older millennials to think kinking and fetishing people is hot. Like, oh my God, I love Asian girls. Oh, I love chubby girls. I love my big, beautiful woman, like BBW. Like, I do think millennial culture was very fetishizing to a lot of people. Like, oh, like black guys are so strong and masculine. Like all these like very specific things we do not say anymore. Like, it's very gross. Oh, I want mixed babies. I want light brown babies. Like, all this bullshit millennials would say coming up. Very normalized, I think, even in regular television, to be honest, TV shows. But that's why I'm saying, why are we saying it in 2025? But then I wonder if like other bubbles, obviously everybody moves at their own pace. But yeah, I think it was actually stupidly common. And I think Trisha was a part of probably those bubbles more heavily. I mean, I doubt Trisha's bubbles were deconstructing, fetishizing groups, like in that sense,
Eat. That's a fetish. Like you can fetishize.
Well, we
people.
can discuss this later because you've been obsessed on TikTok, and I'm going to pull them up. And we're going to watch them,
Trisha.
and I want to show you guys the outfit she rolled up into my house to my family in. But other than that, how was your experience? What did you think of my family?
Oh gosh.
You were disappointed. It was really because you were expecting like the.
damn it. You know what, chat? Chat says, I am just eating popcorn at this point. Bro, I should have made popcorn. We buy popcorn kernels. We pop our own popcorn so we can season it and everything. I should have made popcorn for this. What a missed opportunity.
Fish and and all the crazy and the pomegranate and the apple and the is that the one where you blow the goat horn?
The shoehorn.
Yeah.
I thought there was I just was really hungry. So we ate
food was
pizza
bad.
after. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I just assumed your family would be good. Like
no, they suck.
my family's good at cooking. This is why I'm really
What?
mad. So I thought, we're gonna have a feast. We're gonna have potatoes and
Ethan's family was bad at cooking?
carbs, and there was no carbs. It was all chicken.
I'm
no carbs.
actually going to agree. I thought that meal was for my family. We usually have bad meals, but that one was legendarily bad.
Wow, interesting. Interesting.
Like if I knew, I would have just ordered food. And no offense to, I love my family.
It was
but-
beautiful though. No, like the setup was beautiful. The fact that like everyone was really, really nice. That's why I don't want to say that. Like honestly, they were super, super nice, and like it was great. I was just uncomfortable for so many reasons. Like we talked about. Like I know your dad like watches like porn and like favorites it on Twitter, so that's all I could think about because I was sitting right next to him. And Moses told me to cover my boobs too. He's like, don't show your boobs. So that's why I wore the t-shirt. I wore the Israeli t-shirt to not have my boobs out. So then I was like next to your dad, and I was thinking like, oh my god, he loves like naked tits on Twitter, and I like that's all I do on Twitter.
Okay, let me preface. My dad, I've warned my dad. I says, Dad, you know, like I've said, if you're gonna look at porn on Twitter, at least don't like it because people know who you are because he makes a point of commenting on all my posts. And then he's watching porn and liking porn on Twitter. It's like, dude, they can see your likes. Your likes are, and then also he follows porn stars.
Oh.
So I'm going through his followers, and I'm like, dude, you can't be following this shit. But he doesn't listen clearly.
Yeah, I think he's just like in his own world.
But he's watching this, and then he's like, "What do you have? I mean, what can I do?" And so, but
They bounced early. They were the first to leave. Like, okay, but peace. They like
They bounced early. Boob joke. Yeah, how do I feel about this? Obviously, as an adult worker, you would want people to follow you and like your stuff, and there's no shame in liking porn. It might feel weird if your dad is doing it from a brand perspective, but also it's how they like the porn. I think it's about how his dad is having the relationship. I think his dad was inappropriate with people, maybe. And that's why it made it weird, because it can't be weird to like or follow adult people. I mean, Trisha posts porn. What are people, you know what I mean? Like, that's why people follow Trisha. So it feels like weird to say like, oh, you're weird for following people. But I think it's more like from the brand perspective, it's probably weirder. But if he was being inappropriate, then that's, you know.
like left early. I guess I was here before us.
no, but this is my family. Like, this is what I'm trying to tell people.
I know. Ethan looked so sad. I kind of felt bad. You looked just sad.
Really?
You didn't look happy.
Probably just tired.
I felt bad. And I didn't say this to anybody else. I was just saying, that's why I asked you today how you're feeling, because I was just like, oh no, there's something wrong.
I think I was just tired.
I don't think so.
I think
Oh my
so.
God.
You were like awake. You
Yeah.
were like looking at Twitter and you were like awake.
Well,
Mhm.
well, you could be tired and awake, you know.
I wanted to stay longer, to be honest, but Moses,
No,
let's go.
I
wanted
we
to
just
like
started.
hang.
I mean, I agree. We both started hanging out and talking, but then everyone bounces. That's my family. They come, everything's half-assed. They don't do any of the religious shit, and then
Yeah.
as soon as it's done, they all just want to leave.
Yeah, like you guys don't play games together. Like I was ready for like some fun game nights or something. I actually
No.
was gonna bring like categories, or I had Heads Up on my phone, and I was like, we should play, and
That
was
would
like,
never
let's
happen.
go.
But hey, this is what it is. You know that
She just wants like a family. Like, it's like Trisha's looking for like a family, like you play board games with or Heads Up or whatever. Like, she's looking for a family, but that takes everyone's participation. And I think that's what Trisha thought she was marrying into. But I never kind of imagined Ethan's family that way. They feel very isolated as people. You know what I mean? Like, I think she's looking for like a family. She should have married into my family, because do we have some get-togethers, let me tell you. But now I don't even live in America, so I don't even go to them. My parents send me Marco Polos just being like, everyone's over. And then they'll like, my mom will move around the whole house showing me all my cousins and family, be like, we're having a barbecue. Wish you were here. And like, yeah, like you definitely want to go to those, but you got to have a family that has those. And then, yeah, we're playing video games, Smash. We play the Heads Up game, whatever, right? That's the one, the phone one where you go like this. It's like, yeah, so maybe that's what Trisha was hoping she would marry into.
that's
Whatever,
why.
whatever. Can like me and like Moses come over for a family night, like games?
Hmm. Maybe if we reach a couple more episodes. Because right now, I mean, people are really taking bets how long this is going to last, and I'm worried about you and Moses, because let me
Oh,
tell you why.
Why?
Let me pull this shit up.
Oh.
Because I don't know that you like him as a person. I think you just fetishize him.
I always ask him that too. I'm like, I wonder if I just like the idea of you.
You
because
say
you're, like,
that
new.
to him?
Yeah, like he's like, I don't know if it's like he's just different and new.
Well, it's kind of good that they're willing to have conversations that are that important and transparent, right? Like Ethan's like, you say that to him, but like it's important to have those conversations. Because yeah, you should probably figure that out. Ooh, wait until you see episode 2 of Ultimatum. Once YouTube approves this edit, hopefully tonight, definitely, I'm going to work on it. I'm not going to bed till they get it up, girls. But I'm telling you, there's some fetishization happening. I called it out. I could be wrong, but I'm feeling a little bit, I'm feeling a way about this season.
New and like a toy. So I'm like,
That's
oh,
what
this
it
is fun.
is. You're gonna.
I said that to him even after because of you guys, because you guys have been together like 10 years and you guys are just not affectionate. I'm like, oh my God, is that going to be us?
Dude, you guys weren't. Okay, stop.
No,
Let's
but
just
you guys
watch.
just look like you're just not into each other ever.
That's just so stupid.
No, we like to squeeze each other's butts and stuff, and I never once saw that with you. And I
Bro,
love both of
that's-
you.
This is the part of Trisha's personality that if I was a kind of woman that fought, I would have backhanded her. Do you know why? because she's undermining the marriage. I would stop being friends with somebody like this immediately. You are coming for my marriage. That's what that is. That's not her saying, how do you show affection in your marriage? That's her coming for their marriage. With peace and love, you better keep your mouth shut. Like, if you're going to come in with that kind of tone, because genuinely that feels like she's trying to say my relationship is better than your relationship. And I actually think you guys are unhappy because you don't show affection the way we show affection. Girl, why are you coming for my marriage? Like, that's what that sounds like to me.
You know what? This is propaganda, by the
Which is like projection, right? She wants to think her relationship is better.
way. Me and Ela are in an extremely loving relationship. You can't say that.
No, and then I worry. I'm like, oh my God, is that going to be us? Like, maybe it will be us in 10 years. Like, how often do you have sex with her?
Like once a week. Pretty good, I think.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
You're lying.
No, I'm not lying.
Just once a week.
That's pretty good when you've been married for as long as us.
This is what scares me. And this is why I think we'll like end up breaking up. Like, that's fucking terrifying.
Well,
Oh my God.
Some people have sex more and some people have sex less. I think
That's the problem, is like in toxic, silly adolescent relationships, you think like sex is the focus or going out on vacation is the focus. Like, what keeps a marriage alive is high compatibility, a loving relationship, and like really respecting the person you're with through their ups and downs. Not them being toxic to you, but having moments where maybe you don't have sex because someone's got cancer. Maybe you're not having sex because somebody's not in the mood, or maybe you're on antidepressants and you're not, all these things that are unique to a relationship over 40 years. Like, you know what I'm saying? Trisha, she sounds like one of those people that leave if their partners get sick, because like, what is she going to do if her partner gets sick? And this is her own trauma, her own issues. But this is what's so toxic about certain people's perspectives on relationships. Because I genuinely think I look at a relationship that's overly PDA and I question the stability of that relationship. Like, why are you trying to prove to everybody you're in love?
that's fine. Once a week is pretty good when you've been. I mean, I'm happy with that. I'm not upset about it. I think we're both happy with the amount of sex we're having.
Ela. She's a happy.
Trust me, I know. I don't know why you think. By the way, just because me and Ela aren't making out at our family dinner after being married for 10 years doesn't mean we're in a loveless relationship.
No, you don't have to make out, but you can just tell when someone's like biting.
Okay. Well, you're wrong. I mean, I don't.
No,
have to
I was
say.
right.
You can't
I
put
knew.
that out. Well, you're fetishizing her brother, and you're in a bullshit relationship.
I know. I don't know yet. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe I think I'm in love. I'm obsessed with him in so many levels.
Yeah, obsessed is not really the way to describe a healthy relationship. Okay, so let's.
And yes, we do have good point, chat. Good point that Trisha is a changed person at this point. She's different. When people hear changed person, they think like 100%. Nobody changes 100%, guys. But she's changed a lot, so maybe she'd revisit this and not feel this way. This is a very different Trisha. This is old, right? It was a few years old.
Let's watch this. So why are you doing all these Israeli-themed TikToks? What is this?
I'm big in Israel.
It's literally all you do. Why is that?
Because Israeli TikToks that are big that have.
Because Trisha is she's a trending girl. She does anything that's trending, anything to get famous. Remember that. That is Trisha's. That's what Trisha is known for. Being known. She's Kim Kardashian for YouTube. Okay? That's it. She has no real actual anything going on. The thing that she has going on is being known. There's nothing wrong with that. Somebody has to be the Kim Kardashian of YouTube, but that's Trisha. So she sees an opportunity to market herself Jewish or to Israel, she's going to do it, right? Versus most of us just wouldn't do it because we wouldn't think to do it. Like even me, like look at me now, like you see my content. It's like I've shifted some things, but I haven't it's not like I'm going to take one of my identities and make it my whole thing for a while. But Trisha does do that because it's trending and it's reasonable. Like if she got diagnosed with something more, oh my God, she would and I don't blame her. If I was running a different business, I would do the same thing. But this is how you know what kind of content creator you're watching. One is the other. It's not that they're good or bad. They're just different. Kim has businesses though. So does Trisha. Trisha's literally a multimillionaire. She's worth so much money. Like Trisha is literally rich. Do never forget that Trisha and Ethan are rich. They are not they are rich. Okay? Ethan's house was like $14 million. Trisha's house was like $11 million. Their house. A normal person's house is $500,000 to $200,000 to $1 million. Their homes are for rich people. So they might not be Kim Kardashian rich because she's an actual global celebrity, but or maybe not global, maybe statewide celebrity. I don't know how famous she is in other countries. But Trisha is rich, you know, unless she spends all her money. But like, there's no reason for Trisha not to be considered a celebrity on YouTube. Every bubble on YouTube knows who Trisha Paytas is, right?
Have like millions of followers, always post me.
So you're just trying to.
I'm big in Israel right now. I'm not kidding you. Like all these like Israeli celebrities hit me up and they're like,
Are you just trying to tap into that? That's it? Jew talk? Is that really what it's called? You said
Oh my
hashtag
God.
Jew
Jew
talk.
talk is real.
Okay, this was meant to be a daily vlog, but there are too much good stuff at the Glatt Market.
I was gonna do a day of my life, so I was showing everything that wasn't Jewish. So this was something else.
You did hashtag Jew talk, Israeli, Rosh Hashanah, fish head, and traditions.
Yeah, because this is like people don't know why you have a fish head at Rosh Hashanah and so forth.
Were you disappointed we didn't have a fish head?
I was so sad.
Yeah,
The
I could tell.
pomegranates.
She was like, wait, no fish head?
Yeah, that was really sad. Your family looked at me like I was crazy. No one knew Hebrew. I was ready to speak Hebrew with people. I was like so excited about it, and it just didn't happen.
So you did this one here. I love Jew talk is now your most common.
It's popular. I got free falafels here for wearing an Israel shirt. Shout out Falafel on Wheels.
Falafel.
So if you and Moses dump,
If you email us what?
dump. I meant to say break up. I don't know why I say dump. Sounds like you guys took a shit together.
Ew.
Oh, here, rating my Jew. Okay, this is the one I had a problem with.
Okay.
Now, Trisha, you know you can't. You says rating my Jew lunch.
Uh-huh.
Do you not see what's the problem with that?
I couldn't fit ish in there.
But Jew is like a derogative.
No.
My Jew lunch.
I think it's the way if you say it. I was rating like, oh, my Jew lunch.
My Jew lunch. My Jew lunch. My Jew lunch. I have lots of lunches, but my favorite is the Jew lunch. It's great. It comes with a great pack. It really fires something off in your mouth. It kind of explodes, if you will. It's very Jewy. Love my Jew lunch. Like, what?
I can tell you with 100% certainty, you cannot say that. It's offensive.
Moses said it was fine, and he is from Israel and had a bar mitzvah, so he is.
Well,
Wow. Okay. Well, I have a black friend and they gave me the pass. Just kidding. That's a joke. High sarcasm, guys. So, high sarcasm. He's just like, well, actually, I got the pass.
He says it's fine. Like Moses doesn't care. I
he's
read
not.
it by
First
him.
of all, I have to say I'm also a bar mitzvah, and he's not a native English speaker, although he speaks English fluently.
That's so funny, bro. Don't go for his language, bro. Because as Brit, I know you mentioned that Trisha was undermining his marriage, but he also undermines her relationship constantly on the spot. Oh, for sure. I think the reason is he feels justified given how it started and how it's going and that it's toxic. And I do feel like people can feel slightly justified talking shit on a relationship that is like bad. But then, it didn't end up bad. It's the same way we all talk shit on it in a sense, but except that it's her future brother-in-law, but they don't even know that yet. But I can see, obviously he's doing the same thing. That's the thing. It's like they both judge each other. And so I think it's this idea that like one is worse than the other. Like, who's really the villain here? Like, maybe nobody, maybe us, maybe them. But I do think they both like are mean to each other. They both undermine each other. They both have problems that neither of them are working on truly. But also at this era, at this time, it's kind of interesting. I do agree with you, though, that he does undermine their relationship. And she's getting defensive. And because she's defensive, she's poking back at his, right?
Right.
He doesn't understand. You can't say Jew lunch.
Can I just tell you, two Israeli celebrities have hit me up and said, hey, I'm a Jew from Israel. Swear.
That's different. No, that's not. You can say I'm a Jew from Israel, but you can't use Jew as an adjective. Like Jew lunch sounds fucked up.
People can say they're a Jew and I can't say Jew lunch.
Yeah, listen.
See, I can't tell, like, I think she's that uneducated. This is what I say. Like, Ethan's a 2B and Trisha's a 2C, which means like they're self-aware and introspective enough to understand other people's perception of them, but on different levels. Like, Ethan is more self-aware than Trisha. I just think he is. I think he's always been, which is why people always saw him as smarter. And that's why he sees himself as more grounded, because he is more self-aware. He's literally just more educated than her, which makes a lot of sense given their backgrounds, right? Like, Trisha just didn't come from that stable of a family. But that's the thing is like, is this her character? Maybe it is her character. Maybe it's not, but I don't know. And that's what Ethan's trying to figure out too. And that's also why they feel justified in kind of being mean to the character. But like, are they actually just being mean to Trisha?
If you want to be all, do you know what I'm saying, Dan? There's a distinction there.
It sounds a little.
I think it's the
Rating my Jew lunch, Dan. How does that sound to you?
I mean, it depends on the context.
Thank you.
She just said rating my Jew lunch with a star David.
It's a fun TikTok. Hey, I'm like promoting this like culture.
Yeah, but you're kind of like, this is kind of like cultural appropriation, isn't it?
Appreciation.
Right. Okay. That's the.
I think it is. So many Israelis will like be like, thank you so much for like, speaking Hebrew. Like a lot of people like say thank you for it. And I mean, there's some that hate it, but
There are some that hate it. Would you get hate comments?
yeah, I mean, there's certain people that are like,
What do they say?
I mean, that's more just like people who say free Palestine, they get pissed off, but I don't know.
Oh, it's not the Jews that get angry.
No,
it's
it's the American Jews that get angry, which aren't real Jews. You're like,
What?
it's like, calm down. You're from Ventura, California. Like, you don't know the
No.
struggle. He's Israeli. They were slaves in Egypt.
He
Like,
wasn't
you
a
weren't.
slave.
His ancestors were. Your ancestors weren't.
Wait, why? How do? Wait, what?
Because he's in the land of the free.
Oh
the
my
free.
God.
Anyways, this is
You know
how
that?
cool.
Wait, hold on. You know that Jews who
Oh.
who moved to Europe, which is where my ancestors come from,
Right.
have a common origin. That's what being Jewish is.
Right, but they weren't exiled.
That's why they live in Europe.
No,
So where'd they come from? Where'd they come from, Trisha?
I don't know. But I
Right.
know that the people in Israel were exiled from Egypt as slaves.
Where do you think that the people from Europe come from?
Where were they exiled
The same
from?
place, bro.
Where?
That's what the Jewish
From Israel or Egypt?
from Egypt. Well, that's what the Bible says, but that's obviously contested.
So, yeah, exactly. Right.
But it's the same tribe of people.
We'll have to consult with my expert Jew lover, Moses, but he's not here right now. And I wish he was.
Dude,
He
you're
knows all
free.
this stuff.
But you see this whole obsession and fetishization makes me a little
It's
uncomfortable.
not fetishizing. It's a preference. If I prefer to date Jewish men.
Ah, yes, the preference argument when it comes to race and ethnicity. Yes, never, never, this. Yeah.
Okay, if you prefer to date, I don't want to come off too insensitive. Let's say, I prefer to date black guys.
Yeah.
And be like, okay, that's fine. You like black guys.
You leave, as my chat often says, you leave us out of this. Not us like me, but them. You leave them out of this. Everyone always has to, bro, leave. This is between you two.
Yeah, it's a
But then
preference.
all of a sudden you start going, here's my, and forgive me
Oh,
for being
God.
crass, but like you can understand where I'm going. Hey, here's my fried chicken review.
Different.
Why is it different?
That's so different.
That's literally what
That's
you're
not-
doing.
No. That's.
Here, let me pull up a YouTube video. Why is that
Oh,
different?
I can't even go there.
First of all, explain how it's different to me.
It's different. Culture
How?
is. Because it's not their culture. It's not their culture. It's a stereotype.
And so it's
So-
not a stereotype that all Jews walk around in IDF uniforms.
First of all, I'm not. It's not that.
Ugh.
The exact comparison would be me being like, oh, look at my like what's the stereotype about Jews? Like, oh, my
We're cheap.
cheap
Big
Jew.
nose.
Oh, my cheap Jew boyfriend with a big nose. I don't say that. I'm like, do what I like about the culture. Like, I'm not like stereotyping.
It's called positive racism. It's called positive. Isn't that what it's called? Positive racism, where you think you're being positive about a race, but it's actually just racism. Like, oh, you're not a very good Asian because you're not smart. Asians are smart. It's like, that sounds like positive racism, but it's just racism. Like, oh, all the other, positive stereotyping, positive. It's like she's trying to bank, and the kinds of, okay, I'm gonna say it this way. I'm Assyrian. And what I've noticed is that the Assyrians that love non-Assyrians copying the culture are Assyrians who tend to run more conservative and more stereotypical about other ethnicities. And the Assyrians that look at people a little different when they're like being culturally appropriation, they tend to look at them a little like maybe not that, like maybe don't appropriate that. You know what I mean? Like there's a line in the sand where there tends to be groups of immigrants and people who run more conservative, who kind of like the Trishas. But then there's a way to do it that's like not as like offensive. I don't know how to explain it, but does anybody know what I'm saying? Like there's a way to do it that isn't offensive to everybody. And there's a way to do it that's only offensive. That's only not offensive to people that also probably voted Trump. It makes sense. You get it. You get it.
Being anybody. I love Hebrew. Like, I love saying things in Hebrew. I love like.
Well, let's judge.
like,
Let's judge for
Nazareth.
ourselves. You uploaded this video called "Best Challah Bread Recipe," and by the way, if you guys want to see the outfit, I want to say costume
It's not a costume.
that Trisha came to my house in, you can see it here. Why are you wearing a beret like you're going to battle? Shit's crazy.
I was hoping she would be in a beret. Is this her IDF outfit? I'm fucking dead.
They wear green berets over there.
No, they don't. I lived there for 5 years. Nobody walks around in berets unless they're in the army.
I googled Israeli soldier, and there's a green beret that comes up with the green pants.
So why don't you dress up as an American soldier when you just want to? Like, why are you fetishizing the army?
Because now this is my new culture.
Okay.
all those converting to Judaism, and of course just my Christians who get down with the Old Testament, Genesis all the way. So today is Rosh Hashanah,
What?
and guess what? It's a
Why
big time-
Genesis all the way?
Because
Old
Genesis
Testament?
is the reason Rosh Hashanah on the 6th day.
So you renouncing the New Testament?
What?
You renouncing the New
No,
Testament?
but I also believe in the Old Testament as a Christian. I also believe in Genesis.
Because you know, believing the New Testament is like sacrilege to Judaism. That's all a lie.
Right, but Jewish people don't believe in hell. So what's it matter if I believe in the New Testament? What do they think was wrong with me?
Well, you just don't think you're Jewish.
Oh, well, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm Jewish by insemination.
Gross. What the fuck? I don't think that's how it works, by the way.
Already, so sorry, non-believing bitches. Still stuck in 2020. We're in the future, and we're in that new year, and it is going to be fire. So today I'm going to show you how you can celebrate the new year if you so happen to convert.
Who would watch this? I mean, genuinely speak.
What do you mean?
Why would anyone want to watch this?
A different way to make. Oh, the reasons why we have like the pomegranate and all that stuff I explained in this, like a how-to.
Best challah bread recipe?
That was so good. I used all the stuff from the Jewish market.
Wait, didn't Trisha go through a vegan stage too? I think when Trisha tries stuff, and I know this is true in my neurodivergent communities, I just know us, like when we love a fad, we love a bubble, we love a thing. And I've always been very strict about not identifying with certain labels unless I feel like I'm really integrated into some part of the community, or at least was a part of the community, or at least could be in a group larger than one in a sense. And I feel like, yeah, Trisha hops bubbles hard. Like when she hops a bubble, she goes fully into it. Like, you know what I mean? Excuse me. She like jumps in and then she fucks up on it. She won't do it perfect because she doesn't actually like believe it. She's just trying it on. You know, she just like wants to try it on, which I don't blame her for. I think that's fine. I just think the way she does it is like in the least respectful way possible. And that's the part that's different. Like, you guys know in our, like, my Discord and I are always discussing like different bubbles, and like we'll go over different, you know, like veganism as a philosophy, or like this thing or this thing. And we'll like share like tons of videos we've watched, research we've done, like learning the language, the boundaries of the bubble. We're like very meticulous about our research before, like, you know, but Trisha doesn't. Trisha just like Googles, goes, oh my God, I'm going to be that. I'm going to be that right now. And it's like, okay. She just like jumps in, and I'm like, okay, wait, just like, wait a second. But she can't. And a part of me doesn't think it's malicious, but a part of me like thinks her desire to be ignorant about it is at this point irresponsible. You know? Maria, thank you for asking. How do we join the Discord? The Discord is a perk via Patreon. So if you support the content via Patreon, you get the Discord as a thank you. Please come join. Be 18 plus. I don't want to talk to your parents. Thank you. Please come join the Discord. Come have conversations with us. We're doing book club right now. It's going amazing. We're having the greatest time ever. We're doing bell hooks. It's been fabulous every Sunday, girl. Come join us. We really have a hoot of a time on the Discord. Okay, let's go back.
And
were you going to say Jew market?
I'm saying Jewish now. Does that make you happier?
Well, no, it's better. It's definitely better.
Jewish market.
I mean, I'm saying it for your benefit. You don't want to walk around saying Jew market. That sounds wrong.
Okay, I'll say Jewish from now on.
Yeah, I'm just giving you a
Moses
tip.
said it was fine, but
Moses is wrong. I mean, I'll just say that objectively, he's wrong. Here's her eating an apple. I mean, it's just odd.
pomegranate.
It's odd that all of your content lately is all Jew related. That's why I worry about Moses, because I feel like he's just a prop in your video, and this whole thing is just fetishizing.
I mean, I think she's an opportunist, first and foremost, Trisha. She's an opportunist who's looking for a home. And she saw an opportunity and she went for it. And so it's like, okay, you know how I have it? Guys, I'm going to make this about me. But you know how I moved to Croatia, but I didn't make my content like Croatian content? I didn't start making content like 10 top things to know about Croatia. What's it like marrying a Croatian person? 10 things I love about Croatia. Like, I could have done that. But it doesn't feel like me. And so will I make content like that in the future that makes more sense? Sure. Maybe I'll make a podcast like living in Croatia for 5 years. How do I feel about it? But it's not like, it's not my personality to like to shift my, because I think I have a niche on YouTube. I know what I'm doing here. So I do the niche. And for me to change my niche every time I pick up a new thing in my life feels weird, but that's Trisha's brand. Trisha's brand is, who will I be this year? Everything trending, everything to get fame. So I can't blame her. She's actually business-minded, very smart, to jump on every opportunity to like milk it, because it does bring in the views. Because communities find you and you get bigger. And now every bubble knows Trisha Paytas, even Israel. You know?
You see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but in the videos he's in with me, we're just eating. We're not talking about Jewish stuff when he's in the video with me.
Yeah, but like, so how do you know that he's not just like a prop for you?
I don't know. Do you ever know? Like, what if you're just
yeah.
Fila?
Yeah, I know. We've been married for 10 years.
But maybe she just keeps the joke going. Some people can really keep it going. Oh, I got me an American, because what I heard, I'm not gonna say who told me, but what I heard is that Israeli soldiers are supposed to keep date Americans, so they bring them over to Israel. So there's more Jews that come over to Israel.
You heard? What is it? A secret?
That's what. Yeah.
What?
Anyways.
Yeah.
I'm happy it worked out for you guys. All I'm saying is everything starts out as a joke or a prop, right? But then it becomes real. It's real now. I mean, he's with my family all the time.
Okay, all right.
Anyways.
What else is going
on? In life.
Yeah.
Oh, I might have to sit a couple shows out because I'm getting some liposuction, a boob job, and a lip job.
And you can't do the show when you're recovering? Why?
I'm gonna try and do it on a Tuesday, and so maybe I can come back on a Monday.
Why don't you sit while you're recovering? I think that'd be interesting.
Which is bruised up lip.
Yeah.
No.
And we can talk about the process and stuff. I think that's
See, Ethan too. Ethan and Trisha, they're always thinking about ways to make money. Me too, but not like this. Not really. I was thinking about this the other day, how I won't take you guys to doctor's appointments and stuff. I'm not interested in you guys coming to the doctor with me at all. But how Trisha did her IVF and did all those things, which, by the way, I'm not judging, because I think it's important for parents who are also struggling with infertility to see other parents struggling. So I don't think that's wrong. But Ethan too. Ethan's oh my gosh, we can make money off this. Sit in recovery, bruised up. Even the Mormon show did that. Right? The Mormon Wives, I reviewed that show. It's on my YouTube channel if you guys want to check it out. For everybody's public. And they showed the girl recovering from her plastic surgery and stuff. And I just think some people are more comfortable than not. And I think that's fine. I just think these things should be negotiated, also in private too. Because it's one thing for him to bring it up on the show and then she gets excited and then she's like, yeah. But then when she thinks about it, she's like, maybe I don't want to recover on stream. And again, it's totally fine if you want to do that. I'm sure I'll have some surgery one day that I want to show off for something. I think it's also the difference between vloggers and non-vloggers. Trisha kind of was a vlogger for a long time, right? In a sense. So maybe it's also that where she does show her life. So she shows those things versus a lot of us, you don't see video SAS taking you to their fucking gynecologist appointments, though I guess they could. I'm not trying to black and white it. I'm just trying to add in why this might be weird for some people, but normal for them.
That's great.
Well, I'm getting some fat into my butt, and I don't think you can actually sit.
Well, we'll stand. I'm fine with that. It's only an hour.
Okay.
What work are you getting done?
November. I'm gonna get my boobs again, lipo in my stomach, butt transfer, and my lip pushed up.
Let's go one by one. Mm-hmm. What are we doing with the boobs?
Boobs, I just want them more fake. I need them higher. And
more fake.
Yeah, I want them a little higher, more high profile. Because I have a feeling I'm gonna get proposed to soon and probably get married. So I want to get this done before all that happens. So I look snatched.
You think Moses is going to propose to you?
Yeah, I think so, maybe.
A Jew proposal.
He's actually, can I just clarify for the record, even though he's from Israel and had a bar mitzvah, he does not identify as Jewish. He doesn't practice. He's not Jewish.
Okay, whatever. I'm over talking. Let's talk about your boobs.
Okay.
And he's in love.
Only Trish.com.
Sorry, bleep that. No, I'm kidding. No, you can.
I didn't get that promo.
You can promo yourself.
We got paparazzi the other day, and I didn't plug the OnlyFans, and it was a real paparazzi night. Okay, anyways, back to the boobs. But Moses.
Okay, so you want your tits to look more fake? That's your objective?
Yeah, I want them a little higher. Because I do adult work sometimes.
I've seen your boobs. Obviously, I followed you on Twitter for a brief time. I unfollowed you.
You really did follow me back.
No, I follow you on other socials. I just don't want to see your fucking vagina and asshole and tits.
It doesn't come out as much anymore now that
But anyway, but I've seen your boobs and they have really, with peace and love, really serious scar marks.
There's
on the
some
bottom.
crazy scars.
What happened there?
It's just from a lift. Oh, you want to know the real tea? I got a lift and I keep looking at myself. Sorry.
It's okay. It's pretty close to the camera.
I love looking at myself.
There's a previewer, right? Because we're looking at Dan's back. You can look at it.
I love looking at myself on camera when I look good. Anyways, no, I had 2 surgeries for the lift, and the lift always is those little scars. The problem is my scars got really big because you're not supposed to have sex 6 weeks after surgery, and I have it the day of surgery, as soon as I get out.
So you messed up.
So even if you just lay there, you're still being pushed and stuff. So
with peace and love. No. Chat says, wait, he's seen her boobs. Girls, I've seen Trisha squirt. I think we've all seen Trisha's boobs. Everyone sees Trisha's. I've seen her asshole. Of course, Ethan's seen her boobs. It's all over fucking Twitter. You know what I mean? I also did subscribe to her OF at one point. Just check it out. She makes a lot of really consistent content, honestly. This was years ago, though. Yeah. Chad says, I've seen her gaping assholes. You know what? Peace and love. We're body positive here. Okay. But yeah, one time I was with this woman, and she had great boobs. And I remember telling her, you have great boobs. She goes, yeah, they're fake. And I was like, you have fake boobs? She goes, Brittany, I have 2 scars underneath my breasts. I was like, well, I never asked about them because I didn't want to just ask, like, you've got these 2, you know, I didn't want to ask. I thought it was rude, but I didn't realize they were from surgery. She goes, what did you think they were from? I was like, I don't know. Like, I just didn't know you get some surgeries can leave you with a lot of scarring. Like, I didn't know that. So I'm with this woman. We're being intimate, you know, and they were great boob. Like, I didn't even know. Like, to be fair, she was the first woman I ever was truly intimate with, you know. So in my defense, I was a bit virginal, I wasn't even a virgin, but I was kind of a virgin. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't know. Okay.
So the scars, like, or they were staples at the time. The staples like split open.
Oh, that's so fucked up. Can you not?
If you want to see my scars, onlytrish.com. If you want to see some boobs, you know, fucked up.
But like, again, with peace and love, I think it's the worst boob job I've ever seen.
So not true.
No, I've never seen.
With peace and love, I want to slap him. With peace and love, it's too rude. It's too autistically rude, not autistic. Like, he's mean. Like, that's really fucked up. Like, he feels like the kind of guy that's like, I'm just saying that what's true. Like, you can't, you're being mean. I didn't mean to say autistically, but just, it reminded me of people who think like, I could just say things because it's true. It doesn't matter if it's true or if it even is true. Like, don't say that. It's fucked up. Like, I don't like it. You know, like, I don't know. Okay, Chad says he's purposely triggering her. I can't get that energy off of him. I don't think he's doing anything on purpose. Just like, I don't know if Trisha is. I'm convinced neither of these people do anything on purpose except when they do things on purpose. I'm going to be real with you. I don't think he knows. I don't think Trisha knows half the time. I think they kind of know, but they don't know. Like, there's something about the way Ethan and Trisha talk to one another where I don't actually sense a lot of maliciousness. I sense a lot of 2 hurt people who desire to be loved and seen, and they don't know the difference between being authentic and being blunt and being open. Like, they say things like, because I've met people, neurodivergent people that are really rude and mean. And they're like, I'm just stating it as a matter of fact. I was like, but it's not a matter of fact. But it could be a matter of fact. Like, a matter of fact implies objectivity, which is not true. But if you mean it's my opinion, it's the worst boob job I've ever seen, cool. Keep that to yourself. Like, keep it to yourself. Because what it does is it allows other people to go on Twitter now and say, hey, Trisha, I think you have a horrible boob job. Like, you shouldn't be saying that to people. I have never left a comment on someone's like Twitter or post saying like, that's a horrible boob job. I have, and I'm working on the line here, commented on people's hair and been like, I don't know why you don't get your hair done better. Or like, I don't know why you're dressing that. I feel like you could look cuter. And even those opinions are honestly not always nice. Like, maybe I shouldn't say it out loud. Maybe that person dresses like that because they genuinely like it and it's none of my business. Because I have this idea in my head that like, I know what you're going for. I want you to get there better. But that's not my business. Like, it's also not my business to help people dress well. Because like, what does that mean, right? Like, who cares what people are wearing? Like, mind your business. And that's a learned skill that I've had to deconstruct coming from a very critical home that is always giving unsolicited advice. So I know I'm trying to be like very human about this and allow people their like way of speaking. But man, Ethan, like, Trisha retaliates a lot, but Ethan starts it where like, where is it appropriate to ever say to somebody with peace and love, that's the worst boob job I've ever seen? Like, where is that appropriate? I don't even think they've established that kind of a friendship where he can say that kind of stuff to her, but I just don't think it's appropriate. You know, I just don't, at this stage in my life, I don't like it.
Such scarring before.
Can I show it now or no?
No, well, we can't show it. Yeah, we can't show it.
Okay.
And frankly,
no, because I showed the guys at Impulsive and they said that they look fine. Like, seriously. And I was like, I know they're fucked up there, whatever. And they're like, let's see. And I was like, okay. Well, I offered.
Wow, were the guys at Impulsive nicer to Trisha than Ethan is? That said something. Was Logan Paul literally nicer to Trisha than Ethan was? Wow.
I've seen them.
But they were like, those aren't bad. Like, and because everyone on Twitter tells me, you're the Twitter troll.
Who's gonna look you in the face and be like, your tits are fucked up, lady?
No,
see, who's gonna look you in the face and say that? Yeah, but compared to what? And also, that's none of your fucking business. He thinks he's being honest. Like, he thinks he's saying the thing nobody else will say. But, like, maybe it's also just not true.
I even said, oh my God, look how fucked up these are. Like, I was excited to show it because I hear it on Twitter all the time. I was like, oh my God, my tits are so fucked. Let me show you. And they're like, no. And they were brutal with me. Like, honestly, I did not like Logan. I didn't care for him when I went on the podcast. Like, they were very misogynistic in my opinion.
So you showed them the tits on or off?
On camera.
Oh, they just blurred it?
Yeah. And then they were, the whole time they were kind of nasty to me during the interview. So like, that was the time I'm like, oh, well, this will say something. And they were like, oh, like those aren't even bad. Like, and they were brutal with me like the whole time, by the way. So I wasn't like, I don't think they were being polite. Look, I don't care. Like, my boobs are my boobs. I mean, I get boob jobs all the time. So I'm ready for another one. And I'm just like ready.
But like, if you keep doing the boob job, does it help? I mean, at a certain point, do they like take it out and redo it?
Yeah.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
So full restart.
This is better than what it was.
Can they change your skin?
Yeah, they changed my nipples. My nipples used to be like, and now they're like,
You got new nips?
I can't feel them. Moses always like, and I'm like, I can't feel it. He tries. I'm like, and there's no
Don't bring
sensation.
up your sex life with Moses, please, ever.
I
don't
just
want
love,
anything
sorry.
about it.
I love him. He's not here. Like, this is the longest we've been apart. It's so weird. Like, I never.
Do you shit with the door open when he's there?
No, we have like 5 bathrooms in my house, so we go in separate.
Oh.
We know
Nice.
someone's gone for a long time. Like, it's probably that.
And then what else are you getting done?
My stomach lipoed again. I had one lipo, and it did help because my body's more like in now, so I want my waist to go a little more in, and then I'm gonna have it transferred to my butt, so my butt's just a little more round.
So you take the fat from your stomach and you put it in your ass.
Yeah, I did that once
pretty-
before.
That's a pretty epic procedure.
Should I show you the before and afters? Can I show that or no?
Let's not.
Okay, because it's insane. You wouldn't believe it actually.
But so is it to make you look skinnier or to contour your body or what?
Yeah, it brings your waist in. Can I just show you? I feel like I could just show you.
Yeah, you can show me on
It's
your phone.
medical. It's like you know what I mean.
Are you afraid that like what do you think about Kim Kardashian's ass? Because I feel like it looks like outrageous.
Wait, why do you think it looks bad?
Because it looks like she has 2 tumors on her ass. It looks so unnatural.
I haven't seen it. Are you sure? Maybe it's a Photoshop. Sometimes people Photoshop
No,
things
I
because they're
seen the right
haters.
thing, but let me see.
Okay, here it is.
Oh no, this is way more.
No, but like this is okay. First of all, I'm not gonna lie. My body was fucking disgusting before, but now it's like kind of like legit.
It probably wasn't disgusting. Like, I don't think I appreciate this language. I get it. I've definitely looked at a body and thought that's disgusting. But I think I've started to reform when I use that word towards another person's vessel, because I do think it's important that we don't externalize all of our inner thoughts because we have to deconstruct them. I think we've all probably done that. It's like, I'm not trying to be like, I'm better than you. Like, no, I've literally done it where I've looked at someone and been like, ew, like that's your body. But it definitely comes from like something I've had to deconstruct. And I think we should be very conscientious of what we're doing when we do it. And we should be more thoughtful about it for sure. And I don't like the way Trisha describes herself this way. Like, if she was my friend, I'd be like, hey, I love you. Let's use a different word. Like, I think internalizing this word towards our body is not healthy. Like, you can say, oh, I just feel like my body wasn't where I wanted it to be. Or I feel like, oh, I'm not so happy with like when I look at myself in the mirror. But like, to be like, my body was disgusting. Like, I'm not a fan of the language use there. Just like person to person. I feel like it's such a, it's a big word to use. And I don't think we should be saying it to ourselves.
Okay, you guys. I'm just gonna describe what I'm seeing. You don't have any Where's your nipples?
Yeah, they're a little high. The nipples got fucked up in my boobs.
What? It looks like you don't have nipples.
They're right there.
You know what it is? Chat, great point. Chat says, Britt, I'm having a Johnny 2.0. Why did we love Ethan? He's actually so awful. He's not being funny. He means it. Have you seen the video where he dunks on Tiana and Trisha? I'll tell you why. It's the same reason why I think all my brothers are funny until I start being like, hey, you don't mean that, right? I think everyone is funny until I go, hey, you don't mean that, right? Because it's not funny if you mean it. I think Ethan's funny unless he means it. And then I'm like, wait, now it's not funny. Now I'm going to beat you in Smash because I don't believe in violence. Do you get what I'm saying? I think so much of this humor could be so funny, but not if you mean it. Now it's not funny. Now it's horrible. And that's why people are very cautious around humor, because even though everyone goes, I don't mean it, I'm just trying to be funny, you start to wonder with people, you've said, now I don't know if you mean it. And, and that's the problem. Like, that's the problem with people. Like, this joke you've been making for 15 years, I'm starting to think you mean it. And Ethan, I'm starting to think he might mean it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if he is just trying to be funny. Now I think he might mean it. And that's why I didn't know, like, so many of these spaces were so much more misogynistic than I realized, because I just thought they were having fun until I realized, like, oh, you mean it. Because when we're being serious, you're still being misogynistic. And that's how I knew, that's how I started to pay attention to like, oh, we're not even joking right now. Why are you still making misogynistic? Like, why are we being misogynistic? And I'm like, oh, because like you mean it. Like Ethan just said, like, oh, who's going to look at you and tell you your boob job is botched? Okay, so you're being serious. Now you're not making a joke. Well, that's none of your business. You shouldn't be saying that out loud. You know?
There. Like, see it? You can kind of see. Yeah, okay, my nipples are high. Like,
And
not
look
gonna
at
lie.
that. Oh my God.
Yeah, the
Trisha.
stars are.
So wait, this is the, okay, you
Okay,
guys,
sorry.
I'm seeing she's butt naked.
And then I'm not sure if the exaggeration in his face is because it's better for content. Let me tell you, one time I made a video review. You know, I made that video review to that guy with the nair and the butthole. My sister sent it to me and was like, Brittany, react to this video, but don't watch it ahead of time. I was like, okay. And then I was watching it. And while I was watching it, I wanted to react like Ethan's reacting now. But then I was like, wait, you're not being sex positive and you don't actually feel this way. So you should just be your normal sex positive self. And it was worse for video. That video's not going to go viral. Brittany being very nuanced and serious about the Nair video is not going to go viral. Brittany being disgusted, being outraged, going off, that's going to go viral. So I never know with these, because listen to me when I say this. I cannot sensationalize my life, but if I did, I would be so much more rich and famous. Because I'd be like, oh yeah, guys, I used to whip people and I would step on them and they would step on me. And oh my God, I've like licked toes and I've had like I could make my life so sensational, but then I would be building on that sex negative idea that the world already has about my communities. If I exploit my community and sensationalize the lifestyles, I am doing a disservice to my community, though I'm definitely making more money. And that's what Trisha and Ethan do. That's what a lot of these people do because they're chasing views. They don't care about how it's going to impact their communities. And I think I do care a little bit too much about my communities to sensationalize my life in that way for them. But that's what it would do. That's exactly what it would do. And I just think there's something to be said about that. Why I think it's giving us the ick now. You know, I think that's why we're getting the ick now, because we're like, oh, now in hindsight, this is all being done at the expense of all of these communities and all of these procedures and all of these kinds of people. And now Ethan is allowing people in his audience to be like, oh, I looked up Trisha's picture. Oh my gosh. Ew. You know what I mean? And I get it. It's just like, yeah, in hindsight, this is why we're like, oh, okay.
And she doesn't have nipples. But like, wow. I mean,
isn't that crazy though?
But why do you look more tan in that one? This is like a fake before and after.
What are you talking about?
Because this one you're pale and this one you're
I got
tan.
spray tan because I had scars where my lipo was. See the lipo scars? So I was getting spray tan so the thing are lipoed. But look at my waist. Like even now, my waist, yeah, I gained some weight back from this photo, but like my
And look, every man, every woman, we all suffer from misogyny. We all suffer from misogyny in a patriarchal society. We have to deconstruct it, right? And we probably all suffer from misandry because of the trauma we've had happen to us because of the patriarchy and misogyny, right? The irony of misandry is it's built out of the trauma of misogyny, right? The idea of misogyny is that it comes from an inherent belief that men are somehow better than women, as if that's their birthright. So we all have to deconstruct.
waist is still in. Like they brought my waist in and my hips. You see, they took fat from here and put it on my hips. And then
like, would Ethan be able to say, oh yeah, like I definitely am like dealing with misogyny, I have to deconstruct it? Or would Ethan be like, I'm not a misogynist. Everybody is something. You're not, but misogyny is too prevalent for us not to all suffer from it. You know?
look, but look how much rounder it is.
She showed me her ass, and it's fucking. What are the 3 dots there?
That's the lipo from the back. So they took fat out of the back.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
They even got your back fat?
Yep.
And then where did they inject it into your ass?
So they put some on the hips, and then the ass is right there in the crack.
Ew, why is there something in your crack?
That's the scar. That's the stitches.
Looks like you got poop on your crack.
It's not poop. It's stitches. So yeah, that's that. And then I got my arms done too. Let me see if I can find the arms.
Ugh.
There's the arms. That's after, but my arms were like crazy gross too. Like those are my arms before. I did gain some weight back, so like my arms are still kind of gross, but they're not as gross as they used to be. Anyways, it's whatever.
So
I
wait,
just hate my body.
so when you're eating, like binge eating and gaining weight.
Hold on. Chad says I don't believe in misandry as a real thing because show me the toxic matriarchy we live in. Well, okay, racism is not just systematic, it's also individualistic. Misandry is individualistic. If you think men are inherently evil, violent, gross, bad, icky, like that's misandry. It's not that deep, right? Like racism is a systematic thing and it's individual. individual people can be racist. Individual people can be misogynistic. Individual systems can exist in misogyny. Like, these things are both systems. That's one category. And an individual experience. Because nothing's a universal experience. So they're contextual. Right?
Wait, you're like, it's all good. I'll just put it in my ass?
Exactly, chat. Bigotry does not need an institution to exist. Exactly.
Kind of have that thought?
Right now, only because I know I'm going to get the surgery. So now I do, but I didn't before.
But your ass certainly has a capacity for how much fat it could hold.
Yeah, but it'll disintegrate itself. So like, if it can't hold the fat, it just won't take. Like the fat won't like stick. You know what I mean? So like it'll just disintegrate basically. It's not like harming it. It's just not going to be there.
Those images are going to be branded in my mind forever, dude.
We have similar body types.
Maybe, but I would never show that shit to you. I would never do that to you.
You had it on Twitter. I had to see your bare ass on Twitter.
That's true.
And I sent it to Moses, and I was like, ew.
Well, it was on Twitter. It wasn't like a big fucking...
Ethan acts like he's sacrificing, like he's suffering, but like he could have consented not to look at the videos and photos. He could have put down a boundary. He's like, now that's burned into my head forever. Why are you being weird, dude? Go look at Brittany. Ooh, I want to say this out loud so badly. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to say this just to you guys, nobody else, okay? It feels so, like as a society, we've become so, like people act more fucked up over seeing nudes of people than like war victims. You know what I mean? Like I grew up in a bubble where like it is more offensive to them to see porn than it is to see victims of war. And I think we need to deconstruct that. You know what I'm saying? Like Ethan is acting like Trisha's naked body is like, you know, like we need to grow up a little bit and realize what a privilege it is that we get to see consensual nude bodies over decimated bodies that are torn into pieces. Like we just have such a disconnect from the way we hold sex and violence. My partner and I were talking about this because, you know, in Europe it's a little different, but Americans are so sex negative, but we are so casual with our violence. Like we are so casual with our violence. These conservatives make such a big fucking thing around porn and you know, Victoria's Secrets. But God forbid we talk about the violence and the way we consume violence and the way we justify violence and the way we make violence look so, quote, cool. You know what I mean? It's just like, man, we need to heavily meditate on why we are so accepting of the violence that we see. And like, God forbid it's porn. Like one time, my uncle and my father sat us down to watch beheading videos so we would know how bad Saddam was. But my dad caught us with DBZ hentai porn and acted like World War III had occurred in his household. We were sat down as kids to be told like this is what it's like growing up in Iraq. I have seen all that beheading stuff I saw was with like older relatives. People being dipped in oil and stuff. I never went on the dark web to find that. That was like our lessons as kids. Like, this is the world you're growing up in. But God forbid I'm watching some hentai.
Leak. Anyway.
Anyway.
So we discovered that. So when you're going to get that done, I think you should come on the show. You can't skip.
Yeah, I'm going to try and do it. As we were playing, I'm going to try and do it on a Tuesday. So it's like after the show and then like come back. Because you can do stuff like a week after. It's just like So I'm trying to do it in November.
And by the way, yeah, God forbid I watch The Simpsons. I know. I'm trying to explain to you a phenomenon of US culture that's like adhering to violence and how violence is normalized. And we're all traumatized in different ways. I wasn't actually severely traumatized by it, if I'm going to be honest with you, but I was impacted in the same way that any of us are traumatized from family. I was absolutely allowed to watch violent films growing up, but I could never watch like a sex scene. A lot of us grow up in those bubbles, and that's why we have to deconstruct our comfortability with violence and our uncomfortability with sex. That's the traumatizing part, is realizing like you are more upset over porn or your kids watching a sex scene in a movie than you are of them watching like the most violent fucking shit.
What else?
What else with you? I feel like you're the one that's sad and like.
And by the way, I like both in my films. I don't like watching real people get hurt, but I don't mind violence in films, for the record. I just think we need to be more honest about the fact that we criticize one but not the other, you know?
Why do you? I'm not.
I just feel like you need intervention because like your podcast, you lead it always. Like the H3, you're always leading it. You're always talking and whatever. But I feel like no one's really like, you're the one I'm worried about. Like I just feel like you're gonna, I don't know. I'm scared.
Of what?
I don't know. Like a Twitter headline or something. I'm like scared because
What? Of what?
I'm so sad. But
A
like
Twitter headline? Wait, what does that mean? I'm gonna kill myself?
no.
What is a Twitter headline?
No, just like I don't know. I don't want to
Give
even
me an
say it.
example of what a Twitter headline about me would look like.
I don't want to even put it out there.
Say it. What's on your mind? You obviously
No.
think of something specific.
I just
Just
want to
say
make sure
it.
you're okay.
Say it.
Yes. Oh my God. Chat says within the past few years, I've deconstructed the pride I used to have while being able to stomach gore and violence because I growing up in that bubble. Me too. Me too. That's part of the deconstruction, as I used to pride myself in being able to watch really fucked up shit. I used to be like, I'm not a pussy. I don't even cry, bro. Yeah. Like 100% would romanticize like I'm tougher than everybody else, bro. Because for in some ways, to be honest with you, it did actually, this is going to sound so stupid. In some ways, I didn't end up as fucked up as some of my friends who never saw violence. Like I remember one time I was with a friend of mine. She had never seen violence growing up, like no form of violence growing up, right? Just never saw it. And one time we were hanging out with a bunch of our friends and people were drunk and it got violent between two of the girls. Like there was like blood drawn. And I was like really chill after. And she was like kind of traumatized. And she's like, how the fuck are you not fucked up over seeing that? And I was like, oh, you know, sometimes people fucking fight, you know, not a big deal. But I forgot to take into consideration, like she had never seen it. And a part of me thought she was like weak. Because I was like, why are you acting like traumatized over this? But then another part of me thought, oh, like how nice to have grown up in a world where this was traumatizing. But also in some ways, like I don't want to be that person that when shit hits the fan, I freeze. In some ways, even though it happens and you're not wrong for freezing, right? That's totally valid. But do you know what I mean? Like there's a part of you that wants to be so tough that when shit hits the fan, you're the one who's Rambo. Even though that's not true for a lot of people, most of us will freeze, right? Most of us will run. Most of us will do a lot of things. And we should run, by the way. You're more likely to live. But yeah, I did think I was like better than her because I was like, I can stomach it. And now I'm just like, how silly are we? We're so violent as a culture. How silly. Oop, hello.
I just had a vision, like two visions of you like driving off a bridge. But
Oh
I don't
my
think you did it on
God.
purpose. I don't think you did it on purpose. And that's why I'm like worried because I had two and they were very strong since the last month.
So what was the other one? Or they're both me
They're
drunk?
both the same.
Dude,
and they
that's-
were like, it's not dreams. It's like in the middle of the day, I'm like, oh my God. And then I'm like, and I don't have those at all, ever about anybody. And I like literally had it twice since last Monday's podcast.
Okay.
Are
well,
you just okay? That's all I
yeah,
want
I'm
to know.
fine. I'm not planning. I'm
But I
not
mean,
suicidal.
I don't even know if it's a suicidal thing or someone driving you off. Like is someone following you? and
Maybe it's
driving
you.
off?
I mean,
No.
wouldn't that make more sense?
No, because like I don't know if you saw like after our podcast, I do like an after show on my channel. So I did like an after show mukbang where I got Jollibee afterwards, and I was like telling about my experience on the podcast. This podcast, so I was like directing the traffic back because like people watch me too. And then I was just like, I literally was saying like, oh, I really like love you as like a friend. Like you remind me of like myself. Like we're both very like have sad upbringings. Like we're kind of sad on the inside, and you kind of remind me of like Shane a little too. So I kind of feel like there's like weird connection with you, and there's like weird like, oh, I get where you're coming from. And after being around your family, I was like, oh, I get it. And so that's why I was like, ooh, I should check in with him though.
I'm fine.
Okay.
You know what's interesting is I think Trisha wanted to see Ethan more than Ethan felt seen by Trisha. I don't think Trisha sees him very well. I think she projects a lot onto him. I don't think she reads him well at all. I think that's why Ethan doesn't feel that. But then there's like such a chemistry between them that it's so good. But I never feel like Trisha understands Ethan. And I don't think Ethan understands her very well either. But I feel like Trisha wants to, like she wants to make him her like favorite person or something. I don't know. Right. But I never feel like I feel like she amplifies things that just, or maybe she does see things that he's not willing to admit, but she amplifies them in her head. She's kind of hyperbolic a little bit, or like she exaggerates in a way that doesn't make me feel good. You know, I don't know.
Okay. You seem fine.
Now I think I'm sad.
Okay.
Aw,
It's just behind your
Ethan.
eyes. Like you look happy, everything looks happy, but
No, I'm fine. Thank
Okay.
you. I am going to be taking a drive up north today, and you may not be hearing from me again for a while, though. So,
stop. Why don't you guys go on like vacations? Why don't you guys do anything?
but we usually do. But there is a pandemic. It's kind of hard,
Okay.
and we have a
Yeah.
kid who's 1 year old.
Mm-hmm.
So you know,
Do you do anything exciting? Like I feel like you guys just don't do
no,
anything exciting.
no, and it sucks. It
Because
does
you
suck.
guys will.
You know, that's so funny because I think like Trisha would look at my life and think like, you guys never, well, this Trisha, not the Trisha now, this Trisha, we'd be like, oh my God, you never do anything. And like, there are those people that are like, oh my God, you never go anywhere, do anything. Guys, imagine being able to wake up every day and do exactly what you want. And then having somebody be like, I just feel like you don't do anything. Ma'am, I wake up and I do exactly what I want every day. If I wanted to go on vacation, I would make it happen. And when I will want to, I will make it happen. But it's like, there's this idea from people where it's like, you never do anything. Where do you go? And it's like, yeah. But you know, when you're a person who is out your whole life and going everywhere and doing everything and going on vacations and you like want the other side of your life, like I wonder if Trisha's in the settling time of her life now. She wants to settle, but maybe not. You know? Yes, chat says my mom is a person who needs to constantly be doing something and sees homebodies as lazy. That's the bubble that I'm like, mind your business. Because I see people that are always busy and never at home as people who are running away from their safe space, but not literally. Like, I know that's not true. Some people are just extroverted and energetic, and I love that for them. But like, I don't know why you're running away from your safe space. Like, my home is my safe space, but like maybe your home is a public restroom. Like, who wants to shit in a public restroom? Like, I just want to be at home shitting in my own bathroom. But like, you know, I do take trips. I have traveled. I mean, I moved countries. How adventurous do you want me to be? Everybody relax.
Text at all hours of the night. Like you text me, you'll text Moses. And I'm like, don't they have a life? Like, why are they texting at midnight on a Friday night?
No, I know it's sad. I agree. We have no life. It is sad. We just work.
So what are you going to do to spice it up?
Well, last time, a month or two ago, we gave the kid to my parents for 2 days. That was pretty epic.
And what'd you do?
Nothing. We just sat at home and watched TV. That was fun.
Do you guys ever do Molly together or mushrooms?
We used to a long time ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where, in Israel?
We did some here, but yeah, some in Israel we used to do. We haven't done mushrooms together, but we've done Molly together. We've done it a lot of times together.
And how do you feel on Molly?
Great.
Like, do you feel horny? Do you feel loving? Do you feel relaxed?
Not horny, just more like loving.
Oh,
and
so you
happy.
just take it and you're like, let's do it. But you haven't done it.
We've tried. Well, the thing is, we've tried having sex on it, but
You can't. Not
you
with
can't.
Molly.
It's not really a sex drug.
No.
I found.
That's
So,
more like ecstasy.
but the way that we used to do is just sit at home and just feel good.
Do you want to come over and do some?
Nah, I'm too old for that shit. It's like it's just not worth it.
You know what? But you don't.
Why?
eat
How
on
often
it.
do you do it?
Oh, not often, but like it's fun. I have some. I don't have some. Do I get in trouble? I don't have any at my house.
Well, it's all hypothetical.
Wow, Trisha.
Hypothetically.
Yeah. They say, what do they say on Twitch? In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. Yeah.
Yeah, I have MDMA in Minecraft.
I just feel like you might need that. Like that's what I was thinking. Is like maybe.
So the issue is, even if I wanted to take you up on that, because I'm on antidepressants, I can't take anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, because it
What do you want?
Lexapro. What? It's not yikes. It's a really common
No, I
antidepressant.
feel like you should go on Zoloft because I feel like that's the kind of people like do want to like have suicidal thoughts. Even if
No.
you don't think you're suicidal, you have suicidal thoughts.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
wow.
I'm not suicidal, dude. Lexapro is like it's newer and it has like really good. Everyone who takes it has really good experience with it. It's a really good drug.
Oh, so you,
Don't disparage Lexapro.
you know what? I've actually never been on antidepressants, so I don't know anything about them. So I respect, but you could do coke on it.
Yeah, I don't like coke.
Okay, well,
You just want to do drugs with me?
I'm just trying to get you excited about life, you know?
No, I don't know. I mean,
I'm just trying to get you excited about life. Like, Ethan has chronic depression, right? He deals with depression. And I do feel like sometimes people need to, like, I don't know, mind their business about people's mental health a bit. Like, I think she's being inappropriate here, which I think this whole podcast is just going to be like, oh, Ethan's being inappropriate. Trisha's being inappropriate. Ethan's being inappropriate. Trisha's being inappropriate.
I really think I'm just gonna drive off a bridge after this.
No.
The thing is, I like smoking cigarettes, but they're so bad for me.
That's fun. We should do that.
Just blaze, smoke cigarettes all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I smoke one and then I feel bad. I do. I have to admit to you, I feel very bored a lot of the time.
Okay, so what do you like?
Or
don't you
not
wanna-
bored, but like, well, first of all, I love my work and I love also where's the podcast going and I love the team. I love working collaborative with all these guys. It's great. And the direction of the content we're making, I'm really happy and satisfied with. Teddy Fresh is amazing. My wife, I love her. She's amazing. My son, everything's great. But like, you know, it gets very monotonous.
What could
This is a part of where your joy is out of sync with you. Because monotonous, every day feels the same. I used to feel like that. I've not felt like that in 5 years. Genuinely, in the last 5 years, which is like my golden years, I have not felt bored, meaning like, same day or different. What is it? Different day, same shit. I don't feel that way. It's like every day is like an exciting new day. Everything is like, ooh, what can I do today? Now, sometimes I do feel like I don't have enough time in the day. Sometimes I do feel like, oh my gosh, there's so much I want to do and there's not enough time and that feels overwhelming. But then I just remember like what a blessing to feel like there's so much to do and there's not enough time, right? But it takes it took me my whole life to figure out how not to feel like I don't even want to wake up. That's why I say I wake up every day and I go to bed every day happy, like excited for the new day. There's just so much to do. And sometimes I wish I didn't have to sleep so I could just do it all and enjoy my life. But also a part of it is a conversation with myself. I'm always just talking to myself about how do we feel about this? How do we feel about our body? How much sleep? Are we energetic? Are we eating correctly? Because remember, Ethan and Trisha don't eat well. And guys, I hate to say it, but it really is impacting your mental health. Eating out, I'm so lucky that I don't like fast food. Like, I can't tell you what a privilege it is to be somebody who wasn't raised with fast food because I don't crave it. Like, the rarity that I crave fast food is truly like a treat. And I never have it. Like, I was just thinking the other day, like I was just making food and I was thinking about how like, oh my God, people would order in right now or people would buy food. My friend ordered in mac and cheese in Seattle. And I poured a cup of oil just like this out of his box of food. And I said, this is, bro, because he was like very big. He was like 300 pounds. I was like, this is why you're fat, bro. At the end of the day, like olive oil is good for you, but it ain't that good for you. You know what I mean? And if your goal is to get into a healthy weight so you don't have a heart attack because you're a tall person, you have all these like health issues, you can't be you ordering out where a cup of oil just got poured into, you know what I'm saying? Maggie, membership for 5 months. Thank you, girl, says Trisha and Ethan. We're just really uncompatible as friends. I don't think anyone was the bad guy. They are such an odd pair that didn't work out. I'm not sure what you mean by the bad guy. I'm not sure what that means in this context because obviously both of them have racist and misogynistic problems. But I do think that they're both, this is kind of like watching two unhealthy people try to have a healthy relationship. So I agree that they're uncompatible as friends. And I think both of them did like a lot of projecting, probably something like that, you know? So yeah, like at the end of the day with peace and love, like Ethan and Trisha are both, of course they're going to feel bad, like in their bodies. They're not even fueling their bodies with the proper sustenance, which is a part of the depression as well. Like sometimes when you're in a mental health crisis, the only thing you want is the thing that's bad for you. I get that, right?
What would you do if you could do anything right now? Like, and there's no COVID, nothing. Like, what would you do? That'd be like your dream.
I think it'd be fun just to like jump off or drive off a bridge. No, I'm kidding. I think it'd be fun to just I'd love to get on a plane and go somewhere with you, but like
where?
To Europe or Hawaii or some shit.
Maldives are $600 right now, plane tickets.
It's not the price. It's the disease.
Go first class and like those little like suites where you don't see
but
anybody.
You're on
like Qatar first class?
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not going anywhere.
Why?
Look, wanting to do something and actually doing it are different. Like, I want to do a lot of things that I don't really want to do. You know, if that makes sense. If I want to do something, I just make it happen. Ethan is a multi-millionaire in a privileged position. If he really wanted to do something, he could do it. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, pushing Ethan to do something, like, he's in the best position to do anything he wants. He just doesn't want to do it. He thinks he wants to do it, but he doesn't really want to do it. Or he's not really being honest about what would make him joyful. I think Ethan just likes spending time with his family. That's what I feel like Ethan truly feels the greatest, like he loves the most, is just spending time with his kids and his wife, honestly. I feel like that's when Ethan feels the happiest to me, when he talks about his kids and his wife. You know? I kind of think that idea is important.
Because the pandemic.
Okay. Well, you can't just live like, honestly, I'm not.
I'm being responsible. I mean, people have to do their part here.
I mean, yeah, but like people die of like, people are dying with related causes. It's not just like I get corona, I'm dead.
You're a COVID truther.
I don't know. Don't come for me because I actually don't know. And I'm really ignorant and dumb as fuck. So please put that in the preface
propaganda.
of the.
Yeah.
No, but that's true.
No, of course. Well, COVID complicates any medical issue you have. So let's say.
Can you say that word on YouTube? I think you have to say C or something.
No, you can say it.
Okay.
They changed the policy on that.
Yeah, you're like tight with YouTube.
Yeah.
No, can I say I know two people, not like super close to me, but two people that died of COVID, but it was, the family even was like, no, it's like, this is what happened. They were like sick before. This is like, and I'm not saying like, I don't know. But
okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm literally
if you're sick and you're sick, but you're stable, then you catch COVID and die. What killed you?
I think the flu. It's like a flu. It's like a really strong
complications from COVID. That's what they call it. This person would be alive if they didn't catch COVID.
I mean, I know two people who died in the hospital, and they were like they were just going in for like a routine surgery, and then like died.
Oh, chat clarified, says, I mean that none of them were the bad guy. The way their fans jumped at each other's throats, they were both at fault. They both were problematic, but I don't think like demonizing any of them is fair. Oh, I did not think about that perspective because I was thinking about, I don't care about their fans are always going to choose the other side, right? Like when I titled the video, just for clarification, like who really was the villain, I am not coming from the perspective of like the fans. I meant from a philosophical lens, just for the sake of my audience, because I'm not sure if you mean that, but that's what I just want to say out loud for my audience. None of us are none of us are fans of Ethan and Trisha in this particular way from that perspective. But like, I feel like their fans have to take the side of the person they like versus like, what did we miss as viewers? Just like with Johnny and Amber, the question is like, what did we miss when watching it the first time around? What were thoughts we had that we took away that maybe were different this time around when we're rewatching it? Just to refresh, I'll do a refresher tomorrow when I start stream again about what we're doing here. But we're asking ourselves, like, what did we observe that we got wrong the first time around? Because I don't think any of their hardcore fans are going to do that, you know?
Oh.
So COVID. I mean, I get it. I'm just saying, like, are you going to live your life and being like, oh my God, like,
yes.
I'm so scared to even
No,
do
but
anything.
here's what I think. There's a lot of people who cannot live in a way. There's people that have to go to work, and there's people that have to put themselves in harm's way of this disease. There's people like me who has a life of luxury, who's, you know, privileged in every way. So people like me should just buck the fuck up and stay home, because if I can do my part to not spread this disease, then I'm obligated to do that.
I agree. So do some Molly with Hila. Then you're just
I can't do Molly. I'm on antidepressants.
Oh shit. Fuck.
I probably would if I wasn't, but
Really?
but the antidepressants is more important than
Mushrooms you can microdose on antidepressants.
I'll have to look into that. You do? Damn, you're stacked. You got everything in Minecraft.
Yeah. Oh my God, can I get arrested though for real?
No.
Oh my God, I do not want to get arrested. Shit. Fuck.
No, you're fine. It's only in Minecraft.
Oh my God.
Actually, I'll have to look into that because, mushrooms could be fun. The problem is that when you have responsibility, we're doing the show and we have a kid and all this shit, it's just, I don't want, I know, but like, I always have really horrible hangovers. It's just too risky.
It's not bad, especially with mushrooms.
Sometimes it's not bad. Sometimes it's bad. I've had I'm just telling you.
I think it's the people you do
It's
it with.
because
and,
Trisha she doesn't have kids yet. Like, relax, your parents. You can't be partying and doing drugs. Like, everybody relax. There's responsibilities. They're running a multi-million-dollar company.
Bad trip with me.
Nope. It's not a bad trip. It's a bad hangover. Because then, like, I'm fucked up for a few days, and I'm like, dude, I have shit to do. So I can't do it.
Yeah, for sure. I get it. How about OnlyFans?
What?
You starting OnlyFans?
No.
I thought you were going to.
Oh, for like a joke?
No, for like real. You should try. See how much money you make. You're all about money. Like, as soon as TikTok, you heard you can make money. You're like, I'm on TikTok now.
What? I make like $5 a day.
I know you're all about the money, and not just because you're a Jewish. It's because you're just.
That's not
a
true.
Jewish.
I'm really not all about the money. Why do you say that?
I know this.
Based on
Everything that I've heard about you, that I know about you.
Heard about me from
Ethan is all about the business. Okay, he does always talk about the business.
Money driven, and that's fine.
That's just not true. It's not true that I'm money driven.
Are you a Gemini?
No.
What are you?
I'm not telling you. Because then you'll be like, oh, that's so you. You are. I'm not a Gemini.
I just hate Geminis.
Well, I'm not a Gemini.
Okay, cool.
What are you?
I'm not gonna tell you unless you tell me.
I'm a Cancer.
Oh my God, you're literally Shane. I literally said that because you're in July.
What are you?
What's your birthday? July what?
I'm not born in
He's
July.
a Taurus.
What's your sign?
Taurus.
Yeah, I knew you were a Taurus. Fuck, I hate Taurus. Such a Taurus.
Oh my God, I knew you were very Shane-esque because you're both Cancers. That means you're very sensitive. I do know about Cancers because like my best friend obviously has
Can I
Cancer.
ask you something?
Yeah.
How is it possible that everybody born in the same month has the same characteristics as a person? That's literally you're saying. It's so ridiculously absurd, the notion of astrology.
I agree to some degree, but I do.
You're like, everybody who's ever born in June has the same exact characteristic. It's crazy.
I mean, Gemini's for sure. That's the June.
Yeah.
Well, Gemini Junes are different than May Geminis. I don't want to be this person, but I know lots of May Geminis and they're fabulous. I don't know anybody in June though. I don't know if I know a June Gemini, but I will say, it depends on where you're born in the month because I feel like, I just feel like it's different. I feel the same way about Pisces, like early Pisces, late Pisces, very different. But I feel like with Geminis, they get a bad rap, but I love my May Geminis. Thank you.
Sounds crazy.
And you're
to me.
very sensitive.
But I'm not. But first of all, I resent you saying that I'm money driven because I really don't think I am.
You really are.
I think I'm money driven as much as anybody else, but I don't think I'm extraordinarily money driven.
No, you are. You weren't on TikTok until you realized you could make money off of it.
What? That's just not true.
So why did you join TikTok?
Why has anyone joined TikTok?
Why did you join TikTok? I'm asking you.
Okay, because I started seeing a ton of TikToks, and we always talk about it on the show, and I wanted to understand what it was. And then once I got in there, I started really having fun. It's not about money. I was like, oh, these are really fun to make. Like I made this dumb fucking Baba Booey TikTok, and then people liked it. People started liking the content I was making there, and I was having fun making TikToks like in a way I haven't had fun making videos in a really long time. I'm like, it's been so long since I wanted to pull out my phone and make a video, you know, like back in the day.
Yeah.
And so I was like, dude.
Wait, Chad says, do you actually believe in astrology? So confusing to me. Just think of it as a categorization system and it becomes so much fun. Just look at it as a categorization system and you're like, oh, that shit's true. Like if you just use astrology as categorization, it is almost always accurate. Like not literally, but kind of. That's what I'm saying. Like if you look at all of these things as just categorization, everything becomes like so much more realistic, like Myers-Briggs and everything. It's not that it's true, objective. It's that it's a good way to categorize people. I identify with so much of the tourist TikTok I see for May tourists. Like May tourist TikTok is like looking in the mirror. And I'm like, okay. Like, it's just like as a categorization system, it's very relatable. As a literal, something literal, I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what that means, right?
TikTok is my home.
I kind of resent that as someone who's been on TikTok for like
and let me tell you this, if I'm money driven, why the fuck would I care about making $5 a day?
Moses said the day he was over here, you're like, I made $20.
It's a joke.
Was it though to your family? You just sit around and joke? Because when I was here, you were not just sitting around and joking. You were very
Oh my
serious.
God, see how they fight?
I mean,
see how they end up fighting? Trisha does have like a neurodivergency to her. I mean, it could be BPD's a neurodivergency, but I don't know if she's actually diagnosed with that. But like, she has this thing where she's like, actually, that's not true. It's almost like her sense of justice, which does make me wonder if she's autistic, because she has like this crazy sense of justice that she pushes on Ethan. And she like, no, this is how I'm reading it. It's like very black and white, but I'm like, it doesn't matter. Like he's saying it's not for the money, but the real question you should ask him is, would you be on TikTok if you weren't a public figure? That's really the question, because or if you weren't the possibility of making the money. But that's the thing about it, is that she is seeing something in Ethan that I think is kind of true. But then Ethan, from his perspective, is saying, well, if I was for the money, I probably would have done it different. Like in the same way that I'm at my job for money, but I don't do it for the money. Like Ali Abdaal just made a video about this because like I like Ali's videos, and he was talking about like, oh, if you're starting YouTube in 2025, and he was saying you can't do it for the money. But then that makes no sense to people because they're like, well, aren't you doing it for the money? But they don't understand what we're saying. I'm saying I would do YouTube for free because most of the time you do work for free, right? Like this live stream has made zero money so far, but technically with memberships, it's probably made like $10 because I saw a couple of you join, which I love to see. Thank you. Right. But like you have to be willing to show up for free. It's not like you make money 9 to 5. And then you have to be okay with that, which most people are not okay with that. Most people would not go to work at Walmart and run the risk of coming home with no money. How many of you would go to Walmart for the possibility of going home with zero money? No, most people wouldn't do that. But people do that with YouTube and content creation because you have to understand you're not guaranteed an income. There's no labor government business like says you will have to, but a lot of us volunteer. We work at museums for free. We do a lot of hobbies. I've worked for companies like for free just because I wanted to volunteer because I wanted to be there. And it turned into like, oh, do you want to work here? And I was like, oh, like that's how people turn something they do for free into money. Right. And so YouTube has to be treated that way. So when Ethan says like, I'm not doing it for the money, I think it's true in his verbiage, but it doesn't make sense to Trisha. It just doesn't make sense to her. And that's why there's like these are very nuanced conversations. I think the question I would ask Ethan is, would you post on TikTok if you weren't a public figure? Because if I wasn't a public figure, I would never post on social media. And I know I do it because it's money related, it's job related. I just have no desire to post. Like as a person, I only post because it's fun for work. But if it wasn't for work, like what would be the fun? Why would I want strangers to be looking at my photos? Do you know what I mean? Like as a working person, it's great. I love the interaction, but that doesn't make sense. Now YouTube, and this is different. YouTube is fun, or like theater is fun. You do it for free. Like Trisha obviously loves making music videos and singing and doing theater. Like Trisha does it for the love of it. You can just tell. But she also does certain things for the money of it. Like Trisha's a good businesswoman, right? But you can tell there's things she does for the love of it, right? Ooh, great question. Chat says, wait, where does the majority of your income come from if it's not from streaming? It actually, I just did a video on this, but it comes from Patreon. So thank you guys for being patrons because I'm a Patreon backed creator. I do make money on AdSense, but they're from members. So members, a majority of my AdSense comes from members or revenue on like the podcast or individual videos. Streams themselves don't make the majority of the money. It's usually like clips or shorter things because I get demonetized. This whole stream's going to be demonetized, right? Because of the language being used. YouTube has a counter that catches it. I'll get some ads, like maybe I'll make $10 or $20, but I won't make a lot, right? How does YouTube members compare to Patreon? I make more money on Patreon because they take 5%. YouTube takes 20%, I believe. Something like that. 30%, 20%. And then OnlyFans. I make money on OnlyFans and they take 20%. And then I pay the government 20% on everything I make. So on every platform I make money, I pay 20% to the government. 30% now that I'm living in Croatia because I live in 2 countries.
And what is
You're
that?
excited
Life-changing
about
money?
it. I'm excited about my money on TikTok. I show everybody too. Look, I'm not
Okay,
saying it's a
so
bad
wait.
thing.
Your point, is it really?
But don't worry about how much money I'm making. Worry about what the content you're consuming is. So if you want Patreon perks, go to Patreon. If you want YouTube perks, go to YouTube. Don't worry about it. Just give money if you want to. But I know how big of a deal it is to give a content creator money. So also just liking the stream helps, guys. If you like the stream and more people watch, I'll make more money on AdSense, which will, you know what I mean? It all works out. But don't contribute based off of like how I make money. Contribute on how you get the best perk you want.
It's only been 40 minutes, Dan. God, I feel like it's been
What are you-
so
how-
fucking long. There's a timer there. I was like, this shit over yet?
My God.
Remember not to come next week then.
No, we have to do it for the people.
And you're not invited to my wedding.
Can you do that?
Yes.
Yeah, which
All
one?
of them. None of them.
I find that
Oh,
offensive.
do you see her face though? She looks really serious. Look at that. Look at
Can
the
you do that?
switch.
Yes.
Yeah, which
All
one?
of them. None of them.
See, look at it. She's getting upset. She's taking it personal. Chad says, so Trisha told you you're money driven. Would you be like, yeah, that's true? I would say, what do you mean by that? Because in my bubble, I'm not money driven, right? It means money isn't my priority. It means being good at my job is my priority and money follows. Like if I was money driven, I would have a different business model. But maybe Trisha would say that's money driven, right? Super chat from Maggie says Trisha stereotyped Ethan as Jewish equal money driven. Definitely a part of that stereotype. Definitely. Thank you so much for that super chat. I appreciate it. Like everybody who has a job is taking money into consideration, but not everybody becomes a doctor because of the money. Some people become a doctor because they want to be good at it and they get paid, but some people become doctors because they want the money. It just depends on your priority. Did you become a doctor because you want the money, or did you become a doctor because you really like helping people? Like, yeah, did you become a teacher because you like the benefits, or did you become a teacher because you love teaching? I don't think it matters. I just don't think it makes you a better or worse person why you have a job. Like, it's your business, you know? If you pick a career because it pays well, good for you. Do that, right? Like, do that. But some people burn out at jobs where they just pay well. Some people really need to feel like there's a meaning to their job. But not all people need to feel that, which is good. You got to know which category you fall into, right? Undead Love membership for 4 months says over 300 viewers is a lot from what I've seen in a while. Hope it keeps up, Brittany. You deserve it. Thank you so much. Guys, please like the stream. 300 plus people watching and only 200 likes. Thank you so much. It'd be great. But yeah, I think you have to decide what category of person you're in. I don't want to have a midlife crisis when I'm 40 because I got a job that pays well, but I feel miserable. But some people love money, love their job, don't need to feel like it fulfills their soul in order to come home and be like, I'm good. It fed my family. It doesn't matter. There's no moral better. You're not better or worse. You know, it just depends on what you want to do with it and how you ethically make it happen.
I find that offensive.
I find you offensive. So,
Oh my God.
you want to
Imagine
come-
being like, hey guys, look, I made $20 on TikTok. He's a money-driven, greedy Jew.
because
Is basically what you're saying.
didn't say that. No, but I'm saying you joined because Cody Co was on the podcast and he's like, I'm making money off AdSense. And
I
you're
joined
like,
before
"What?"
that.
We weren't making.
And Cody showed me he made $3. And I was like, wow, I need to be a part of that.
because you saw potentially like I need to get in on this ground before it starts really.
Around. TikTok's been around for years.
You gotta get in.
It's
on the
outrageous.
ground.
You can't say shit like that.
I know, and even when you were joking about starting OnlyFans, you're like, I'm gonna do it as a joke and see how much money I get, but you're gonna
Well,
get that cash grab.
I don't like that characterization because people always say that. Like, I'll do this. I feel like people make that characterization against me because I'm Jewish. Let me explain. If you
Ooh.
compare me to any other creator I'm just as money driven as any of them. But for some reason, I get this label as like money driven and greedy and all this, even though I'm doing literally the same thing as.
You know what I would love from Ethan? I would love him to go on a business podcast because I feel like the way he thinks about business is very interesting. And I would love to hear him and Hila, both of them, talk about their businesses and how they run it. I feel like they would kill on a business podcast. But yeah, I think that's really what I hear, Ethan. When he talks about money, I'm hearing business personally. I'm never thinking Ethan's money driven. I'm thinking Ethan is business minded, which are different.
Everybody else.
No,
So
but-
why is it that I have to take that label?
Because you try and be like sneaky about it. You try and be like schlubby, like I don't care about money. Meanwhile, just getting in where all the cash grabs are, OnlyFans, TikTok.
I'm not on OnlyFans.
But you wanted to as like a joke, but you wanted to get
I
in
would
and get
ne-
that cash grab.
yeah, but I didn't make an OnlyFans and I never would.
Is she projecting? Because that's definitely what she's money. I feel like Trisha is fame and money driven, but not in all aspects of her life. But maybe at this time in her life, it was the majority. But yeah, because she flashes her wealth versus Ethan doesn't. Like Ethan's not much of a flasher. Even when he is flashing, he barely flashes. Maybe. I don't know. This just sounds like, look at her face. Oh my God. She's made a decision and that's just like the truth.
Who the fuck's gonna pay me to be on OnlyFans?
A lot of people. Do you watch?
You know, you do that
Wait, what?
when you end a sentence. You go,
I literally have no idea. What you're talking
You
about.
go. A lot of people. You did that right then. Like, a lot.
No, definitely not. And I don't think it's because you're Jewish. There's lots of Jews on YouTube that don't. Casey Neistat doesn't get that critique.
Dude, is he Jewish?
Hell, Jew.
Dude, Casey Neistat is so money driven.
Yo,
Bro, he's-
so Jewish that Casey fell off over the Palestine-Israel thing. It was awkward, bro.
Like
He's
the
not even on
brand guy.
YouTube anymore.
He's like Mr. Brand.
No,
Yeah.
he spends money. He's on
I mean,
Qatar Airlines
and-
for $25,000 first class ticket.
For the brand, for the video. He did that to make the money back. And a lot of these people are sponsored for so many of these trips. Trisha's crazy. A lot of these YouTubers who go on these like $20,000 trips are sponsored.
He spends the money.
Okay, so your evidence that I'm money driven is that I made it OnlyFans, which I never did, and that I'm on TikTok. Anything else?
I mean, look, you abandoned the H3 channel to do
How is that proof that I'm money driven?
something that
would make
makes
more
more
money.
money, which was the podcast. But now you're focused on Teddy Fresh because that's making you guys your money now. So you just go where the money goes.
What if, and I know this is crazy, so bear with me, we do what we like.
Yeah.
And it just so
makes
happens
money.
that we like doing the podcast and we like doing Teddy Fresh.
It's good
So you're
for
not liking your
business.
channel anymore.
No, I've said
Well, he's got a crew too. He's got to go where the money is ultimately. But that's the difference between being money driven and going to where you're making money as a good business. This might be too gray or nuanced, but there is a huge difference to me personally. Being money driven is like, it's like a completely different bubble than being business driven. Making a successful business has nothing to do with being greedy. Like money driven sounds like greedy almost, like at the expense of everybody around me. But being good at business is just being successful.
said that a billion times. I didn't like doing the channel.
But why? Because you weren't making as much money.
Literally,
At the beginning,
no.
you were making a lot of money, and now you're not making money. So of course,
When we,
naturally, you're not going to like
when
it
we
anymore.
switched to the podcast, we were making way more money doing that than this. Only now that we've been doing this for 3 years. So why the fuck shouldn't I not want to make money doing it? Money is a byproduct of doing something you're passionate about.
I don't agree. I do YouTube videos every single day, and I make no money. I make like.
Well, that's because nobody watches your content because it sucks.
Well, or she's not playing the game good enough. Like, I know a lot of girls on YouTube who like get demonetized, but like when I got demonetized, I just worked to get my monetization up and I played the game more. I take out cuss words, I follow TOS. Like I'm not wealthy enough to not, I can't, look, I can do YouTube for free, but I can't actually do YouTube for free. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I can take a hit knowing I'm not going to make money automatically, but I can't actually literally post and never make money on AdSense. Like I got to make something, you know, it's got to be worth it. It's got to replace that minimum wage income or whatever income I'd be making in the regular market. That's always how I do YouTube. So Trisha doesn't need to be monetized on YouTube. She makes millions of dollars on OF. She just said she's a 0.1% content creator. She doesn't have to make money on YouTube, right? So to act like, well, I'm not money driven. Yeah, because you don't have to be. But also you're not money focused because you don't have to be. But also when she got with Moses, she said she was in huge debt and she was financially very bad. And Moses had to help her get out of debt. Why are you in debt and buying an $11 million house? You know what I mean? Did you pay for it in cash too? Because that's assuming that money's going to keep on rolling in. It's like out of all the people who should be criticizing anyone, it's definitely not Trisha, but she's getting defensive. So she's upset. So she's mad at Ethan.
I think it's more because I'm not friends with popular YouTubers anymore. Like I was friends with Shane and then
What about
David,
me?
and then exactly my views do not go up from being on this.
Yeah, well, they're not gonna.
Nobody cares. But you know what?
But this podcast is doing really well. The first episode was a hit.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, it did really well. Why?
Like-
People like it.
Mm.
Mm.
But I think it was like a novelty thing. Like, okay, it's our first episode. Like, well, but then after a while, I think people are just like, yeah.
Well, then
I got
she's
canceled
gonna
after
be
9 months for
wrong.
my own podcast.
They have no idea what Frenemies is about to become.
So I'm very confident that I'll be canceled from this in 9 months as well.
well, we'll see. You better bring the thunder.
I was trying to push it, and then now I'm going, whatever. I guess no one's gonna watch
I
it.
think it's the combination that makes it special
Of who?
of us.
Yeah, but like we like each other now. I feel like before, like there was genuine hatred.
Well,
for
I'm a little
you.
upset that you're basically calling me a greedy Jew and saying I'm going to kill myself by driving off a bridge.
No, I was
That's pretty
genuinely
bizarre.
concerned. I was genuinely concerned about you this whole week. I kind of got worried. I was like, oh, should I reach out with them? Like it's kind of weird, and we're only in a group chat. We're not in a one-on-one chat.
Have you always been a strange person? What were you like as a kid?
This is not an interview. This is a podcast. We should be talking about. As a kid, I don't know. I was great. I mean, I literally don't even remember childhood. Like to me, I had so much trauma that I blacked it out. Like I swear I on my life.
So I mean, can you just kind of just tell me what kind of trauma you had?
Like I'm not even kidding. Like I've had to go to therapy and like remember trauma. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I swear I was like, oh, I had a great childhood. Like
Just
nothing.
like molesting and stuff.
I
Sexual
like
stuff.
honestly, like it was just stuff that I didn't even know. Like I had to like.
Yeah, no, I've heard that.
I think we've normalized asking people if they were raped. I think we should stop normalizing. Like we've kind of normalized it too much. Like, oh, like molesting. Like we have normalized asking people about their fucking trauma way too much. I'm sorry. I think that's one of the issues I've seen. It's like, yeah, it was great that everybody was willing to talk about it, but now y'all are way too comfortable asking about it. You know what I mean? Like I think we should be a little more uncomfortable asking about it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Blacked out. I like blacked out.
And oh, guys, for the record, as I'm talking and I say like this Trisha, we're talking about these Trisha and Ethan because like it's hard. I'll try my best to talk about present Trisha versus this Trisha, but I don't know much about present Trisha either because I'm not keeping up with her right now. But like this Trisha or this Ethan and Trisha, this is who we're focused on. So it's kind of weird because we're going back in time a bit.
Out literally all child. Like high school, I don't feel like I went to even high school, and that's the truth. Like I don't even know.
So hang on, you're close with your parents.
Yeah.
So they didn't abuse you or anything.
No, my family's
So what
great.
happened to you?
I don't know.
So how do you know you?
I mean, I think I'm figuring it out. I just started therapy like when
Well,
I had
something
the
is-
attempt.
well-
it wasn't an attempt. I was told it wasn't an attempt, but they said I had an attempt, a suicide attempt. Went to a mental hospital. When I got out, I was like, I should probably get some therapy.
Am I slouching too much, Dan, or is it fine?
This is the most
Sorry.
ADHD conversation I've ever heard. Both of these people have ADHD, right? Like, oh my God.
I know you're talking to me about you're fucking wanting to kill yourself,
What?
but let me just make
Me
sure
or
I'm in
you want to
frame.
kill yourself? Me kill myself or you?
Well, okay, so why are you?
Why do you say like that? You just want to make yourself as unflattering because you don't
No,
look like that in person.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Look at that. That is fucking future,
Oh my
bro.
God.
Like that,
Whatever.
though.
See, they're so funny together because they both have abnormal conversation. That's why they're so good together. Both of them are crazy enough to have this conversation. This conversation is the way that it is because they are so similar in this sense. Look at the way they both just like naturally very ADHD, very like, you know what I mean? Oh, that's so funny. Woo. Trevi says, Brayton, your opinion, who has improved towards joy the most from then to now? Ethan and Trisha? Trisha. I think Trisha has made more strides in aligning with her joy than Ethan has as of today. The last time I checked in with Trisha versus the last time I checked in with Ethan. I would say that Ethan has actually been out of his joy for a really long time. I think he's so out of sync with his joy. But I think Trisha's been getting better at it. I mean, she's still, everyone's on a journey. Ethan's on a journey, but I think he's just he's been in a vortex for a long time. He's just been like in a chaos for a bit now. So
Open up the lighting, dude. Golly. Well, it's just
Like that.
comfortable. I got to sit back.
Okay.
So you have a great relationship with your family. So why are you so fucked up?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's a lot of unpacking. I mean, I do, but like it's something
Like
I haven't even worked through all the way.
Because you went into prostitution. Like at what age?
Early, like 18.
So how do you come out of a good family and go straight into prostitution?
What happened was, like, okay, like it was good. My mom was good. The thing with my mom, she had a lot.
yeah, that's interesting to be like, how do you come from a good family and end up a prostitute? Well, if you mean prostitute, meaning survival sex worker, you probably didn't. Survival sex work is very different than privileged sex work. It's just like a very different field of life. So you can come from a good family and go into sex work, right? But I don't know if you can come from a good family and go into survival sex work because, like, what the fuck is that about? Survival sex worker is a totally different bubble. And that's why I always confused about Trisha and even about Cardi. I don't know if they're survival sex workers or they're privileged sex workers because the way they tell those stories don't sound like they're privileged. They don't sound like they're just doing a job. They sound like they're fucking, I don't know, in a very bad bubble, I think, when it comes to like very unhealthy, right? Like very toxic. And it feels very different. But this is interesting to hear this, Trisha, because obviously we know later on that Trisha grew up in a very toxic household, very bad household. So it's kind of interesting to hear this version of Trisha tell her story, huh? Jessica, membership for 24 months. Holy fuck. Thank you so much. Whoa, 24 months. Hello. You said if 20 more people like this vid, I'll do something cool. Oh, hey, guys, we're at 223 likes and 277 people watching. No, 300 people watching. It keeps changing. The numbers keep changing. Hello. That's amazing. Let's go. Chat said, didn't Trisha also stop creating new content on OF? I think she wants to get away from that. I think her and Moses agreed that she wouldn't make any more content with people. I don't know if she doesn't make new content in general, but yeah, she should definitely keep it up for the passive income for sure.
A lot of boyfriends. She was married a lot of times.
Your parents are divorced.
Yeah, they got divorced early on, and so my mom worked all the time. She was a single mom. Like my dad like paid a little bit, but whatever. So my mom worked like 4 jobs. Always had boyfriends. The boyfriends are always at her house without my mom, and like just like in and out, just like
did
that.
the boyfriend ever touch you? Or
I don't know.
weird?
Honestly, I don't know.
See? He's too comfortable asking people, were you molested? Yeah, like this, see, the problem is like, this is so like Howard Stern energy. This is so like inappropriate, like for the content. But like this wouldn't be an appropriate conversation to have in like a much more professional setting. And I think that's probably the change in culture. Like this used to be very uncomfortable to ask people, but then YouTube kind of normalized having these conversations. And then we sort of make fun of people too. So then that kind of begs the question, like, what setting is it appropriate to have the casual conversation? What setting isn't it? And I think there's something to be said about looking back, how weird this is for him to feel so comfortable being like, were you molested? You know, that's just such a, yeah, there has to be like maybe we should just remind people like, hey, that's like pretty inappropriate to ask people casually.
Oh, but like all I knew was like I had to get out. So at 17, I was like, peace, bye. I'm like, actually, I quit school at 15, but then I got brought back into school by my dad with homeschooling. It was a thing. Anyways, so I was like, I moved out in LA at 15, and then I was brought.
Ada with the super chat says trying to see how long I've been a member. Love you, chat. Thank you. How do members send those special messages? I think it's I don't know. How do members send those special messages where like it's not a super chat, it's something else. It's like a free message, but it's like tells you how long you've been a member.
Brought back home at like 16, and then I like moved out.
Wait, chat's saying Britt, Ethan modeled his show after Howard Stern. That's his idol? Ew. Gross. Oh, Jessica says she got a milestone. You got to do the membership milestone thing? Oh, okay. Nice.
At 17, and then my dad said he'd take me because he lived in California. And like what really pushed me to answer your question is like my dad was like, oh, you have to go to college and all that stuff. I was like, I don't want to go to college, like whatever. I got a TV show when I was 18. I got a full-time gig on the show called The Greg Barrett Show. He wrote the book, He's Just Not That Into You, and it was a huge production.
Oh my God.
And my dad's like,
wow, Trisha's really lived so many lives, huh? He's Just Not That Into You movie based off the book. Scorpio Gesture membership for 6 months says I got a pop-up that says free milestone chat once we reach the month. Ooh, okay.
absolutely not. You're not going to do it because I was a guest.
Controlling dad?
Yes, controlling, but like nice, like, you know.
Well, why didn't he want you to do the show?
Because he just wanted me to go to college. Like, you're gonna go.
Yeah, Celia, let's go. Membership for 6 months says found out how to do it. Laugh my ass off. Hi.
To college.
Oh.
And him and my stepmom, I lived with them. And my stepmom would like tell me like not to wear certain things. Anyways, they were like a little controlling, whatever. But my dad's great now. I love my dad. But so then I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go do this TV show. The TV show gets canceled like 6 months in, and there was a
Cast membership for 12 months. Yep, it's a once until used month pop-up. Oh, okay. We love to see it. Membership for 12 months. Woo woo.
episodes. They're online. So I did a bunch of episodes with him, and it got canceled 6 months in. And I got this other reality show called Who Wants to Be a Superhero with Stan Lee. I was on a show with Stan Lee, and so like I was getting all these like jobs at 18, and then like all of a sudden, like I wasn't getting paid anymore, and I was like shit. And so I didn't know what to do. I tried to get like regular jobs, and like I don't know, I like literally couldn't work. Like it was.
Yeah, I can see you at Chipotle.
I was working at Disney Soda Fountain and got fired.
Disney what?
Soda Fountain. It's the Ghirardelli factory now, right
What'd
by.
you get fired?
Yes. I miss the Disney bubble a bit. Oh my gosh, let's go. Camilla, membership for 2 months. If I wasn't broke, I'd give you a real super chat. LOL, loving this series. Britt, you know what, guys? Happy to have you here. I appreciate it so much. And honestly, this is such a vibe. Doing the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff with such a vibe. And I love doing frenemies with you. This is so exciting. And I definitely want to incorporate this into, like, maybe we can do it like every other month, you know? Because I know there's definitely trending stuff happening right now that I could be covering, but I actually kind of like these so much. And it invites like a really good audience in and people are having a lot of fun. Honestly, I kind of think this should be like a thing on this channel that we just do, you know?
I can't say.
You better say
I
it right
can't
now.
say.
How bad could it be at Disney Soda Factory?
Tell us the Disney lore, Trisha. Cam membership for 13 months. I liked their podcast because Ethan asked the most invasive questions and Trisha was so open. They just bounced off each other. Bell for member 15 months. LOL, figured out the super chat too. Nice. I am looking forward to these streams. Thank you so much. Yeah, I liked Ethan and Hila. I mean, oh my God, Trisha and Ethan's energy so much because they felt so real and honest. I think that's what we all wanted during COVID, especially during lockdown. We wanted someone to have a real conversation and say the things out loud we were wondering. But also, I just think like it was messy because it wasn't perfectly thought out. But I think that's also part of the charm. You know?
I don't, because I think they released me for a different reason. I think they were
Tell
like,
me, how long ago was that? Tell me right now.
I was definitely having sex inside the restaurant.
See, there's something wrong with you. There's something that happened.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's traumatized.
for sure.
Okay, so you were caught having sex inside of the restaurant,
Yeah, like not even in the bathroom.
and they just where?
Like inside. And now it's
Were
not
the
even,
customers there?
yeah, it's not even the soda fountain anymore. They literally shut it down like 2 weeks later. I'm not joking. Like all jokes aside, like it literally was
You
shut down.
shut that bitch down.
I don't know.
That's and so when you would have sex in the restaurant, would you like go serve customers? Would you wash your hands?
I just met a customer that was like,
You
yeah,
fucked a customer?
I have something wrong with me with sex for sure. There's definitely a
Holy
sex
shit!
issue.
Tell me about that.
Which is interesting because the promiscuity is definitely something that Trisha has that's specific to her trauma stuff. And I do wonder about that high level of promiscuity, which is another tick in the box for some BPD people, but not all BPD people, depending on how we define promiscuity. But I definitely never got my therapist asked me about promiscuity, but like she doesn't say I qualify for promiscuity. But Trisha would, I think. I think she would qualify for that, which is interesting. Yeah.
Counter. I want to know how that went down.
I can't really say full details of it.
Please tell me. This is so interesting. Don't use names or anything. Just tell.
Okay.
I want to know how
I
this
really
went down.
don't do it that often, honestly. They were having a premiere next door at the El Capitan,
Mm-hmm.
and so like they were coming over, and like this guy I was like in love with, and I was like, holy shit.
What, you just based on just first sight?
Yeah, but he was on major drugs. I wasn't. I was completely sober.
Okay. What do you look like? Why were you in love with him?
Just handsome, like a sexy
handsome,
guy.
just
And
handsome.
can I say I don't really find looks on people. I don't find people attractive or unattractive. I really don't for the most part.
Okay, but this guy was beautiful.
Yeah,
and
well,
so
he was in movies and stuff. So like
Oh,
I'm
he's a
18.
movie star.
Yeah.
Oh.
So when I'm 18, I'm
So
like,
he was at the premiere.
yeah.
Oh.
Don't clock because I can do my
No,
time.
no, don't. I'm not
here.
going to investigate. But so
Okay,
what
okay,
happened?
okay.
So a movie star came.
Your people do investigate.
No, we're not gonna
every
investigate.
time I tell a story.
No, people got it wrong when you told the story about like someone shot
Oh.
at you. People didn't guess it right.
Yeah. Well,
Everyone-
some people did, but anyways, it was the guy was just out of his mind, and
Yeah.
then I was like, I wasn't, but I was like, fuck it. So he's like, just come sit on my lap.
He came into the restaurant. Is
He
that
had,
how
a,
it
he had a
works?
group of people with him,
So his entourage came into the restaurant,
Mhm.
and you were
First.
waiting on them.
Mhm. and they had a VIP because they were like, VIP. So they were like,
And then so he said, "Come sit on my lap." To you.
Mhm.
And so what happened?
and then he just took a stick out.
In front of his entourage?
Yeah, this was when they had
Whoa.
like short, but it was very like,
Wait, in front. Oh, so you were okay. Hold on. Wow.
I don't know if I should say this story, honestly.
So you're
'cause
waiting.
I got fired for nail polish.
Well, who cares? They're out of business. What the fuck? You're doing your own.
Disney is huge. They're like the Illuminati. Like they could
Well,
come for me.
Disney's not coming for you.
Look,
you remember how paranoid when I showed your earnings, you thought YouTube was going to ban your account? So,
I probably did because ever since then I started making $0. I make like $500 now,
yeah, that's not.
and I
zero-
was making so much. I showed not so much, but I was making money.
Okay, so
Tell
you're
me
waiting on.
the
You're waiting on the guy.
story.
Hold on, this is fascinating. You're waiting on the guy. He says, "Come sit on my lap." Was there any flirtation?
Okay, so this is the beginning of when people, I think during Frenemies specifically, started to question all of Trisha's stories. Because the way she tells stories is like she catches herself, and then when they want more details, it's like almost too crazy to believe. But then you kind of wonder, like, I mean, it's possible. Could it have happened? Does she really not want to talk about? I mean, these are real people. These are real people somewhere in the world are like, damn, that was me. Or maybe not. Maybe they're made up. But I do think this is when people started to think, of the way that Trisha told stories. Because remember, story times were mostly fictional, right? Gabby Hanna and all those people were mostly telling fictional stories. And so it became a question of how many YouTubers are actually telling real stories and how many of them aren't. And I think it's hard to know with everybody. It's hard to know with all of us. Like, were these real? Were they not real? Do we even remember them the way that we think we remember them? Am I telling the story wrong and I've told it wrong for so many years? I believe it. Like, did I do it on purpose? Is it an accident? Sometimes I ask myself, like, did I make that up or is that true? And then I have to go like look it up. I'm like, okay, yeah, no, that's how it happened. Because we're just like, we don't know. We don't always remember everything perfectly. And we can't be expected to either, right? How silly would that be? Actually, those people that are, well, memory is such a fickle conversation. It's such a difficult conversation to have because it's in one way very reliable because you don't want someone gaslighting you into thinking it didn't happen. But in another way, it's not as like reliable. Like there was a woman I saw an interview of her. She has remembered everything about her life after a certain point. She has a really rare illness and she remembers every single thing, like what day of the week it was and where she was and what was happening and what was. And I think that's the anomaly. Like that's a problem, right? Like we're meant to forget. We're meant to forget so we can move on with life, I think, in some ways. So yeah, memory is such a personal conversation to have with somebody. So right now, Trisha is being kind of asked about her memory. And it's difficult because in one way it's a good story, but in another way, it is somebody's life.
Before that?
Yeah, like you could just feel. Like
there
you
was
just
attraction.
feeling, yeah.
He says, come sit on my lap. And you sat. And
yeah.
he just took his dick out? Or did he say anything? Or did he just take his dick
No,
out?
it definitely was not saying anything. I was just more like
So he kind of
going
raped?
like this.
Oh, he knew you were down.
Yeah, I was like,
So it almost sounds like he kind of raped you. But he knew you were down.
no.
Oh, it's so casual. It's so casual. It's like, yeah, oh, wow. Ooh, this was a problematic era. It's too casual, Ethan.
Yeah, he knew you were
Raping
down.
is like if you say like no or like, you know,
Yeah.
you can put out a vibe and someone can have sex with you. You don't have to say, have sex with me, please.
Yeah. So in front of his whole entourage, he took his dick out, put it in you, and then you were just kind of riding him like this?
Yeah, but it wasn't even full sex. Like it was definitely just like
Well, he penetrated you.
Yeah.
No
This is
protection.
not a hot story, by the way. It
By the way,
wasn't sexy at the time.
no
either.
protection.
Never.
What is never? You mean with him or like ever?
I know I didn't for a long time. I don't. You need to though. Honestly, like people, I'm surprised. Like I swear, people always like Trisha's got so many STDs. I'm like, I would be that first person. I honestly would tell you, like, I would be the first person to be like, yeah, fucking don't do this shit. I got fucking herpes or something. Like I'm shocked to this day that I don't have that. Like,
So he put it in you, no protection. Did his entourage know he was fucking you?
you know what? When I say I was sober from drugs. I did have a couple shots. I'm not sure.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I can't.
And then when did they confront you? Like, what are you doing in
Interesting.
the act?
Yeah, they just called me. Like they just called me over and they're just like,
While you guys were fucking, and they're like, Trisha, come.
They literally, yeah, someone came by and was like, I need to relieve you or something
Holy
like that. And then I
fuck,
just,
bro.
yeah, it was bad. It was awful. Like it was honestly traumatizing. Like there's a lot of traumatizing events during this time, but this was one of the most traumatizing. I mean, I definitely.
What about it was traumatizing? Because it sounds like it was all just embarrassing and.
Yeah, I think I just had issues. Like who does that? Like who's just like, oh,
Well,
yeah.
obviously.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of things consensually that are traumatizing. You can engage in something consensually and then it ends up being traumatizing. You can consent to something that you later regret deeply. Like you can consent to something and realize like, oh, that's not the kind of person I want to be. So it can be like traumatizing to be like, ew, I can't believe I was a person who would do that. Like in some ways we could retell this story and say Trisha had sex around a group of kids because it's at Disneyland. I know exactly where she's talking about. Like at Disney, I know exactly where she is. Like I can imagine the spot she was at, right? For all of us who know that area. So it's kind of like, in some ways you could retell that story and it could be really embarrassing. Like I had sex in a place with a lot of kids and families and like I could have traumatized a lot of kids that day, which would be a really heavy burden, to carry in some ways. So yeah.
like sometimes we're like, okay, you know what I mean? Nobody does that. And then at that time too, I got mugged a couple times. Like it was crazy. I got like, there were some times.
Wait, I feel like you're not telling me more about, like, did you contact this person afterwards at all?
No, how would I? Like,
And who was this person?
not telling.
Why are you protecting them? Did you ever meet them after this?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And they live near me, and I don't think they remember the incident because I did look so different back then. So I don't think they know.
Who was it?
I'm not gonna tell you because like I'm kind of cool with them.
Will you tell me off camera?
No, you have such a big mouth. You have such a big mouth.
What? I respect
You're like,
privacy.
no, you do not. You tell people. You tell people shit.
I resent that.
Well,
It's not
you
true.
represent that.
Well,
because
I
you
have
do
like.
that. I thought Dan wasn't allowed to laugh at my jokes. He said that he told Dan not to laugh at me.
Yeah, I give him a.
Is that
I give
true?
him a.
First of all, I like Dan here. I don't want to replace him with Ian.
Well, you may not have a choice in the matter.
But why?
Because sometimes they have shit to do and they come.
I don't like the other two when they comment
Oh.
on H3. I know this isn't H3, but I'm just saying. Well, technically it is. I'm on
Okay,
the
so
podcast.
can you give me a hint to who he was? Because I'm super.
No.
But
This
so,
is actually really
let me
bad.
ask you,
This is a bad story.
See. Yeah, why does Ethan feel comfortable pushing her? Like, she doesn't want to talk about it. It's not like, does he think she's playing a game? You know? And yes, the good point, chat. Says his first inklings of issues with the crew. Exactly. Wow, day 1, day 2, guys. You know, I thought the issues with the crew happened like later, but it's like literally happening day 1, day 2. That's crazy. But yeah, like Ethan pushes her so far, and I don't know what it is about it. Does he think it makes for good content?
do you have? I'm just curious. Why is it so bad? I feel like you're not telling me something because it sounds like you consented, he consented, but obviously it's embarrassing to get fired on the spot. Like, what was it that was so?
I think there's just a lot more to the story that I can't tell you.
That's what I'm getting. There is a lot more, isn't there?
So it's just
Keep
bad.
going. This is the best. Tell me. Come on.
This is like after
You want to get kicked off the podcast?
I'm more than
You better
happy
keep
to.
it interesting.
It's gonna get me in trouble.
Well, don't say who it is. You
and
said
this is
yourself.
gonna be a highlight.
You said yourself. I won't highlight it if you don't want me to.
Don't highlight it because I don't make any money off the highlights.
Tell me the story.
I can use my name on the highlights, but I don't get a percentage of the highlights.
Oh, damn. That 5% coming up episode 2. Guys, why did I think the 5%, the issue with the crew happened way later? She really like stood up for herself day 1. But then she didn't write her contract right. That's crazy. She's not getting any cut of the highlights, by the way. I think that is kind of
Highlights.
You want to talk about it? Okay, you guys want to know the deal we have? Let me tell you about this
okay,
incredible
tell
deal
me.
you
When I
have.
started thinking about it, I was like, wait, this is
maybe
like
I'm
the
wrong.
best
Hold
deal.
on.
It is
Oh,
a
I'm-
fucking
okay.
phenomenal deal.
Tell me.
First of all, the highlights don't make your highlights alone don't make that much money. We're talking maybe at best a couple $1,000.
All the ones of me and Moses were at
Okay.
$1 million, and your other ones do not.
A
hit
million?
Yeah, if you go to your highlights,
not.
yes, they are. Go to. The
Oh,
ones
you mean
of me
before we started collabing? You want me to give all my guests a cut of my? This is before the podcast.
I'm just saying in general.
I mean, that's true. You on YouTube, you do not give everybody a cut of all the highlights. It wouldn't make any sense. None of us would make money if we kept paying all the YouTubers we did collabs with or featured like cuts. Okay, that makes sense.
my highlights do well, but continue.
Okay, Trisha gets 45% of all the podcast revenue.
Okay, that's pretty good. That makes a lot of sense. Is any of that 45%? Yeah, because I'm assuming what percent pays the crew.
Including ads and AdSense. I get 55%. Guess who dropped like $50,000 on this setup and has all this gear and this guy and all these people working?
Agreed.
for them?
Okay, but-
That's a
Okay, that's fair. I think that's fair.
good
But
ass
over
deal.
time, you're gonna get the 100% of the highlights. I can't get 10% of the highlights.
It's just no.
Like a little something
No.
because you use my name, Trisha Paytas, and I'm like, well,
I'm
damn,
promoting the show.
can I get a little?
It's
something
not
from-
that much money.
Because now you're like Trisha Paytas sucked who off? You know what I mean?
Well, somebody's got to pay the crew. Is Trisha doesn't want to pay the crew or something? Is that, oh, but then Trisha wanted to bring in her own crew. Yeah, Trisha's just like worse at business than Ethan. Because you got to pay the crew. You can't fuck over the crew. You can't fuck over the set. You know? That doesn't make any sense. Wait, so she gets 45% of the podcast revenue, right? Not the memberships, because memberships are for Ethan's channel. They don't have a channel. Like, wait, Frenemies, hold on. This is on the H3 podcast channel. Frenemies does not have its own channel. So it would make sense to do memberships for Trisha, because memberships would be for the channel, not for Trisha, right?
It's like those kind of things. Her $70,000 bag, and I never even showed it on my channel. I'm like, well, maybe I gotta. I don't.
I think the
care.
deal's pretty
We're not
good.
making any money anyways off this podcast. It's one of those things. My podcast, in total of 9 months, I made $8,000. So
No,
it's
you'll
like,
make more than that. We'll make you'll make good money from this.
That's funny because her podcast now is doing really well.
I mean, we don't have sponsors yet,
Can
but the
I
AdSense is good.
Have a Teddy Fresh collab.
What does that mean?
Can I have a Teddy Fresh collab?
We'll collab with like you.
Oh, no. See, Hila has to be very smart about who she chooses to collab with for her merch.
Your like your persona.
Yeah.
What do you mean she got half the memberships? Like, how does she get half of the members, though? Like, for the whole channel? Like, how would they know what members are signing up to give Trisha money and what members are signing up to give Ethan money? Or I guess it doesn't matter. Like, how would they know?
Trisha paid us, but Trisha
Ex
by
Teddy
Teddy.
Fresh?
Yeah. Trisha by Teddy. Trisha on Teddy.
Maybe we can do an item. I'm not sure. I'll have to. I mean,
Maybe like
obviously,
a
Ela.
little. Me and Ela are close now. We're good. I like her now.
Do you not feel the deal's fair? Because I feel like it's more than
not.
fair.
I don't think so. Like over time, you're gonna do all these.
Dude,
clips.
how am I ever going to even make back the investment? Let's be honest. I spent like $50,000 on all this shit. You didn't spend anything. I
Right.
dealt with all of it. Podcast is going to break up before I even recoup my money.
How about recoup it with the highlights, and then I get 45 of the highlights.
Recoup from the highlights.
How about even 30? Because I know you have to pay people. Your
Wait, hold
private
on,
day
hold
to
on,
be
hold on.
here and
Okay.
edit.
Hold on.
Okay. So she's like, you have to pay people.
Hold on. recoup the highlights. If I'm making a couple $1,000s a month, that's going to take like 2 years.
You're gonna make more than a couple thousand. One of those will blow
Just
up.
from the highlights?
Yeah, something's gonna get like.
Dan, do you not think that's a fair deal?
Yeah.
To get 0 of the highlights.
The highlights is not a big deal.
100%. Are
Yeah.
you kidding me? Some take off.
I was like,
Well, they also have to pay 20% off those highlights. Interesting.
let me just keep the highlight money to keep it simple to help, and 45% of everything is a lot. I mean, dude, you don't do anything. You literally just show up. You're gonna make way more
How about
money.
recoup the 50,000 before you pay me anything anywhere, and then 45 and 55 for everything.
Yeah, I do think she's being unreasonable for the first season. If by the end of Frenemies they brought in all that money, then she should have more money. They should each go 40-40 and 10%. Is that math? That's 90. 40, 40, 80, 20% has to be for like everything else. Like they've got to go split like halvesies, but then remainder percentage should be for like costs for stuff. Because look, at this point in Trisha's career, she's going downhill because David Dobrik just ended, right? Trisha's out of money. So she needs this podcast in a sense because she's not making any money, though she's making money on OnlyFans. So it feels weird not to like just renegotiate for a later season, but I guess this, the whole show ends. Yeah, I feel like 45% is really good for a person who doesn't have to do anything and they just have to show up. Like, don't be such, like at that point, like there's a little bit of a diva, a little bit. You know what I mean? Like she's not doing anything. If she had to invest into the thing, it'd be so different, which I feel like she could afford with her OF money.
Everything else.
I mean, that's okay. So you're hedging your bets on this podcast lasting more than
I don't know.
a few episodes.
Oh.
I didn't get paid shit for my last podcast. I don't really give a fuck.
Dude, I can already tell you that the AdSense was really good on our first.
And by the way, do you know why I know that ultimately Ethan is the huge reason why this podcast got views? Because when Trisha and Colleen tried to make their own podcast, it did not get views. Trisha and Tana are doing a podcast now. I don't know if it's doing well though. I haven't seen, I just saw highlights. I haven't seen an episode. Like Ethan brings in views, whether we like it or not. Their pod's doing okay. 300,000, 500,000 13 days ago. 8 days ago, 366,000, 400,000, 500,000. So the girls are doing okay. They're not getting 1 million views, but they're doing okay. You know, I feel like Trisha has star power, but something about Ethan and his organization, like they just do very well. Do you know what I mean? I think for this situation, Trisha's being a little bit of a diva. I don't know if she's worth more than 45%.
Podcast. You're going to get a nice check at the end of the month.
That quick? Just
I'm going to pay you at the end of every month.
Cool. Okay, cool. And a Teddy Fresh collab, we'll call it even.
I think you should be very happy.
That's also Hila's company. She cannot. That's Hila's company. Like she can't negotiate with Ethan for that. You know, Chad says, "Wait, is this why she thinks Ethan is money driven?" I mean, maybe, but it makes no sense because like he's just running a good business. Like remember, Trisha at this era is very bad with money.
Like I feel like when I wear Teddy Fresh, some people don't know what Teddy Fresh is. I know that's like hard to believe because I know Teddy Fresh is popping. I'm not going to take that away from you, but I'm just saying some people really do ask me like when I wear that mint and green. So many people are like, "Where's this from?" They did not know it was Teddy Fresh. So I feel like I never.
You want to be a brand ambassador?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I want to collab. Like I want to be Trisha Paytas by Teddy Fresh.
Oh, you
No.
want? Yeah, I think we. Well, so do you care if we sell it on our website or if we just make it like for you?
Either way, I don't care if it's on yours.
Because we could. I mean, we can make anything you want. Our production,
Yeah,
our manufacturing
I
capacity is
know.
really good
I'm
now.
very impressed, and I was just like,
We can make anything now. It's crazy.
I know. I saw some upcoming designs. So I'm like, and you know what? I just never really like. I don't like cheap shit. Like I don't like that Fanjoy crap. You know what I mean? Like that's. I love my.
No, we don't make cheap shit yet.
Yeah, no, I know. I love
So-
buying merch, and I just feel like mine would kill it. Like we do some pink and sparkles and like
So
glitter
the thing is, like, well,
2005.
we obviously specialize in unisex. We're opening a female department. I think it comes out next month. But like dresses and stuff, although we just don't have experience in house with like fitting and stuff. So
I'm
dressing would be
imagining
hard.
a really sexy blonde holding a little teddy bear.
I mean, hoodies and stuff we could do, and anything you want. Like that's easy. Dresses and stuff is more difficult. We could do it, but it will take a long time to fit
It
it.
doesn't need to be like a fashion. Like I want it to be like. Not merch, but you know, like I mean, like it could be like just like a sparkly bling collab, you know, like a bling.
Why don't you send me some inspiration of stuff, and then I'll pitch it.
I feel like I'm pretty good at it. I'll come to a pitch meeting.
If you want to draw, sketch, or just save
I'm
some
really bad at sketching.
inspiration.
Oh, I can have a sketch it for me because I can tell him my
yeah,
idea.
yeah. We have 30 seconds left. Go
Wait,
ahead.
no.
What were you talking about?
What
So
was
who
I
did you
talking
fuck? Who
about?
did you fuck in the restaurant? I won't highlight it. I'll go longer. Tell me
not
more.
telling it.
But what are the details you're not telling me? It's so
It's
fast.
so traumatizing. Like that's all I should have to tell you.
Okay, all right.
You're literally like pulling
Well,
it
you
out
made
of
well no because you made it sound like okay. All right, I'll leave it at that.
Look, even my traumatic events I found enjoyable, but my therapist is like, no,
Oh.
that locked you up for life. And I'm like, oh, well, that was fine for me. You know what I mean? So that's
Well-
what I'm saying. But it's just like there's
We'll
just a lot I can't say, and I don't want to trigger anyone. Trigger warning. You should put a trigger warning before this entire podcast.
I don't know what it was. It sounds like you were assaulted, and I didn't know
In
that.
general, I'm just saying, no, I'm not saying
Interesting.
anything. I'm not like offended. I'm just saying like in general.
Interesting. Look how messy they both are. They're so bad. Wow, we really take for granted like self-aware, sex-positive content creators who are very like mannered for these kind of subject. Like we forget how messy people are talking about these things.
We should
Wow.
put like a trigger warning before our podcast
Why?
because we talk about trigger warning. We talk about driving off a bridge and like.
You brought that up out of nowhere. What the? How do I know what you're gonna
First of
say?
all, I didn't envision you driving off. I just saw your car going off, so it could like someone could have drove it, like chased you off or something. You know what I mean? Or the bridge was faulty. I don't know.
Who's
I don't know.
chasing me? You're gonna fucking kill me. You psycho.
No, I'm never gonna kill you. I promise you that.
You're gonna chase my ass off a bridge.
Oh, I love you. This is like such good like feng shui right now.
You like it now?
Because you never look at my eyes ever, and you're staring me deep in my
What?
soul.
Oh no, I'm looking away. Well, I saw Trisha naked today. It was horrific. No offense.
Well, that was before.
And I.
Oh my God, bro.
I saw the afters too. They were there.
They were great.
They were all horrific. Well, there you go. Episode 2. We did it.
How can we cut right at an hour? Why can't we go 2 hours? Your H3 goes 2 hours.
No, we're cutting it all
Why?
back. Because we're making 4 episodes a week now, and I think it's just hard to produce that much content. Like it affects everybody. Like the highlights, Dan editing, my energy. Because now I have to go prep for tomorrow, so I have to be responsible.
So don't wear yourself thin about it.
No, I'm not. I'm happy with the workload. I just need to make sure that
Do we get guests on this ever or no? That's only for H3.
I'm open to it if you have a good one. But I don't see the point. I mean, the whole thing is the dynamic.
Yes. I just feel like
Are you tired of talking to me already? It's only second episode.
I
This
love,
doesn't
having,
sound.
I love having guests on my podcast. Like guests are so fun. I had Brett Michaels on my podcast. That was a lot of fun.
Who was that? Was that a?
From Poison and Rock of
Oh,
Love and The
never
Apprentice
heard of him. Who
and The
cares?
Masked Singer.
Don't care. Loser.
You're such a stupid. You're so stupid. Also,
She loves like the trashiest people. No offense. But she loves like she just likes like toxic people, like very grungy, toxic-y. Like I bet she'd love Marilyn Manson. You know what I mean? Like she just loves like the celebrities that were like, I always thought smelled bad. Like I was like, he smells bad.
also announcement. We're gonna be starting Halloween October 5th on this podcast. So my first costume.
Woo,
our
woo,
first,
woo, woo,
you should
woo,
be.
Oh, I can dress up. That'll be
Okay.
fun.
Each week each Monday I already have a costume planned.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So October 5th, October 12th, October 19th, and
Dude,
October 26th.
I'm stoked. Well, I'm gonna have a costume. Yeah, that'll be awesome.
Oh,
I
so
know, but
good.
He's like, does Ethan? I'm like, no, I'm just gonna show up in costume. I'm glad we announced
Iconic.
it, and I'm
Yeah, I'll plan. We can coordinate.
Oh, I'm so.
I can do.
Oh my God. The costumes are so good.
I can plan a matching outfit, or should I just do my own thing and show up and surprise each
okay.
other?
Well,
Let's surprise each other.
I have everything. I can share you what I'm gonna wear.
I think it'd be fun if we surprise each other, but I know you're gonna post it like a trillion times on every social media.
I'm gonna start out subtle. Maybe our final, the grand finale, the week of Halloween. I'll tell you because mine's actually really good, and I feel like that could be a good duo one.
That's amazing. You've already planned ahead that far.
I have me and Moses' costume. I have our family costumes. I have my podcast
Wow.
costumes, and then I have my TikTok costume.
Be honest with me right now.
Yeah.
As we end, just tell me this: how long, and just be totally fucking brutally honest with me, is this relationship with Moses gonna last?
Like I like know we're gonna get married.
Wow. Cool.
His mom was very concerned about that. She heard it on the podcast.
No, I mean, I'll tell you.
talk about the next episode.
So
We've gone
his
over an
mom.
hour.
Well, I'll tell you because
No, I
I've been in the middle of all this, and I've talked to Hila's mom. She's not mad. She likes you. She's happy that Moses is in a relationship. What she's not happy is that he doesn't talk to her. He doesn't tell her anything.
Moses is like that.
So you better fucking tell him he needs to talk to his mom more.
He likes to keep everyone at distance. He doesn't like people.
Well, yeah. Imagine how his mom feels.
I think he had some trauma. I don't know.
But don't let him tell you that she doesn't like you, because she doesn't.
doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
He just said that she can be judgmental.
No. What parent can?
Right. So I think he was like more protecting because I do, what I do.
You
so
squirt.
I do really
She
good.
does. She does
Riley taught
squirt.
me how when we did a collab. She went and
Isn't it just
stayed.
peeing? Did we talk
If not,
about this?
we learned about it.
It's peeing.
2 fingers up and press right here and then release.
Don't
with
show
the
that.
fingers.
Don't. We can't show that.
There's nothing
Stop.
here.
Stop.
I hope this gets monetized so we get no checks.
All right. End it. Thank you guys. We'll see you next week.
Woo, we did it. Okay, that's episode 2. We still have one more episode to go over. So stick around. We need a 5-minute break once again. Go get your snacks. Go get your warm drinks. Go do what you got to do. I'll be back in 5 minutes and we'll watch the last episode for today. Girl, it's getting good already. I can't believe on episode 2 we are already getting spicy with all of the things that really kind of started to poke at the relationship. Wow. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Ooh. Okay, I'm back. Let's keep going. I brought a snack. Okay. Some gluten-free corn crackers. I don't know what to call them. Crackers, wafers with hazelnut butter. Hazelnut's very popular in Croatia, and a honey. Nom, 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 nom. I'm going to eat some of those. So I'll probably be quiet for the first like 5 minutes so I can eat. Oh my God, exciting stuff. Okay, let's go. Episode 3.
What?
It's titled Possibly Our Last Episode. Stop it right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Frenemies number 3. They said we wouldn't even make it past the first episode, and here we are 3 episodes deep. No end in sight yet.
Not yet, but I was saying this past weekend that it might be because
What?
you guys were already kind of annoying me this weekend, and I'm like, honestly, I
Why?
think either break up with you guys or snap on you guys. One of the two will come eventually, but so far so good.
Oh, well, hold on. First of all, we have a sponsor. Thank you to Adam and Eve. What did I do this
First of all, very impressed with the sponsorship. And also, this is one of Trisha's most iconic looks.
weekend? I didn't even talk to you.
Literally, you at midnight texting, get a COVID test before Monday, and then right when I wake up, Hila being like, oh, go to this place. It's only 15 minutes. And then I'm like, okay, but then Moses like with his nose test, he's like, oh, we gotta do the throat. It was just overwhelming. Oh, that's only 15 minutes. And you can go here. And I was just like, this is so overwhelming. Just be like, hey, get a COVID test. But then last night at midnight, you text me and you're like, what should we talk about tomorrow? I'm like, it's midnight. Like, I'm in bed. Like, you're just a lot. Like, you guys text a lot.
You're so if I could, let me get my phone. And
The WhatsApp you text a lot.
wait. You literally are saying, I'm going to end the show. Let me read the text that I actually sent you. Just to compare your version of reality to what actually happened. Let's see. I said, let's, first of all, I want to get this on the record.
You did.
Okay.
I'm finding it too.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all of it. We're in a separate WhatsApp, you and me. And
No,
there's a friend of me's WhatsApp.
No.
There's
This is the only one I talked to you about. And
No.
I said at 10:04 p.m.
10:04 on a Friday night.
You mean Sunday?
Oh.
Well,
okay,
I'm working to prepare the show so
No,
that it's actually
Friday
entertaining.
at 10:19. Why are you texting me?
And then let me tell you what happened before. Let me explain the reality.
my
I said
God.
all I said was, Trisha, anything you want to talk about tomorrow? Anything on your mind? At 10:04 p.m. You said, I'm never sure until we start laughing, crying emoji. I said, no worries. I got some stuff planned. I just figured I'd ask. See you tomorrow. That was the entirety of the
this is what I'm talking
conversation.
about. Friday. Trisha, you mind testing after that music video before Monday? And I was like, and before I could even
Hold on. You're giving it this franticness that's not there.
You guys were frantic because I'm like, yep, we tested everyone. I sent the screenshots of all the tests we got from dancers. Anyways, I'm like, there's a place we'll go to 10 to 1. I'll go today, blah, blah, blah. They don't film anything. And then Hila at 9:01. So before like we're even like awake and
Oh my God, this is that Key and Peele skit where it's like, I don't know, do you want to hang out? I don't know, do you want to hang out? And he's like, you know what I mean? Like, the tonality of the conversation is so specific to the people reading it. I do this all the time when I read messages. I'm like, are they saying it like this? 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 You know? Kind of, it's so funny. But also the way Trisha tells stories is so interesting.
everything. If you try Urgent they give results in 15 minutes. There's one in Beverly Hills. Last time we're the only ones there. The test is called antigen. And then I'm like, is it nose or throat? So nose. I said, okay, well, we can't go there because we can't do the nose. And then it's like, whatever you prefer. And then you're like, thank you. And then it's like, then I had to send the test
Why
results.
are you like having a panic attack? This isn't our fault.
Okay, but then like in the solo one, and then the day that the podcast posts, I mean, I love it. And I thank you for sending me all the things, but we're going back and forth so much. Like, you know what I mean? The day of, like, it's just so much.
You're saying you don't like talking to me?
Oh, and then, this is what the
This girl wants more than 45% of the cut and 0% of the responsibility for the work. This is what Ethan's talking about. How is he supposed to put so much effort into this show and she wants more money and like less communication about the show?
annoying thing was on the Frenemies one and solo, you were trying to ask me who the Disney Soda Fountain story was about, and you asked me twice.
I was just fucking around.
But I ignored you both times, and then in the separate one, you're like, okay, we'll do this, whatever. We're talking about something totally different, and then you're like, okay, but tell me, who was the person? Second time asking me that.
I was just fucking around. I was just
my
chatting with a
God.
friend. I mean, you.
We're not friends. We're not friends like that.
Okay, sorry.
No, you weren't chatting with a friend.
And by the way,
Oh my God, girl, I cannot eat and watch this show. I have so much commentary. Oh, now she doesn't want to be friends like that. Oh, now she doesn't want to be friends like that. I get it though. It's like she wants to be close and know everyone's family secrets, but she also wants to put down boundaries. This is why putting down boundaries with friends is so hard, but you got to negotiate. You can't just assume. Sit down and if somebody crosses the line, sit down and negotiate the boundaries. Be like, this is the kind of friend I want you to be. I don't want to be friends with you in this way. Can we be friends in this way? Are you available? And if you're not available, that's okay too. We just won't be friends in that way. You know?
Oh my
We're
God.
being so, and I was like, oh my God. And then with Moses' family, just everyone coming at me now. Your family apparently hates me. Everyone's families hate me. And I'm like, you know what? This isn't working. There's too many. There's just too many.
Okay, let's slow down. Let's catch your breath.
I should take the Xanax today.
And deconstruct. First of all, can you show a profile shot? Because everybody was noticing that you're, like, I guess you have extensions, so it looks
No,
like
it's a wig underneath. Feel it.
Oh, it is?
Feel it. Go like that.
Oh, shit. So it just adds volume back here?
Yeah, it's like a Bratz style. Today
Oh.
my look is Bratz. It's not Halloween. We're preparing for Halloween.
Wait.
That's the other annoying thing. Can I just say? Okay, I announced last week. Okay, we're new fun Halloween costumes. Literally right away. Okay, we need to coordinate. And then I'm like throwing out ideas. And then you're like, not those ideas. I'm like, you know what? Let me
Oh
just go
my-
with my costumes that I wanted because I didn't think you were gonna dress up anyways. I'm down for the last idea, but I was trying to throw ideas. You're like, not that. Let's do this. I'm like, never mind. It's not that big of a deal. I'm just gonna come dress how I want.
Do you want me to
come
read
dress.
those conversations?
No, because I'd take up the
You're
whole
like-
episode.
No, it was like 3 lines. You're like, do you want to go as Howard Stern and Anna Nicole Smith?
No,
Which
I
one?
gave you many options. I said favorite Jew, and you did not like that one.
I was like, Trisha, let's
Favorite
not go
horror-
as our favorite Jew.
I wanted
I'm not trying to lean into that.
I have so many. I either want to be Eugene Levy or Adam Sandler.
Unlike you, I'm not trying to lean into this weird Jew fetishism.
Okay, we're over the Jew talk. But then, favorite horror movie character I thought was a good one.
Me too.
You said no to all 3 except the one Hila said, which is a good idea.
Oh
Hila had a great idea. And I
God.
like love that idea, and I'm excited to do that. Totally, I'll sacrifice one of my costumes. But I've been preparing for this since August.
I'm in.
and
I'm
like
down.
throw my costume. That's why I was like trying to figure out overall genres that I can still wear the costumes I had prepared.
All right, let me read the conversation.
No.
Because
I think I'm doing it. I'm going to diagnose Trisha as an autistic theater kid. This is the most autistic, not good with transitions, theater kid thing I've ever seen in my life. That's what it feels like. She is so serious about this, but like it is. Also, this is put on. I did speed this up to 1.2, just FYI.
it's because it's
so
not like
long.
it's not. It's like it's
Start
not
from
what
the
you
beginning,
said.
though. You're gonna start from me being a manic person. You guys were like,
Panic.
yeah, because you were like, okay, we're about to film. And mind you, this was the day before my music video. So before my music video, I am doing the fucking most. I'm
You
fasting,
seem.
so I'm
Hold
angry.
on. Just slow down. You seem really
I'm fine.
caustic today.
What's caustic?
You just seem like super like explosive today.
You got me really excited about Disneyland, honestly, earlier, but that's a whole different story. And I had a dream about you last night, but it was about gay sex because you've been doing so many duets with like hot guys on TikTok. We're gonna talk about this, but I didn't. And I was just thinking about this last night. I just had such a vivid dream of you like getting banged by 2 guys, and I was like, oh my God, this is so awkward because I was coming today. Like, it's so weird. I never dream about you. I don't even think about you like outside of
Dude,
this.
you are way crazy today. You are like crazier than normal
I know.
today.
I had a slushie and a coffee and Dunkin' Donuts this morning. Chocolate holes, the munchkins, which Moses spit back out.
So anyway, I want to talk about your hair though, because it gives you these really long extensions, but it looks like your head is shaped like a fishbowl or something.
It's a Bratz doll. Oh, I love so.
You like how it makes your head look
Yeah,
prolonged?
because it makes me look skinnier.
It makes it look like you had like a birth defect or something.
I think I look cute.
Okay.
It makes me look tiny. Look how tiny I look on the side. I'm so skinny.
Okay.
Last time I looked huge. I looked like I was so close to the camera. I looked like your size. I was like, oh my God, I'm not that big. But also, you're kind of skinny. 226. Why?
Yeah, I'm down to I'm working on it.
What you? That's literally what I weigh. That's why I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Like,
but I'm like 4 inches taller than you or something.
but you look bigger than me. But you're not. How is that possible?
I'm 4 inches taller, and
But that means you should
but
look
you weigh the
skinnier.
same. Yeah, that's well.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah,
not.
that's not good for you. But
The way they go for each other's looks and weight and all of it, like they are really 2 fat friends with like body issues and like I don't know if eating disorder is the right word, but it's kind of funny to watch.
you weigh 220.
Like I can see why this is almost like comforting to watch like 2 fat people talk about their struggle with weight. But it's interesting how Trisha's always like, you're bigger than me. You look bigger than me. Like Ethan does look bigger than her. But also it's kind of interesting the way they talk about it.
You know. Oh, no, I think I'm like 200, but yeah, I'm like 200 for sure.
Shit.
First of all, thank you for saying that boobs. I weighed my boobs one time on a grocery scale and they were 30 pounds. So I really
You
do.
did that?
I swear.
You
There
have
are
back
30
pain?
pounds all the time. Oh my God.
Yeah,
That's why you gotta like take the Vicodin and stuff. That was a whole different conversation. But
So when you're going to get your what happened? When you go to get your boobs done, do they have more lightweight material maybe?
yeah, I'm gonna try and get them done again. I think you could get like the gummy bears are lighter right now. Mine's silicone.
So let's talk about the family drama. First of all, let's start light. Let's talk with my family about my family.
I didn't know this until this morning that
Well-
your family had a problem with me.
No, they don't. They were bitching at me because they're like, we worked super hard on the dinner, and you guys were saying it was shit.
Were they offended for real? What?
Well, I didn't think so.
Oh
but,
my
but, like, I
God.
was like, dude, we always joke about how our dinners suck and like our Yom Kippurs are like half-assed.
Wait,
So
Yom Kippur is fasting though.
or Rosh Hashanah, sorry.
Happy Yom Kippur yesterday.
Don't you mean Yom Kippur? I'm just kidding.
Stupid.
That's how I used to say it in Israel to piss everyone off.
Moses told me I couldn't do any trolling TikToks on that day. He's like, this is a very serious holiday, so you should not be posting.
Oh,
Hannah
good
down
job,
that one.
Moses, because it's getting out of control and someone needed to fucking rein this shit in, dude.
Controlling Trump's Twitter.
Yeah, someone had to rein this shit in.
Anyway.
So anyway, but yeah, I was kind of surprised by that because I was just like, we always shit on each other's meal. That was it. They
Can
just
I say your guys' families, both of yours, are the only people that ever get like offended by stuff I say like that. Like,
I was
feel-
very surprised, and it was only one member. It wasn't the other.
Oh.
So anyway,
I know who.
Oh my
I'm gonna say,
god.
but
You wanna
Oh
guess?
my god.
Definitely your mom.
no, it wasn't.
She didn't say hi to me when I walked in, so
My mom
I've never
likes
come to
you.
another family
My mom
dinner,
likes you.
FYI. It was a lot, and I still feel a little PTSD from. I told Mosam I can't do it anymore. A
PTSD
little bit.
from what? From
I
just
think-
being there?
Yeah.
Damn, you're sensitive. Imagine if you actually went to war or something.
No.
Oh my
Anyways,
god. Yeah, this is so funny. Like, I try to be very considerate about how I talk about my in-laws. I try to be very considerate about how I talk about my family, even though I'm sure 90% of the shit I say about my parents they do not appreciate. But also, you shouldn't be a homophobe or transphobe. I'm sure they do not appreciate when I call them that. But also, it is by definition correct. So, like, it is kind of interesting the way they talk about their families and stuff. But also, I have a more braggable family when it comes to food. I could never say we had a bad dinner. That is never a word that has been uttered that mom and dad didn't cook dinner fabulously. My parents are both amazing chefs.
it's fine.
Okay, let's talk about
OnlyFans? Our collab.
bro.
Only
I wouldn't do that for $1 billion fucking dollars.
Like a showering video. You wouldn't just shower with me, like take a shower.
You
Nothing
could-
sexual.
Not even for $10 million.
Could you imagine if we just stood next to each other naked in the shower, just like doing a shower, like
Why
washing
do you
our hair?
why do you think
It would sell. It would make a lot of money. Look who's so money focused now, Trisha. See how Trisha goes, Ethan's so money focused? If Ethan was money focused, he would do that shower. Let's be real. If Ethan wanted to make money, 100%. See how Trisha?
think anyone would pay for that?
They would.
Oh, they would pay.
Why?
Split it. We could split the money. You love money. We talk about this. You are driven by money.
I don't love money that much.
Ooh, see, Ethan has a line, but does Trisha? See, Ethan does have a line in the sand with how he'll make money. But does chicken, nugget, trans, whatever, Trisha have that? Does Trisha have a no? When does Trisha say no to money?
You
Not-
wouldn't do it.
Not even.
Comedy, aren't you?
I swear to God,
a bit?
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it for any amount of money.
But like Ela and Moses could be there.
If
It's like not
if
weird.
Jeff Bezos was like, I'm gonna give you guys $1 billion if you take a
liar.
shower together,
You're such a liar.
I'd be like, fuck you, Jeff Bezos, you sick fuck. Don't you have a better use of your money?
Just not
There's starving kids, and you're offering me $1 billion.
You would do it. Oh my god, you would do it now. I feel like you want to because I know like you always kind of inch towards wanting to do an OnlyFans, and so I feel
What?
like this is like your segue in. No,
Well, I'm saying no. I'm flat out.
I can't wait for our shoot this week.
So here's what happened with Ela's family and Moses' family. So Moses posted a picture on Instagram to his stories, correct me if I'm wrong, of him and you in lingerie.
Oh.
And I guess well Moses I don't know if they know what you do for a living
I don't
or
think yet they have found
yeah,
out.
and so and I don't think that Moses and frankly Moses has done a terrible job of explaining his relationship as he always does. I mean, he did it to me and Ela. He didn't explain anything, and we're close with him. I don't know what he has to hide from us because we're not judgmental.
I don't think you guys are close as you think, but continue. Like I don't think there's a closeness.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead and try to drive a wedge between me and my brother-in-law, you freak.
You know you're not close.
I mean, we have a level of familiarity.
For
Oh my
working on like
God.
the house and stuff, but not like, hey, like how's it going?
Okay, whatever. I'm not even going to argue the closeness of my relationship with you. Not obviously not with you. I mean, he hasn't put his dick in my butt, if that's what you mean. So sure, there's a different familiarity, of course. Okay, anyway.
Okay.
So anyway, they saw this picture of Moses and you in lingerie, and they got super freaked out. And you know, in Israel, it's like different. It's you know what I mean?
Is it though?
It is.
We just watched Zohan last night, and the girls were all in half naked bikinis. Like it's even.
You know, bro.
They were at the
Zohan?
beginning in the Tel Aviv section, not
What-
even the United
I'm
States section.
speechless. Zohan.
He says it's accurate. I watch it with an Israeli.
Zohan's accurate. What
say
about
it is.
Zohan is accurate?
Don't you say it is? You say it is. Anyways, he says it.
Is she? Do you know what I'm saying? Zohan with Adam Sandler, the spy hairdresser movie, whatever he was, this is like 20 years ago. Is she serious? Like he's like, it's accurate. Does Moses gaslight Trisha into thinking things are real so she embarrasses herself even more? Or does she just not do the research? I'm too much of a... See, we're both May Tauruses. What is she doing? You can't be this wrong in this many conversations, girl.
As it is.
He's not. Stop. Let me focus. So anyway, they saw the picture of in the lingerie, and they got. I think they're offended. His family as a whole is offended that he's not telling them more.
I get that. Yeah.
And the same. Remember when me and Hila had a problem?
Right.
Okay, it was the same thing. Just
Interesting. This paints the feud between Moses and them a little better, different. I think Moses is a freak. What freak doesn't communicate with their family or doesn't just cut them off? Like, just cut them off. You know what I mean? It just feels weird to be like that distant from your family. I think it feels like he revels in it. Like almost like he does it to get the attention or something. Like, I don't understand. If your family is that curious and wants to know about you, tell them. If you don't want them to know, ban them from your life. It just feels so weird that the internet would know more about your life than your family if they asked. Like the internet sometimes knows more about my life than my family. But if my family came up to me and said, "Hey, Brittany, we saw a video. What's that about?" I would tell them. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't tell my parents I got diagnosed autistic. But if my mom's like, "Hey, I saw a video. Can we talk about it?" I'd be like, "Oh yeah, for sure, bro." I just don't like, there are things you don't tell your family because they won't receive it well, which is fine. But if they see it and they ask about it, then either cut them off and say, "We're not going to discuss this," or engage. Do you know what I mean? It just feels weird for Moses to post the videos and photos, and then when his family asks for him to be like, Like, I get he's an adult, so just tell them it's none of your business. Because if he said that, then this would be inappropriate of Ethan to bring it up on the podcast. But I feel like that's not what's happening. It doesn't feel like Moses is saying, "Hey, I'm an adult with my own life. I don't want to tell you guys what's going on." Do you know what I mean? It doesn't feel like he's putting down a boundary. Maybe all these people just suck with their boundaries.
were like, what is happening? He doesn't say anything, and now all of a sudden they're taking photos. So I don't think they're even mad. I'll be honest. I talked to them. They have no problem with you. They
Wait,
like
since the
you.
lingerie scandal?
Yeah.
Oh.
They
told
like
you guys about it?
Well, I'll give you the whole story. Hold on. No.
Not getting to understand why he doesn't
Let
like
me
his
talk.
family.
Let me talk.
I
Let me
get
talk.
why he
Okay, like I talk, all of my family and I talk to each other. We all talk to each other. Unless someone specifically says, "Do not tell so-and-so, do not tell anybody, I just want to tell you," then we tell people. Because we're all on family threads. We all talk to each other. We're all very open. We have open disagreements with each other. So there's no reason for secrets. What do we need to keep a secret for? What's so interesting about your life you have a secret? And if it is a secret, then we don't tell anybody. Okay? When my brother came out to me, obviously I don't tell anybody. Okay, if my sister comes out to me, I don't tell anybody. Now everything's public, you know what I mean? But yeah, obviously, if there are secrets, we don't tell each other. But also on the other side of it, why is everything such a mystery to why does Moses make it hard? Because from his family's perspective, how weird are you being right now? See how Trisha's getting defensive, but how weird are you guys being right now?
he's distancing himself from everybody.
Stop. Let me
Before me,
talk.
FYI.
Stop. Let me talk. They're mad at Moses. They like you. They have no problem with you. They're like, why isn't Moses telling us? It's the same problem me and Hila had. And so they have this genuine shock when they're like, their fear is that Moses will do a porno with you.
And
And
getting
if,
closer to that.
and if he does that, I'm just saying, it's been said that because all of his extended family, and they're all super conservative OG, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fuck him. Do you know what I mean? If Moses doesn't want to live up to his family's reputation, he should be like, "I'm an artist. I married a sex worker. Fuck you. Leave us alone." But if Moses is going to keep playing this, you know what I mean? If your family, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. This whole thing where Ethan's his family's really conservative. Okay, well, that's their problem. And Moses should, with his big chest, own that he's dating Trisha. It feels like Moses is trying to pretend he's proud of Trisha, but also hides her. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right, for sure. My family is too, though. But
No, it's different.
It's not.
You don't know anything about Israel, even though you make a bunch of Jew videos and all this bullshit.
But also, Trisha has no idea what it's like to actually come from a conservative background.
And just because you eat falafel doesn't mean you know anything about Israel.
I speak Hebrew.
No, you don't.
A little bit.
Okay, whatever. So anyway, they are afraid if he does a porno,
Tagabatahat babakasha.
what?
Tagabatahat
But
babakasha.
what?
Shali? Tagabatahat shali babakasha.
Got to leave?
Did I say it right?
He's in touch her, but
No.
Please. Anyways, I said it good, did I? Thank you, babe. Okay, anyway.
So are you listening to me?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm saying my family is also very conservative.
You
but they
don't-
have
Her family is not even slightly conservative.
room to be like,
Stop.
oh, what are you like?
They're mad at him, okay? But then all the extended families now they saw the photo and they're calling his family being like, "What's going on? What is this?"
The photo, by the way, is me.
I agree. And so when I heard, I'll tell you what happened. So when I heard Hila recap the convo to me, and then when I heard how they were reacting, I was like, "Oh, that seems like they're." I said, one, I don't think Moses can do porno. He already said he's not, and I don't think he would.
We do have a hidden folder on the phone.
And two, I said 2, I think they're overreacting. I don't think the photo's that bad.
But here's
And so
my-
I got on the phone with them to try to calm them down.
Oh, they were hysterical or what? Why are you calling?
No, they weren't hysterical, but I just wanted to. I was speaking in your defense, frankly.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
And I think it all stems from Moses not being open with his
But who
family.
cares if he does a porno? He's 42 years old. He's just like, what the hell?
Well,
Like-
I have the same opinion as you, but it's different there, which you don't understand.
okay, but
apparently.
why? This is why we're not all equal.
Okay,
This is
why don't you
America
just
is
go to-
superior,
okay,
because we're not judgmental here.
If you go to
This is why
Saudi
Israel is
Arabia,
little, and they're in Israel, and they just continue.
She just goes off. When she decides you're like the enemy, she will like go for the jugular, bro. She's so. I'm rewinding that.
just go. It's different there, which you don't understand.
Okay, but
apparently.
why? This is why we're not all equal.
Okay,
This is
why don't you
America
just
is
go to-
superior,
okay,
because we're not judgmental here.
If you go to
This is why
Saudi
Israel is
Arabia,
little, and they're in Israel, and they just continue to be little and sheltered and stuff like that's why they're
Little?
not evolving.
What do you
They're
mean
not
little?
evolving. They're little. It's only 7 million people. Like LA is bigger than that. Like what's up? You know?
you don't know anything about, but it's a small piece of land.
I know where it is. Like, you showed it to me on the map.
Okay, chat says it's giving splitting. I think it's giving ignorance. I think a lot of people's like issues with the world is their ignorance. I think hate and bigotry and racism and all that shit comes from your major fucking ignorance. And Trisha is ignorant. Like at this point, she's responsible for that ignorance, right? But like I really think she gets defensive because she's ignorant, and then she blames everybody else because she refuses to like educate herself to have a more nuanced view. And Ethan's trying to explain to her, like, the world doesn't revolve around your values. There are different people with different values. And though they came to the same conclusion that Moses is 42 and it's none of their business, they're coming to the conclusions for different reasons. Ethan, while being aware of the Israeli judgment, and Trisha not even understanding why it exists. One is ignorant, one is aware and coming to a conclusion, right? So she's like, it's very frustrating to talk to somebody like this, Trisha, because she's not willing to admit, right? Like what, like it just might be her problem. Like it's her lack of understanding, which is most of the world's anger comes from our lack of understanding. Even when we're angry at somebody, we haven't accepted it's a part of like how life goes, right? Like who cares if his family doesn't like it? That's okay. I don't like homophobia, but Christians still exist. I don't like transphobia, but we're not sitting there telling Muslims not to exist. Like you can be transphobic and whatever that's fine. So I just want to say that for that reason. Chat says ignorance and splitting. The way someone can become the enemy and defenses come up in a second. I don't know. I'm not a medical professional. I don't know if Trisha is splitting, right? Like, I don't know if that's what she's doing. She could just be literally mad. Like, this could also just be her being angry, right? Like, some people just have anger issues. Could be splitting. I don't know how to tell the difference in this situation. Just seems like she's angry right now.
Is that the first time you saw it
that's
on a map?
probably why he ran away at 17. There's a reason people leave Israel. They don't stay there. No offense, Israel. I do want to come to you, but
Damn, did a flip flop on Israel real fast.
mostly just Moses' family that are judging me right now. The ones that are.
She's just really defensive because she's like really hurt and defensive, but I don't know where the defensiveness comes from. And I don't know if that's just her protective model. But for me, I'm not sure that it's splitting, but because that's like a very specific phenomenon to my brain. I couldn't tell right now with this little bit of a snippet if she's splitting, but she's definitely defensive and she's definitely like frustrated and she doesn't have any patience for people. So those are all things that
Again,
I think are happening.
they're not. They're accepting of you. It's
But
just
if I want him to do a porno with me, that's what I do. Why can't he do that? Why is that wrong? Why is that bad? We all have sex. My parents know I do porno, so like what? Like they just
I feel like you.
See, when she says like my parents do pornos, my parents don't care if I do pornos. Like your parents aren't his parents. Hey, chat says it's related to black and white thinking with BPD. Look, we're very BPD mental health like educated in this chat. So, but we're also very careful about deciding what people are going through since we're not medical professionals. Like we're trying to be better in this chat. I don't know if you're new to my channel, but we're all well aware of what splitting is. Half of us are diagnosed borderline, right? Like that's the joke. But we're all making sure we're not accusing somebody of having something go on that isn't happening because it's beyond inappropriate, right? We're trying to be better this time around while we rewatch the show. I don't know if she's splitting. I can't know that. Not with this, but I can see that she's being offended. But the way she says, well, my parents aren't upset. Yes, your parents aren't Moses's parents. Moses's parents are allowed to have different opinions than your parents, right?
are not working hard enough to empathize with his situation. It's you. Do you understand? Like,
I do.
No, you're not. You're saying, hey, America is this way, so the whole world should be this way.
But he knew, and I said from the beginning, I'm like, guess what? Families aren't comfortable with this. Like, my last relationship.
You can date and not make a porno with your spouse.
But that's what I do.
Okay, so okay, fine. Moses is accepting of that, but you don't have to fuck him on camera.
But what if he wants to do that? What if that's his choice?
Well, then.
That says I'm a therapist with BPD, not an accusation, just an observation. My beat, totally fine. I just think, well, especially as a medical professional, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I want to be cautious. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a medical professional, so I don't, I certainly don't feel comfortable, but I can see your perspective is coming from an educated perspective. I appreciate that. But for my sake, I'm trying to be better. I'm not trying to be like borderline, But I think she said something really interesting here, which I think Ethan is missing a bit. They're both missing each other. I think that also hurts when you're talking and you're missing each other. She's like, we're married. Why can't we make a porno? And he's like, yeah, you don't have to make a porno just because you're married. Actually, my partner and I talked about this. My partner is very private, right? Like, my partner is very private, and they certainly don't even come on my YouTube channel, let alone show up in my OF stuff, right? Like, they never help me with my work. They're never a part of it. Like, some people have their spouses answer DMs and stuff. My partner does not help me do that. I do everything on my own. It's a way to keep it more authentic too. But like, whether it's Patreon or YouTube or OF, like, that is me. Nobody is helping me run my accounts. And we've talked about it. What are you comfortable with? How much do you want to be a part of it? Do you want to be a part of it? Like, I don't know if Moses helps Trisha. I think Moses does help Trisha film some stuff and everything. Like, I do, my stuff is very creative. It's my moment to be myself. I'm just kind of like vibing out. So I think Trisha is getting defensive because she's like, we're married. Why can't we do this? You can do it with your spouse. But not everybody engages at work with their spouse. Like Ethan and Trisha, nope. Ethan and Ihila work together, but they don't always work together. They have separate businesses. Trisha and Moses work together, but they don't always work together. They both have their separate things. So it could be one of those things where, I can see why they're both coming at it. So, but Trisha's coming from a place of just like, she's not thinking about other people's perspectives, which Ethan's actually pretty good at for a guy who sometimes isn't good at it. Trisha's much worse at it, thinking about other people's perspectives. Huh. Interesting. Even though she's bubble hopped so much more, she doesn't really think about other people from their perspective. Yeah, interesting.
Oh, sure he can, but he has to take in consideration other factors.
Why?
Because there's more to the world than the United States. Do you understand that?
Strictly his family. Why do you have to like live your life to like, oh, but my family might think about this? Like, live your life. Like, Jesus, like, live your life. Like, I just don't get that. Like, yeah, my dad's so conservative. My dad's like,
no, your dad's not that conservative. Also, what did I tell you guys months ago, probably a year ago? There are levels of traumatized. There is a level of traumatized, which I think Trisha has, where she doesn't have to think about her family. See, I am traumatized medium, which means I actually do not want to like bring shame to the family, but I also want to live my life. So I do everything within my power to live my best life, but there are things I do that would, quote, bring shame to the family, except we frame it differently. Brittany is her own woman. She's 35. She can do whatever she wants. And also, like, I'm not a part of this bubble, but I love my family. The thing is like, my family is separate from me. We have different beliefs. They openly say they are not fans of the work that I do. And I openly tell them, I love you. I'm not a fan of your religion. Let's eat barbecue. Okay, we both disagree with each other's outlook on life. And we still get along most days. Okay, so this is the relationship that Trisha has a hard time believing in because she's validation seeking. Versus in my family, I learned that I don't need validation from homophobes and transphobes about what I do on the internet. But I still love them and they're great people. But I'm sure the cousins and the aunties and uncles might be gossiping about me. But just for the record, like, y'all, Jesus can hear you. Okay?
The math every day, conservative. But like, and I know he's not happy with what I do, but it's my life.
Okay, you know Mia Khalifa. She's Lebanese.
She follows me on TikTok.
Lebanese is a conservative country, even though there's more conservative countries, to be frank. And when she did porn, she got like death threats. People wanted to kill her. Okay. I'm just telling you, cultures are different. Israel's not Lebanon.
Moses isn't scared about that.
No, people aren't going to try to kill him. But I'm trying to explain what you're not getting.
But we're in a very specific. It's me and him. It's not. We're not talking about Lebanon right now. You know, Lebanon's not in my pussy.
Trisha. She's I don't think she's understanding it. This is trying to explain bubbles to other people. This is like what it's trying to explain to a conservative trans lives. I'm serious. She's as close-minded as a transphobe right now. Because she just like refuses to understand it.
You know, it's one person. Like Jesus, it's not the country.
Lebanon isn't in your pussy?
Not at the moment.
We could fit it in there. I get a feeling.
Anyway,
But I feel like you are not. You are being very selfish.
I ask him all the time. I'm like,
And I'm just telling you that you're gonna push him to the point because you're so persistent. You're so persistent, and you are so uncaring about his situation
that's so not true. You're
that
so
you're
far
gonna
off.
force him into the situation, and you're gonna ruin his fucking life.
Oh my God.
And by the
Oh
way,
my
Moses
God.
has a lot of profession. Like he's not a porn star like you. Okay,
Okay.
he's a
He's
professional.
not doing porn with me right now. He doesn't even want to shower
But
with me. I
I-
asked him
I
if he
feel
showered. He
like-
said no. So it's not even close.
But I
to being
feel
that.
like you will just hammer on him
No, I'm
until he
not.
breaks.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I'm honestly fine with it. Okay, side note, when
I wonder if Trisha has a hard time imagining that people might not want to do porn with her because it's bad for their reputation. But she doesn't want to see it that way. Do you know what I mean? Oh my God, stop, chat. Why did you say that? Chat says I can't get over the spray tan on her hands. I can't unsee it. Why did you? Now I can't unsee it. No, I can't unsee it. Oh my God. It's so bad. Why do people do spray tan? Oh my God. Oh, I'm screwed. I'm screwed. Now I can see it. I'm screwed.
we'll move on from Moses and his family. Specifically, Hila texted him about something and said, "Is this true?" You guys screenshot comments.
What? What did she say? You can say what?
Comments from these podcasts. You guys screenshot and send to Moses. Is this true?
Oh my
Are you guys
God,
12? Why are you listening to anonymous commenters being like, "Oh, she's making Moses get rid of his cats," and you're like, "Oh my God, is this true?" I was like,
Oh my God, the cats.
what the fuck? Moses is 42. He doesn't even like cats. He doesn't
Dude,
even want
stop.
his cats because he's
Calm
like,
down,
they ruin
bro.
his shit. Like the fact that you guys are
Moses
protecting
doesn't want
that-
his cats?
Moses?
in my living space.
So he'll keep him at the museum and not the house.
When I sleep and eat, I don't have animals.
Thank you.
Dude,
But why
it's a
are you
non-issue.
concerned? He's grown. You guys act like he's like a 12-year-old that doesn't know how to make a decision.
No, because we're worried about you.
You just said it wasn't about me. You said it's about him.
No, someone said, we saw a comment.
Yeah, Trisha's just like very emotional and defensive and all that other stuff. I mean, I think that's enough. Like, it's enough to feel defensive. It's enough to be frustrated. You don't know what's going on and you feel attacked. You feel like everyone's looking at you like, poor you dirty, slutty whore on the internet who everyone's embarrassed to be around and everyone's looking at like the shame of the family. And now our good son, the artist who has some credibility, is dating this girl who thinks she's a chicken nugget on the internet and has DID and is trans and all these other things. Like, it's not like Trisha is the most professional. Though she's gotten better, this Trisha. So this Trisha is the one we're judging, right? So she must feel alienated, right? Like his family's all very respectable. I'm using quotation marks here. Respectable. Like, oh, Ethan's the sane one. Trisha's the crazy one. You know, Trisha's on Twitter with her butthole showing and like Moses would never because like only lowlifes do porn. You know, there's a lot of insinuations happening, a lot of statements happening where, you know, I think Trisha's probably internalizing it and no one's there to say, Trisha, I am 100% standing by you with my full chest, which Moses isn't doing. Nobody is fully standing by Trisha right now. Trisha's alone out here. Moses is halfway between his family and Trisha, and Ethan is like more focused on his family than anyone else, right?
Comment that said Trisha's making Moses get rid of his cat.
Do you think I have that power? What do you think I control him? Like that?
Well,
like,
I don't know. I
If
don't
that
know.
was the case, he'd be doing OnlyFans. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't control him. Like, Jesus. Like,
But like, do you hear? Like, dude, I don't know.
Okay,
You,
let's switch topics because like it's just so annoying. Like, I'm so over Israelis and Jewish. I'm over it.
oh,
I'm
that was
done.
fast.
And then she says things like this because actually I mostly think she's out of spoons, out of energy, and she just says the first thing that comes to her mind that is either like it's out of her feelings. Like if feelings could be manifested, it'd be like, I'm so over this group of people that are bothering me. But yeah, like, oh, exhausting, right? Chet says, do you think Moses is aligned with his joy? The Moses in this podcast era? Absolutely not. No. No. I think the Moses and Trisha who exist now exist on an island. And I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but they've obviously made a decision to just invest in their team, which could be the greatest thing ever, which is why they kind of look healthier, or it could be the worst thing ever. I'm not sure. I really have no way to tell if Moses and Trisha are the most toxic couple who's ever existed, or if they actually figured out how to be happy together. I do not know.
So no more Jewish food reviews.
No, I'm over it. I'm over
I
it.
have a bunch of comments on the Jewish food reviews I wanted to read you.
Hold on. That says, actually, I would be so annoyed if my BF's sister would be sending screenshots and asking, is this true, accusing me of controlling him? I could see it, though. I could see it. Like, it depends on the family dynamic you have. All of this is predicated on your family. What is your family like? Where are the boundaries? What's allowed? Like, what is allowed by the family? What is allowed by the people in the family? Because I could see a scenario where, like, that's the better thing to do in some ways. Like, I'm sure it would piss some people off, but I would definitely tell women not to date my brothers. I'm not going to let another woman date another man who can't wipe his own butt. And some people would be like, I can't believe you would you would do that to your brother. Well, my brother should learn how to wipe his butt. You know what I'm saying? I'm using an example. I'm being hyperbolic. But I think sometimes the way we have conversations is like, I can't believe you did that to your brother. And it's like, I can't believe you let another woman date another shitty man. Like, my morals, morals over family, like values over loyalty. So the question is, where do your values lie, regardless of who you're looking at? Because I don't treat my family better than I treat strangers, technically. I mean, I do, but not when it comes to my morals, you know? So with Moses, like, there has to be a question here that says, but I would think that they would think he has no brain to think for himself, really? Well, okay, can adults be groomed? Can adults be raped? Can adults be brainwashed? Can adults have be manipulated? Sometimes you have to check in on your adult friends and family to make sure they're not being manipulated. Like, sometimes you do have to check in on your adult friends and family. They might need you. Sometimes your girlfriend is in an abusive marriage with a guy and you think, well, she's an adult, she can handle it. But like, you would check in on her, wouldn't you? Is it so wrong for Hila to check in on her brother who might be taken advantage of by a David Dobrik, Shane Dawson connected friend? Do you know what I'm saying? It's not like Trisha has the best reputation at this point, right? So like, I don't know. Like, I don't know that this would be totally inappropriate to their relationship because, you know, imagine your relationship is healthy and you're offended. Imagine your relationship is toxic and you might be grateful. You know, checking in and controlling is different. I didn't get controlling vibes. Wait, did I miss something? Wait, you could be right. Did I miss something? Didn't she just text him to say like, hey, I saw this on the internet. Is it true? Did you get rid of your cats for that girl? You've heard these stories, yes? You know how many men I know who've been told to pick between their dogs and their girlfriends and they don't know what's the right thing to do, right? Like, I would be like, don't give up your dog for a woman. But then some people's cultures would say it's just a dog. And some people believe that. If you're the kind of person that thinks an animal is an animal, just give it away. That's different than a person who has a connection to an animal, right? Like, Indiana Jones and I are a pair. But I know some people that don't have animals, like they don't have a relationship with their animals the way that like Indiana is like my best friend. Not everybody's having, think about all those people who, I'm sorry, the numbers show it, statistics show it. People be getting dogs and giving away their dogs in a second. It is it's much more common. I don't know how many cousins I've had who adopt dogs when they're cute and then give them away. They've had like 15 dogs. And I'm like, what do you need 15 dogs for? Like, there are just some people that don't connect necessarily with the pet they have. Or even with some couples that have been divorced, I notice that like, oh, I feel like one spouse has more of a connection to the animal than the other spouse, and that spouse should get the animal in a divorce. Like, those are things you have to think about. Is like, not everyone's, I don't think Moses necessarily first needed the cats at home, but two, maybe he didn't have the exact connection we're all thinking. Because like, if you have 7 cats, he might not have the connection that I have with Indiana Jones. You know what I mean? I've had her for over a decade. Indiana Jones has been with me for over 10 years. She's moved countries with me. She's done road trips across the US with me. Do you know what I'm saying? Indiana Jones has seen me through 3 different relationships. 3 different relationships. That's how long Indiana Jones has been with me. You know what I'm saying? I would choose Indiana Jones over my own family. Okay, I would choose Indiana Jones over a stranger. I know people say that. Like, people say like, oh, I would never choose an animal over a human. Yeah, well, I would. I would choose Indiana Jones. Okay? From my understanding of Moses, didn't he have many cats? Like a litter of cats? And I thought that he only had them so long, so it sounded like he hadn't connected to them, right? Like, I feel like the way the story's being told is like kind of different, but people have a really hard time around pets and animals. You know, like giving them away. But why do you think animals end up in adoption centers? Like, families adopt animals and give them away all the time. We have to accept that this is a part of the human like experience. Not everybody who adopts animals, like Ethan, cares that much. Ethan got a tattoo of his dog. He loves his dog so much, right? Did he get a tattoo? Dan from H3 got his cats. See, he was able to adopt his cats out. I would never choose anyone over my cat. I would never adopt Indiana Jones out. She is never leaving my side. I will move to Antarctica if that's where I have to go to keep my cat. So not everyone has that relationship with their animals. Like my brother who has Nimbus, the husky, he feels that way about Nimbus. He doesn't go anywhere without that dog. He's just like, I'm not choosing anybody over Nimbus. Like, yeah, that's how we feel. But that's not a universal experience for all people, you know? But yeah, anyways, all of this to say, I don't think Moses had a connection to those cats the way everyone thinks he did. And that's why he probably didn't care. Because there's no way I would give away Indiana Jones for anything.
No more. We're not talking no more about Jewish people. And you shot down my Halloween idea of dressing as our favorite Jewish person.
God.
You said, are you serious?
Because it's a little fucking like weird, don't you think?
We're celebrating.
Well, okay, how about I was like, let's come dressed as our favorite black person. I mean, that's fucked up. It's
No,
weird.
It's different because it's a culture
I
thing.
can't enable this weird behavior.
I kind of get what you're saying. Okay. I
Okay,
get
thank
what you're
you. Wow,
saying.
thank you for
I do
conceding my
shout out
point.
though to Eugene Levy and Adam Sandler. I was gonna come dressed half and half as you because they're my favorite Jewish people. I love them. And Eugene Levy's a double Jew. How amazing is that? I didn't even know those existed. Like
What's a double Jew?
Ashkenaz and the ones like Ashikosh and like the other ones like the Middle Eastern figure.
Oshkosh.
You know what? Yeah, Ashkenazi and Safari.
I don't think that's a double Jew.
That is. He has parents from.
Ethan is Ashkenazi Jew, isn't he? He's very Jewish.
He's a European
Well,
Jewish. and a
Theodore.
Middle
Well,
Eastern-
Theodore's a double Jew then.
Oh, lucky him. You're right. He's
Yeah.
the chosen one. He is chosen. He's so much cuter than
Okay.
any baby I've seen.
What?
He's cute.
All right, we have to take a break and do our ad read, and hope. I think this at least let's get paid once before.
We break up.
I need to recoup the money on this set.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
All right, let's do it. Free.
Wow,
shit.
AdSense.
Same because these toys are.
I'm
That
forwarding
one.
the ad. I don't care.
Like once I was in Germany
Uh-huh.
when I was 18, and we went into a porn shop in the red
Oh.
light district, and people always say like Scheisse films, like a shit film it's like a German thing.
Oh, yeah.
And there were tons of shit
Oh,
porns.
yeah.
But here's the thing that
Europe.
really interested me: they were marked up. The shit porns
Yeah.
were more expensive. They're like $80.
Oh.
Yeah, because you can't find them in America. Like you literally can't find them online.
So I wonder if the girls get more if everyone gets more for participating.
No, they probably screw over the girls too in every country.
Sad.
Yeah.
Sad. Plus free shipping.
Free shipping.
That's 8 more
Wow.
episodes.
I'm gonna continue.
Okay.
But shout out Adam Neve, Adam Share. Adamies.
Oh, that was nice. You jumped in. You took the lead a little bit.
I'm getting more comfortable. Like it's
That's
my show
good.
too.
Yeah, it is your show. You got the whole pink.
I always thought we could do like daytime talk show, but then I'm like, we're both kind of like not that aesthetically pleasing to the eye, like full
I know.
body.
You have
like,
to be.
like skinny.
That's true. Well, we could have a show called Two Fatties.
And the guests would feel so much more comfortable because they would
look-
like.
Yeah, I feel like you could make a show like that. Two big fat idiots.
I'd watch
two big
it.
fat slobs.
Could you imagine us sitting on those stools like Ryan and Kelly?
A fairy.
watch
a
it.
Fair. God, I'm so dyslexic. A hairy fat idiot and a gold.
Hey guys, as much as I love, that you're a part of my OF, you can't write OF related messages in my YouTube chat. Inappropriate. It's like going to church in a bikini. So I'm going to block you from my YouTube chat since you're too fucking stupid to realize you can't be writing this shit in my chat. Thank you for subscribing to my OnlyFans. Fucking idiot. Think about where you just posted that. That's like people who go on my Instagram and write rated X content there. You're going to get blocked. Just think about where you are. And they say autistic people aren't self-aware. Hello, George. You can't come into church in a bikini.
Fish shaped bimbo.
Goldfish shaped.
Or a goldfish bull
take it.
head shaped bimbo.
Oh, because the head.
Yeah.
I guess I kind of do look like a piranha a little bit. I think that's iconic. I think that's. Isn't it funny though? Actually, you know what? The other day, Moses told me I wasn't fat. I'm just like obsessed with skinny people. I think, and I think that's how you are too. Are you like obsessed with people being skinny? Like every time I see someone, I'm like, oh,
No.
wow, they're so skinny.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
you are because you collab with a lot of like good-looking guys, and I feel like there's like
Collab with good looking guys.
like
What do you
duet
think?
on TikTok.
Oh, I'm making fun of them.
But I think because you secretly like
No,
want
'cause they're
to
fuck
be a part
boys,
of
'cause
them.
I'm
I think you want to do that. I think you wanted to be like a fuck
I
boy
just
at one point.
when I
Be
was
honest. Did you ever want to be like a good-looking jock?
I'll be honest.
You're lying.
When I did water polo in high school,
Trisha could not imagine somebody else is just having a different experience than her. She's actually she's such a perfect 2C, bro. She is. She's like a perfect 2C, bro.
Ooh, hot.
I got super jacked, and I would look good. I had a tan and everything.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, I got a lot of female attention at
Yeah.
that point. And I quit doing water polo because it wasn't worth waking up at 5 a.m. I was like, fuck this. I'd rather be fat than
But
wake up at 5 a.m.
Do you still feel that way?
Based.
I mean, I don't want to be chiseled. I just don't want to be like this. I don't have tits.
Right. I don't think you do. I think you're shirtless over there. He was changing shirtless.
I was covering my body.
No, you
But thank
weren't.
you.
But
I
you're
appreciate
on
that.
TikTok showing it. You don't seem self-conscious about your body.
No, I'm not.
I'm not either. Isn't that funny how like chubby people don't care? We're just like, whatever.
I mean, I don't think that's all chubby people, but I think we just have. Can I ask you some
I think
questions?
it's freeing. What is this, an interview? I thought this was our thing. Do
No, I just
you want to talk about current events? I switched to Biden, everybody. I don't no longer support Trump. I had a video like years ago supporting Trump before he even got the election.
Oh, really?
So we're back to Biden.
I
so.
saw your whole Hamilton Biden.
like that?
book.
Oh my God. Did you guys hear that Carrie Underwood is singing at the Trump inauguration? Like, girl. Jesus, take the wheel, girl, because you're gonna need it.
I was like, thank God. Trisha endorsed Biden. He's a shoo-in for sure now. Do you think anyone cares that you endorse Biden?
What if I was like a plant? Like I actually supported Trump, and I'm like, ooh, let me plant. And be like, I go Biden. I'm like, fuck no, not this bitch. Like, and then they all like vote someone else because they're like, not Biden, anyone but him, because Trisha supports him.
Did you see The Rock's endorsement of Biden?
No.
Can you pull up a picture just so I'll show you on my phone. He was wearing. You can show this. You can edit this in, right, Dan? He was wearing these the tightest shirt I've ever seen. He's got some juicy milkers, bro.
Oh, he has titties too. So why do you care if you have boobs? If The Rock has boobs.
The Rock.
I like chest. I will grab.
I did chest workouts today. Thank you. I know it's very important for you guys to know that, but I did work out my chest today.
Moses' tits all the time, and he's like, "What am I, a girl?" I like grabbing them. I think they're just so fun, like grabbing guys'
Here,
chests.
look at his shirt.
Oh, he looks good.
It's like the tightest shirt I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, there's something a little off about The Rock to me.
I feel like that would be tight on me.
You should do a picture like that because that looks like your backyard. Is he in your backyard? Like literally, you could do like a parody of, not a parody, but just do a recreation.
This is like not even a human physique. He looks like a.
Why don't you?
He's obviously on steroids, bro.
Yeah.
Do this and shave your head
Oh, that could be fun.
and wear the glasses.
I'd rather be Vin Diesel. Is that okay? Because we joke about Vin Diesel a lot
Family.
on the
I don't
show.
even know who that is.
Yeah, you do. Vin Diesel, Fast
I
and
mean, he
Furious.
sounds familiar, but I couldn't like place a face to that.
Here, this is so boring, but I'll show you. Everyone's like, who cares? Vin Diesel.
Mhm.
What?
What's he from? I know I've seen
The
him.
Fast and Furious. Every fucking
I've
Fast
never
and Furious
seen
movie.
those.
Okay, let me ask you questions.
Okay, wait. Do you know your Halloween costume? Are you planning yours? Or are you just gonna show up in like a party city?
No,
outfit?
we agreed. I'll do the collab with you. The collab.
Oh,
with
the
you.
last one, but we're starting next week. The Halloween costumes.
Is that
Every
what it already
week.
is? So what are you doing next week?
I can
Or-
tell you now
Oh,
because you.
We'll talk off the show. I'll match you.
I'm not. No, we're not matching anymore. That was too much
My
pressure.
God.
Okay, who do you currently hate on YouTube the most?
Oh my God! Wait, what? Oh, easy. Who do I hate, babe? Oh, you're gonna get me in trouble.
Hannah. It's Hannah.
Hannah,
G. I don't understand this drama with you and Gabby
Like,
Hannah.
she's like irrelevant. So I don't even want to talk about her because she gets like no views. Like, what's
She said, I don't even want to talk about her because she's irrelevant. She gets no views. Oh my God.
even the point? We're like the two like losers that have been on YouTube for so long, just going at it and not getting views for drama.
Why do you
So,
guys
like,
hate
who
each other
cares?
so much?
The only reason I hate, well, the only reason I disliked her from the beginning was she like wanted to be my friend. I finally had to tell her, hey, you told my boyfriend I had herpes when I didn't. She told Jason I had herpes like before I
Really?
knew her, and then he didn't want to like fuck me for a long time. And then he's like, oh, but Gabby said, I was like, what? And then she said she told David, and all these people. I was like, okay, she's weird. So I just kept my distance.
Do you have You don't have herpes.
I don't have herpes, and I would like. First of all, she wouldn't know. I never was her friend. Then she tried to blame it on like Shane telling her that I had herpes, which that's not true. But she tried to blame him because she's
My
crazy.
God.
And then she started snowballing on Drama Alert. She goes, I don't want drama on Drama Alert, giving an interview about drama that happened 9 months ago. And then she goes, then she says, Trisha tried to. He's like, did Trisha try to contact you? Yeah, a couple weeks ago. This bitch is crazy. I've never tried to contact her. Like, she's actually crazy, and I feel bad for her. So honestly, I don't want to even like hate on her because I think she does need some help. Because I went through a mental breakdown last year, and I needed to get help, and I think she does too, and that's it. But anyways, I'll say I
Wow.
dislike her. Who do you hate? You have to answer these questions too. Who do you dislike?
Oh,
Keemstar.
yeah, obviously. Keemstar's like,
Keemstar's the worst.
yeah, he's the worst.
He might be worse than Gabby because he's like even more pathetic. Like
Keemstar is actually the thing about Keemstar is that he's actually just
awful.
yeah. Like I feel like okay, so like even if like let's say Gabby Hannah, you guys have beef and stuff, and
Yeah.
I feel like it's snowballed. But like in a normal world setting, I feel like I could be friends with her. She probably has some redeeming qualities.
Definitely not. There's no one that stayed friends with her.
Oh,
Look at all
okay,
the people
alright,
she was
alright.
friends with.
Bad example.
She's like,
But I feel like she's a human being. She must have
No, she
some
literally
good.
told Eli like, oh, like Ethan like try to like flirt with me. Like she told people that someone I know, like a mutual friend of ours that does YouTube. She's like, her husband wanted me before you. I was like, wow, are you on crack, girl? Like, what are you talking about? But Keemstar's the worst privately. Like he'll text me. I'm like, hey, can you just like stop? Because I had
Oh
some
yeah.
anxiety.
Yeah, can you tell me about?
Yeah.
he,
He would like private text me about the Gabby Hannah situation, and I was just like, and I was always cool with him up until this point. Like even during your guys' beef, I thought it was funny because he would send me like merch, like and I liked him. He was cool. Like I was like whatever with him. And then like all of a sudden this like Gabby Hannah thing. He asked me for an interview the week before Gabby came on. I was like, no, like I have no drama. Like why would I come on Drama Alert? There's nothing to talk about. But then second of all, so then he got Gabby whatever, and then he was trying to get us to be like I don't know. He was trying to ask me like, oh well, what's your deal? And I was just like, can you just like drop it? I don't want to be associated with her because she's like actually kind of like she's off. I'm off too. I get help for it. I don't think she does, but I think it's different when you like off your meds or something. And so I told him I was like, I really don't want to be associated with it because one, it's not drama that's gonna get me views at all. Anyways, not that I matter about that, but two, I literally was having so much anxiety that weekend. Like there was just a lot happening, and because I do have this guy, this reoccurring like stalker at my house. Anyways, it's not a big deal, but whatever. And so like people like jump my fence, and I get triggered. So I was already triggered that weekend, and then that was happening. He's like, can you just like keep me out of drama? And he's like, no, I will not. And I'm like, okay, well I'm gonna block you. And then he posted our conversations on Twitter. So then I unblock him. I'm like, hey, can you like delete those? Like, can you just like please leave me alone? He's like, I will not. Like he just kept going and hammering. Why won't you tell me? I'm not gonna believe you until you show me police reports. Like it was just crazy. And I was like, who are you? Like why do I have to prove it? And he was just the worst. Like privately, he just like wouldn't let it go, and I had to block him again.
Yeah, that's his thing. God, I feel like I'm talking like so slow now.
I'm sorry because you always put it off at an
This is also on 1.2, but it is kind of funny. Okay. Yeah, this is so interesting actually to watch this part of Trisha. This is going to sound so weird, but I used to talk like this. I have old YouTube videos where I am talking like this. And I stopped doing it for a lot of reasons. one, I think I did it as a mode of masking, honestly. Because now that I'm watching Trisha do it, I'm like, this is obviously, because I even talk like this as a kid. I was like, and my family would be like, oh my gosh, that's how Brittany talks. But then I stopped doing it because people got they didn't take me seriously. And then they would get mad, and then they would get like, Brittany's crazy. And I was like, well, I don't want to be known as the crazy girl. So I learned to slow down. And even now, I get people telling me I talk too fast. Even now, right? Ben Shapiro gets it as well. But Ben Shapiro has a degree from Harvard, which allows him to say, I'm a Harvard lawyer. Of course I talk fast, right? He gets like, but Trisha and Brittany, they just get known as the BPD girls. So when we talk fast and we're women, it's like very different. But I can see now why I stopped doing that so long ago. But yeah, like there's a part of me that when I sometimes talk like that at home and I'm like, you know, but like, wow, yeah, I don't do this anymore. Like I tried to make an effort to slow down, but I still talk too fast. Like I do make an effort to slow down. Wow, interesting. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Your cadence sounds like this. You make way more sense to me, and I've never heard you sound this defensive. Yeah, well, obviously I'm not a very like defensive person, though I do properly enjoy being categorized correctly, which is the most offensive I get. But I will say that I know why I sound like a Valley girl. I'm actually literally from California, bro. My name is literally Brittany. So of course, and also I put an emphasis in my voice. Like I talk like certain people in certain bubbles. But yeah, I can see why, because I don't think Trisha talks like this as much now, right? Right? I don't think she talks exactly this fast anymore. I think she's much slower now. But yeah, that's kind of interesting, like realization for myself to be like, oh yeah, I get it. Huh.
Howard, I have so much to say. And then
No, I feel that's his problem is that he's like, when you talk to him, you have this expectation that you're talking to like a normal human being.
Right.
But he really is. There's something off because he doesn't talk to you like a normal human being. He's always digging and digging and digging because he wants to produce content.
Right.
And it's just
there's something sick about that though,
Yeah.
because like even like I always said, like even off camera when I truly didn't like you, like you were still nice to me off camera. Like you weren't like an asshole to me.
because I was thinking about that, how, our relationship started from that one video.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is because my intention was I felt bad that you felt bad, and I wanted to I wanted to not be rude to you, of course, if we talked off.
But even like Hila was super nice. Like the first day, I was mean about her. I was mean about saying that she was like didn't stick up for herself and she was like a submissive.
Yeah,
like,
but
bitch, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the way, when I say bitch, I mean it lovingly. People are like, I hate that she calls her a bitch. I say bitch to like everyone.
But the thing, like Keemstar made Hila cry once, like when he after he came on the podcast, and I was like, whatever. I know you guys, because everyone was mad at me, and I left this comment like, I know you guys hate him. I do too, but I think we should talk about him because he's an interesting guy. And then he lost his shit. And Hila, and I was trying to calm him down. I was like in the DMs with him, being like, dude, it's not that big of a deal. I didn't mean it like I hate you. It's just a figure of speech. And he was like fucking losing his mind. And then Hila tried to talk to him, and he made her cry. He was so fucking rude and relentless.
Say?
Honestly, it was years ago. I don't remember.
Oh, just like words, just like nasty words.
Yeah.
I remember like this year he was like calling her like a horse, or there was something with a horse.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, to me that's like so gross. And you did.
That's so far. You know what's so funny is like, and if you're in a nice group of autistics, it's so funny to like innocent and nice or neurodivergents to say like, what animal do I look like? Like I literally think humans do look like animals and vice versa, right? But I think it's so mean when you try to like make fun of someone because they look like an animal. Does that make sense? Like that's not very nice. But there's like such a way to have so much fun with it. But then the bullies ruin it, man. Tessa just came in. Is it sped up or is Trisha really speaking that fast? It's at 1.2, guys. It's at 1.2.
Did do that. I did fight back. I was like in his defense because I was like, you also made fun of girls' looks. But at the same, like, it's just like to me that's gross. When, like old men like make fun of people's looks, even if it's for comedy, whatever. I think it's just like a low blow. Like it's like that's what you're gonna make fun of someone's like wife being ugly or something or whatever they think,
Well, I guess I have made fun of women's looks, but.
Yes.
I think this like that targeted thing of being like, you're a horse. And then because then they like keep hammering it. And like this, like Leafy has
he called Trisha a whale.
On a hoodie now. He made like.
But he didn't Twitter harass Trisha as a whale. The Twitter feeds, I remember Twitter during that era. It was all horse replies to Hila. So I don't think Ethan's community does that. Like, I don't think they all went to call Trisha a whale, but he definitely contributed to misogyny.
A hoodie with a horse. I
Yeah,
guess?
it's gross. I think it's nasty, but I think it's the same thing you did when you called Hannah a Twinkie, and then I came on the podcast and you still were like, yeah, she looked like a Twinkie. Like, it's still mean no matter what, because clearly Ella doesn't look like a horse and Hannah doesn't look like a Twinkie, and they know that. They're pretty, so they don't care, but at the same time, it's still nasty. It's just like, you look gross. You just look, and I don't care if people have done it. People are like, oh, people do that for comedy or whatever. It's like, that's like a joke that we need, people evolve and like the world evolves. I think that needs to.
Okay, great. Then Trisha needs to stop calling Ethan fat and saying you're bigger than me. And like, that's the problem, is at the end of the day, Trisha look, I'm trying to get better too, but I'm also trying to accept like no one's going to be perfect. We're all going to make comments, but like they're not even self-aware enough to know, like, are you working on it though? This Trisha, not the now Trisha. This Trisha in the video, like, what is she doing in this era of her life to be better? Like, again, when I talk about getting better as a person, I am in no way saying I'll ever be perfect. Like, I am, especially like, I get it. Like, I just want us to know, like, humans are going to human, but let's try to mitigate harm. Not be perfect, just mitigate harm, which I hate when people say like, oh, but like everything you do is harm. Yes. Okay. And doesn't mean you can't make it less.
I'll just stop like bashing girls with looks. That's your thing.
What's-
Like, it's a low blow to be like, Trisha's fat. Like, that's all I hear is you're fat. Okay, if I lose weight, then what are you gonna come for me for? You know what I mean? It's like, who cares? Like, that's all you can say about me?
I
Oh, that
feel
fat
like-
bitch? Okay.
I feel like the Twinkie comment was I don't know why. I thought that was, is that not different than the horse comment?
No.
I'm trying to rationalize it.
How?
Your palm is tan, bro.
We said this in the
Oh my God. Oh my God, bro.
All right, I look like a little girl.
You literally palmed your you tanned your palm. What happened there?
I had a little spray tan. And I've been spray tanning so much lately because I had the music videos. I've been spray tanning a lot.
What happened to your palm? Were you just rubbing it all over your body
No,
or
I had
something?
someone spray it on me actually
Oh
last
my
night.
god,
So
it
my
really
mom-
stuck. But there, look the hell, you're in like black palm.
No, no. I
Can
don't know what-
can I call a girl Twinkie? I guess that was rude of me.
Of course. Some people think horses are beautiful, but it's the way you're saying
Some people
things.
fuck horses.
And
Oh.
some people probably fuck Twinkies, but that doesn't mean you can call a girl that. You told me I look like a corpse in the video about me.
Yeah. Well, you were laying in you were in a coffin. That one
Wait.
it really stuck. But there, look the hell, you're in like black palm.
Black bomb? I think he said black bomb. I don't know. I heard like, I think he was going to say black face, and then he switched it to black bomb. Maybe?
No, I don't know what-
Can I call a girl Twinkie? I guess that was rude of me.
Of course. Some people think horses are beautiful, but it's the way you're saying
Some people
things.
fuck horses.
And some people probably fuck Twinkies.
Yeah, the chat, the CC says bomb, but I don't know. I heard bomb initially. The CC said bomb. I only looked it up because you said palm. Is that what he was going to say? But then I thought he was going to say black face, but I heard bomb. But I don't know. But if he said palm, that's crazy.
But that doesn't mean you can call a girl that. You told me I look like a corpse in the video about me.
Yeah. Well, you were laying in you were in a coffin. That one I feel like was fair game.
My eyes were just closed.
Yeah, it looked like you were in a coffin. I think that's funny. I did
I
say,
also want a beach whale.
I think I
Yeah,
said it
beach
looked
whale.
like I think it was about you, that it looks like you just washed up on the beach.
Yes, exactly. So don't rationalize that as you thought I was a beautiful mermaid.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It was,
No.
but like maybe does it get an exemption for being funnier?
No.
Funny?
Keemstar thinks he's being funny.
Right.
So. Who did I pick on that battle when Keemstar and you guys were going at it? I think I picked Keemstar. I think I was
Oh yeah, that was.
the winner.
I was like, what? I was like, you are such a fucking.
Yeah, I
Ju-
truly hated you, huh?
You're such like a Judas. How you flip flop between camps. I'm sure you'll be
Oh.
friends with Keemstar in a month from now.
Absolutely
Being
not.
like,
no.
yeah, Ethan's fucking. I used to go to his house, and you'll start making up shit like,
No.
and he put a camera in his bathroom, and he used to just call me ugly when I was house, and I'm like, yeah, Keemstar, you go.
Even though there's a camera in his bathroom, and I'm like, I wouldn't put it past you. I feel like you, low-key, are kind of pervy.
Trisha goes, can I use the bathroom? I said, yeah, there's a camera in there. Don't worry about it.
Fine with me.
I was kidding.
You can post it on OnlyFans. You do most of the legwork for this podcast, so I could do most of the legwork for our OnlyFans collab.
Wow, she's
Dude,
really
I'm
bringing
very
it
impressed
up.
by you. The emails back and forth to get the sponsor, I was reading them. I was like, oh my God, okay, look at him just answering these emails so professionally. You guys were talking about like, I don't even know. It was like, oh, but this per this, and I don't even know the words. I was so confused what's happening. And then
Thank
you
you.
negotiated something amazing. I was like, oh wow.
Thank you.
Seriously, I was super impressed.
Thank you. I'm glad.
I didn't know it was you. I was like, is this him answering the email?
It's me. It's all
Wow.
me.
One man show.
I'm not a one man show. I couldn't ever do this alone.
Dan's in the group chat. Shout out to Dan's girlfriend.
So okay,
He's a fan of us.
oh yeah, it was really cool.
I do appreciate the clips you guys sent me, but you keep asking.
People really like the show, isn't it nice? Like the comments have been really nice. What?
Yes.
It's been all good. Why do you have to spin everything?
I feel like it's like I love that Ethan just roast Trisha for an hour.
By the way, that was like one comment out of many. Most of them were like, I love their chemistry. This is so fun to watch.
No, I dig it. I like the show. It's fun.
Okay,
Like, it's
whatever.
my one outing. I like get dressed up for you. I'm like, here we are. And then we go on a date on Monday nights. We always go out somewhere.
So what about, this is an interesting factoid. So when you had beef with, those are pretty, you can show those. Diamond.
Okay, hold on. Chad says, no, chat. Chad says, not the cam in the bathroom. My ex did that to me. I just want to say, I am so sorry that happened to you. Every person that has the audacity to film in the most sacred space in the whole house, this is a sacred space. I don't even believe in hell, but you are going there. Okay? Bathroom is a sacred space. The amount of stories I've heard of people putting cameras in the showers or in the fire detector, that is so fucked up. That is so fucked up. Sometimes my partner and I do like hypotheticals of superpowers. If I was a vampire, I'd murder all them fucks. I would be like harm reduction, baby. Vampire style, bro. The way I would, because I would have to eat, we're watching the Shadows show, What We Do in the Shadows. And I was like, if I'm a vampire and I have to kill a certain population, I'm killing all the sex offenders. No offense. You shouldn't have done what you did. Okay? I'm killing all you fuckers. And I know your blood gonna be nasty because of your bad juju, but I'm gonna do it. No, I don't think we say juju anymore. Bad energy. I don't think we say that anymore. It's canceled. Like, girl. Okay. No.
Studded Crocs, bro.
I wore silver ones last. Ooh.
And these are aftermarket, right?
Yeah.
How much does it cost to get your Crocs studded?
I think $100 blinged up. Hello.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's badass.
200. I don't know. But I usually order like 10 of them at a time. So she just did Ugg boots for me for winter.
So do you just like Crocs a lot, or do you think that's like just cool fashion?
Yeah, I think since I got fatter, I can't wear heels. So I've been wearing like flats more.
You know when your feet start to get fat, you really fuck.
It's more than me.
That's true, bro. I always look at my ankles, you know? Oh my gosh, What We Do in the Shadows. Yes, Kyle, did you watch the movie? Not yet. We actually just started with the show, but apparently the movie's great. But I'm loving the show. It is so good. It's like our little couple show at the end of the night. That's why I end stream and I get ready for bed and we like watch our little TV shows like an old couple. We're like my grandparents. My grandparents used to watch TV Land before bed every night together. And then they'd go to sleep and I'm like, that's us. Cute old couple. Watch our TV shows. Go to bed.
Like balancing on heels when you're like 200.
I agree. Fishy says those Crocs are actually cute. I love Crocs. I have like 5 pairs in my closet. Absolutely zero regrets. I want cuter Crocs. I want so many Crocs.
Pounds is a lot. I know. I need to lose weight. I was losing weight last week and then I started eating again. I don't know.
I think you made a good point though. I think you said you know what? First of all, they can call Ela a horse. I think you made a good point. I think you made a good point. I can't make fun of how women. I can't say, for example, that you look like you washed up on the beach.
So yeah, you gotta take it.
Is he doing it right now? Is he doing it right now? See, was that a joke? But he seems okay. I liked the acknowledgement, but then it looked like he was making a joke.
I do take it though. I don't.
I
not saying
do, and I'm sure she does too. And like people are like, oh,
well, she's not offended by it. She just thinks it's pathetic.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, so people be like, Trisha looks like Shrek. I mean, I clearly know I'm attractive, so I don't care. It doesn't matter. But I'm just saying, like, it's just gross. It's just like low. I'm like, that's all you got. You sound just stupid.
Well, I agree. I think when someone says that, it makes them look worse. Then I think whatever.
There's so many things to come for me for. Like, being fat is like an obvious. Like, that's what you're gonna come for me for. Like, there's just so many other things that's wrong with me.
So you got in a brief beef with Anthony Padilla? Is that
oh my God. Is this episode? Oh.
Him too.
And anyway, we talked about it and we did a highlight and it was our most disliked highlight of all time.
What is people's up his it'll come around there where people start disliking him too. It's always happens.
Well, I feel like Anthony's thing is he's like mega woke. You know, he defended you when I made the Instagram start. He's like, how dare you make fun of women's appearance? So he's mega
not mega woke because he said Trisha doesn't have a mental illness. Can I say I have gone to 3 therapists since then that have diagnosed me with traits of multiple personality disorder, which is DID. People are like, it's 2 different things. It's the fucking same thing.
Wait, no, you don't multiple personality. Isn't that when you have like a different person in you? It's like super rare. If you're like, I'm not Trisha anymore, I'm Samantha.
It's not that happens. I can describe it. Like when there is a switch in me, which anyone close to me, my family or my boyfriends.
Wait, this is the first time we're hearing a confirmation from Trisha that she has gone to a therapist and gotten a diagnosis. But see how she said traits of and not a diagnosis, which is different. Am I crazy? Traits of is not a diagnosis, right?
have all seen it. My last boyfriend, my current boyfriend. Like, it's literally not me. Where I wake up the next morning and I'm like, I literally don't remember. Like, I literally don't. Like, it's like this weird. It is like a switch. People get offended, and I swear by it. But regardless, I have other mental.
Oh, that's for
health
sure.
I mean, but
he
Anthony was trying to tell me, he rolled his eyes. Okay, just trying to get on the mental health bandwagon. I'm like, aren't you the one who he always says? Anthony will always be like, oh, I'm like depressed. I'm like, you don't look depressed because that's what he told me. You don't look like you have a mental health illness. Oh, Anthony Padilla, you don't look like you're fucking depressed. You look happy with your girlfriend. Don't fucking talk about mental illness or that you're gonna be an advocate for mental health people.
Interesting.
Do you know? I hate people like that try to tell me I don't have something.
No, you definitely have something. Trust me. I had no. I have. But the thing.
Don't flip flop back and forth. Oh, Trisha's pretending to have a mental health illness reviews.
You think she's sane? You think she's sane? I mean, good luck arguing that.
In the same breath to be like, Trisha's just faking mental health illness.
I mean, yeah, it's true. No one who doesn't have a mental health problem is going to fake having a mental health problem. Like, but the mental health problem you're faking might not be the one you have. It could be a different one. But yeah, healthy people do not fake mental health problems. Do you know what I mean? That's why there's no reason for somebody to come out autistic unless there's something wrong with them in a sense, or they're autistic. Because like, what person would ever want to take on the burden of being autistic in public when there's so much discrimination?
It's like, what is it?
But wasn't his point?
And not crazy.
I think his point was, if I can mediate, because you made a video saying I am, or was it I have multiple personality disorder? Was that the video? And he's like, well, you don't, because he's like, well, there's people who suffer from this. You don't necessarily have that diagnosed. So he felt like you were monetizing someone else's illness.
I'll tell you what exactly happened. I watched his video. I was a fan. I watched his video on it, and I was like, and I made that video because I'm like, oh, this is probably what I have. Is I've gone to therapists, I've gone to psychiatrists, I've been to mental health hospitals, I've been institutionalized, not once, not twice, 3 times. That's something people don't know. I went to mental hospital involuntarily 3 times.
Oh, tell me about them. The first time, I know the third time was because they thought you were suicidal from the
that's the first. I went twice after last year.
What the hell? That was a busy year.
It was right after you made the video. Again, not to like put it on you, but it was like right after like that video was made. Like it was my birthday, May 8th. So I remember that the first time was February 2019. Then it was my birthday, and then I went again in August.
But what happened? Tell me, detail each experience. I'm interested.
Yeah, I mean, just.
You're shy about it.
I don't really like talking about it because I don't like being judged for that. Because you know what? No matter what I say, people are like, "She's a liar." I don't believe her, and it's like I
believe you.
No, I know, but I don't like even talking about it because it's just so traumatizing. Like each time you go, like the very first time I went was in front of like David and Jason and stuff, and it was like so traumatizing. So for them to just act like I don't even exist after like that, really like no one once checked up on me like after that. Like it was literally like so traumatizing. Like literally like take you back from the hospital, like strap you down, like put Ativan in your thing because it was fucking awful. So and the same time, so my birthday too, I was. You know, I that's why Jason finally walked.
It's hard because it's hard when you have when you feel like somebody's representing your community in a way that isn't true because they're not actually. And it is hard because in some ways you don't want a Trisha Paytas as your representation. And in other ways, like maybe Trisha Paytas is a representation of a way of being this thing. So it's difficult. It's like having somebody like maybe Muslims would say like Andrew Tate's not a real Muslim, right? Like, oh, we don't want him representing our brand. But at the same time, they have to embrace him because like they embrace everybody, even people on a very sketchy journey. But it's like, are you happy he's your brand representative? Because that's like what happens. It can feel that way with mental health. Like if Trisha is representing the mental health community or the queer community or anything, not that she has an obligation to, but you know, it can mean something as a public figure that she like, look, my autism diagnosis was like a very big deal for me. I was really... And I told the doctors this. I was like, I am a public figure. It would be a very big deal if I just want to be very honest and transparent with my audience. I do want to share this with them. They've been a part of this journey for so long. And I want to tell them, but I want to tell them the right answer. And that's because like for me, I do think it'd be a very big deal. But I don't know if I ever felt that way about Trisha. I always felt like she wouldn't care. If she was like, yeah, I guess it wasn't autism. I guess it was just like making it up, but I guess it's not autism. Like, I feel like Trisha would just like downplay it, but I would feel, this is probably because of my autism, I feel really bad if I would feel like I unintentionally tricked my audience, you know, even though I have an autism diagnosis. Like I would feel so like sick to my stomach because I misled people, but that's probably the autism, right? That's probably my neurodivergency that makes me feel so bad, even though I know it wouldn't be my fault. Like if a doctor misdiagnosed me, it's not my fault. But at the same time, like I told my doctors, like, you got to be for real. Like this got to be serious. Okay. You know, and I mean, they felt similarly, obviously. And it's not like I can trick my doctors into giving me a diagnosis. Like that's their job. But Trisha feels like the opposite. She feels like somebody that does want to utilize the label for the for the money, like being Jewish. I mean, she literally married a Jewish man and then rode that wave into TikTok, fame or whatever you want to call it. So it feels weird not to think that of Trisha. So I can see Anthony's perspective. I'm not an Anthony watcher, but I've seen a video, obviously. I think we've watched some on stream, obviously. But I can see why Anthony feels a need to say Trisha Paytas is another fake. She doesn't believe this. She's using it for clout. I mean, she uses everything else for clout. Chet says, I don't even think that's autism. You have compassion for the impact because you're aware of what it can mean for others. Yeah, I mean, obviously that is it. But also, like, why doesn't Trisha have that? Like, why doesn't Trisha care how this could impact other people? What's wrong with her that she doesn't care? Right?
Blocked me because I drove over to his house like high on meth. They put me in the thing, and I get it. He has kids and stuff, so it's like I understand why he broke up with me, whatever.
I thought the high on meth thing was proven not to be true.
But
wait, I thought she didn't remember being high on meth, but Jason told her that's what she did, but she doesn't even remember it. So she might have like DID for real, right? Oh my God, what is this? What is
Hanukkah, Hanukkah, come light the menorah. Let's have a party, we'll all dance the hora.
Thanks, Discord. Thank you for that reminder. Oh, Lord, save me.
people are so fucking annoying, and it's like to hear that shit, it's like so annoying. But anyways,
your problem is that you have these really traumatic experiences, and then when you try to talk about it, people don't believe you.
So to say all that, when I would go to the mental hospital, obviously they let me out in 72 hours because I would be fine the next day. You know, I ran out of a hospital naked because I was not me. I don't even know, but they shot the out of me. Whatever.
Wait. Chad is saying she did remember being high after. Oh God, see, I don't know now. Well, I guess it's good we're going over these things, man.
I would never do the stuff that I did. And so so they never figured it out. So back to the Anthony Padilla thing, for on a real note, I saw those videos, and this was a time I was like really struggling, like February, it was or March. It was when I went on your guys' show.
She's very emotional right
the
now.
And I was like,
she's really feeling emotional. Like she's really feeling something right now.
oh, this makes sense. Like this is probably it, because I really don't know. Like when this other person comes, I'm like, this makes sense. I wasn't diagnosed with it because I've gone to people and no one told me that. They always tell me BPT. They told me bipolar or schizophrenia.
What do you mean they told you? Did they diagnose you or did they tell you? Do you know what I'm saying? I've never gone to a therapist who told me things. I've only gone to therapists who have diagnosed me or seen me for therapy. But when she says like they told me it was this, or this, like who told you? I had such a different therapeutic experience than Trisha did. So when she talks, I don't know who she's talking about. Is she talking about rando doctors at like a emergency room? Is she talking about a person she sat down with? Like, who is she talking about when she says, like, they told me it could be this, or this? Like, who? Who?
They've never once said the thing, but I'm like, that makes sense. So I watched that video and I was like, this makes sense. And the first video I did was completely sincere. I literally was like, this might be something that I have. It wasn't until that got triggered when Anthony's like, and his fucking dumbass girlfriend, Mikey, you also dumb bitch, saying I don't have fucking mental health illness, literally was watching it and rolled her eyes. They were like, oh.
Didn't she just get done saying she only calls people bitch, like when she means it a nice way, / don't talk about women, and then she just called her a dumb bitch? She's obviously triggered. Okay, I get it.
Oh my God, this is dumb. But that was such a sincere video. And that's when I fucking go on the
Oh, she's mimiccing? Is she mimicking herself? I'm going to rewind it.
video. And I was like, this makes sense. And the first video I did was completely sincere. I literally was like, this might be something that I have. It wasn't until that got triggered when Anthony's like, and his fucking dumbass girlfriend, Mikey, you also dumb bitch, saying I don't have fucking mental health illness, literally was watching it and rolled her eyes. They were like, oh my God, this is dumb. But that was such a sincere video. And that's when
Okay, but like everyone felt that way about that video. Like everyone was like, yeah, Trisha, we get it. Which I understand. Look, I think the problem is she presents it so casually. Like it's a pretty big fucking deal if you have DID in a big way. But also everyone does it in their different way. But why she's so mad at them specifically for doing something that everybody did at the time.
when I fucking go on the troll, and I was like, fine, I'll fucking switch on camera. You want me to? Oh, I'm fucking, where am I? Oh my God. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if that's what they want to see to prove, because that's what was happening on Anthony Padilla's thing, is people just switching alters. And maybe that happens with people. I don't know. I'm not going to be like, yes or no, whatever. That's not for me to decide.
Yeah. I wonder if Anthony vets his guests before they come on, because I don't like watching the ones with DID and stuff. If people are like I don't watch that stuff, but I wonder if he verifies, like, does he have documentation from their therapists? You know what I mean?
But it's like, I switch, but I don't just all of a sudden become like, a different, like, oh, I'm a new person now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not how it works with me, but there is something. And people have seen it. Anyone close to me has fucking seen it.
Well,
Jason, Moses, anybody, my mom, my sister, they've seen it, or I'm not who I am. It's scary.
I think one thing I can definitely say is that you're impulsive. And so when I totally understand where you're like, oh, I saw this multiple personality video and you're like, oh my God, that sounds like what I have.
Yeah.
And then you go make a video about it. You know what I mean? Like you're impulsive.
Sure, I get that idea. I mean, we do that openly on this channel. Like, oh, I wonder if it's this. I wonder if it's this. But we clarify with our sentences like, hey, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. But when Trisha does it, she makes it sound like she's not being serious about the research. Like, I feel like my community is so serious about research. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like my community is so, like, maybe because we're older and more stable. I know, not that we're older. Trisha's older than me, I think, or my age, or maybe she's younger. We're so serious about our research, and we do suffer from imposter syndrome, but we are so grounded when we're discussing the possibility of a diagnosis. Trisha never feels grounded enough for me to not think it's like poor views in a sense. Like, she doesn't take it seriously at all. Like, thinking you have DID is like more of a serious thing, but maybe that's just because she and her background and her lack of stability allows her to only have this relationship with it. Maybe my community is like very like, educated. We all have like good jobs, and generally my audience tends to be my audience is unique, and we're all on a different journey at different paces. But a huge part of my audience I know is like relatively stable, and so they're I don't know, the way we have conversations just feels different. You know what I mean? But maybe this is the only way she knows how to have the conversation because of the way she grew up.
Also like that, but
the transgender video, the same thing. Can I just say real quick? Sorry to cut you off, but real quick, the transgender video is the same thing. That weekend, I just got back from tour, and there was a boy who was transgender. I'm sorry, a girl who was transgender, male to female, and he looked like how a male would look, but he's like, I'm female, I just can't afford a denim skirt. Like, he was telling me stuff, and I was kind of like, I related to that, and that's why I was making the video. I was like, maybe there's more people who feel this way, but they're not not doing the transition. Of course, it was a mistake. I realized now, like, the severity of saying that, but the DID thing, like, that wasn't a mistake. I was just saying how I felt and how I related to that video. I wasn't like, oh, I guess, I don't know. I don't know what the title was. Maybe it's just like, I don't know what the title was, and maybe that was a mistake. I don't fucking know. But to have the audacity to be like, this person doesn't have a mental, and to attack someone for that. Let's say I didn't have it, but I have something wrong with me. So you're gonna attack someone with a mental illness.
I think the problem that you have is that you are impulsive, and so you go and make videos without thinking about it, and then people start to disbelieve you, and they think you're like this drama machine, and that you make these videos intentionally. And so, like, I get why he would think that. You know what I mean? Because it's like every week, it's like I'm transgender, I have personality disorder, and so people start to think like, what is really going on here?
I get it. I'm not mad about it, but Anthony Padilla, of all people, Mr. fucking woke, if there's something wrong with someone, which there clearly is, let's say I'm a pathological liar and there's some fucking disorder where I'm just like always needing attention. Like, I have something wrong with me. You don't fucking attack someone because something's wrong. How about get that person fucking help? How about butt out because there's probably other people helping? People don't know fucking shit when it comes to this stuff. Like, people don't know shit. I do get help, and guess what? Sometimes
it feels like she's asking for people to be sympathetic in a way that she isn't even to herself. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like Trisha. I understand this version of Trisha and why she's asking for this. I think it's coming from a real place. But I think the issue is, yeah, I can see her perspective for sure. I think she's right, but it's hard to give that empathy to Trisha. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's maybe not the greatest messenger of the message, but the message is right. Like, the message is correct, but Trisha's the wrong messenger. It's very BoJack Horseman of her to, like, say the right thing, but to be the worst person to give the message. Does that make sense?
sometimes doctors don't know. I've been to 3 mental hospitals, 3 different ones. They don't know fucking shit.
Do you want to talk about something happy?
Is it a sponsor? Is that what we're going to, or no?
No, I was just maybe changing pace.
Okay.
Yeah. What are you enjoying?
See, he was like reading that she was losing it, you know? So he like slowed her down, and that's really good.
In life lately.
Oh. I don't know.
Did you lose weight for the Did you lose weight for the Beetlejuice thing?
Yeah, but also no, because like it's so hard when you like are like I feel like when you're like in love, like we just went home and he had a tombstone. I'm like, okay, I'll have like a slice of tombstone. You know what I mean?
Tombstone. You guys
That's
can do better than
Tombstone.
that.
No, we love a frozen pizza. And I was doing good.
Those are the triangle candies, I think.
I didn't eat dinner for like 6 nights.
All right, let me read you some comments.
Are these happy? Are we switching? I'm not really that happy. I feel like I'm going through a depressive episode right now.
Why?
I don't know.
It
Sometimes I'm
happens.
just depressed
Maybe she's just explaining that she's triggered.
for no reason. Like literally no reason. Most will come home and I'll just be like sad. And for no reason. I have no idea. It's the worst. I mean, that's worse. I don't know.
Oh wow, these are brutal.
Oh.
These are some of the comments from TikTok on your Jew.
Oh my
video.
god,
Oh,
that would
no.
make me
Well, I just had this prepared, so I just
So let's just-
this one. This one is really, I think, over the top, but I'll read it. They said every time I leave my house, I have to hide my neck.
Oh. No, Chad says no. That's Toblerone. What the fuck is a tombstone? I'm Googling. Oh, tombstone is pizza. Oh. I'm hungry too, bro. Me too, Chad. I'm hungry too, bro. I cannot wait to eat. Okay, my bad, guys. I don't know my taboos. I don't know my tomb. Okay, differences here.
So I don't become the victim of a hate crime. How dare you put one on just for fun?
Oh my
Well, the star. I feel like the Star David is a bit much.
That's what I mean. Trisha cosplays Judaism, cosplay mental illness. She cosplays. And then it confuses everybody. Can you really find it that weird that people have a hard time being empathetic to Trisha when she puts on everybody's culture? God forbid she would have dated a black man. Because you just know she would have come out, okay, with nails and hair and an accent that she thought was... She's like, I speak AAVV. AAVV. Guys, I'm not black. Help me. African American. Guys, help me. AV. I know this. Don't tell me. No, tell me. Help me. Anyway, she's like, yeah, actually, like I speak it in my AAVE. Thank you. I speak AAV, and actually, I can't because like my boyfriend's black, and like he gave me permission. So what up? Like that'd be Trisha. Actually, one of my DAD personalities is a black woman. I'm sorry, it's not funny. But I feel like that would be Trisha. Let's be real. You know, she would definitely call it Ebonics girl. She would literally get on here and be like, actually, I speak black now. Yeah, well, that's us. Like, we are black. Yeah, we're a black family. Oh shit, that'd be so bad. So funny. Oh man, but it'd be so bad.
Why?
Well, because you're supposed to wear. It's like why would I wear a cross?
I believe in the Old Testament. I
It's
love
not,
Old
but it's
Testament
not
stuff.
like the Star of David is not a fashion statement. It's a.
Oh my
it's
God.
it's a symbol of faith.
I believe in the Old Testament 100%. I know all the stories.
But if you believe,
I
okay,
believe in the Old Testament 100%.
let's move on. I'm not
Also-
gonna argue biblical studies with you. I'm trying.
I'm ready.
Someone says I'm trying so hard not to
Well,
cyber.
that person needs to get the stick out of their fucking ass. It's a Star of David. And you guys, like, you're really gonna be, this is also what I hate about Christians and Jewish and everyone. I'm Christian, I'm Jewish, I'm all of it. How about stop fucking judging? Okay? Like, how about like stop judging people? Jesus, you're gonna call yourself like, oh, like, especially Jewish people, y'all don't believe in hell. Where am I going? Why are you judging me? Like, you know what I mean? Like, Jesus, like, just we're all getting to heaven, relax.
Here's a good idea for your next fetish. Someone said, please don't become a hijabi next. I want that thing to stay sacred.
Okay, first of all, yes, I don't do that. I wore a scarf in the convertible the other day and someone's like, she has a hijab on. It's a
Oh, wow.
scarf.
This comment has 52,000 likes.
Holy
Girl, what are
shit.
you on?
Which one? Which TikTok was it?
It doesn't say.
No. I'm usually on nothing.
Trish Han, I think you just need to pick one culture and stick with it.
I say fuck.
See, that's what I'm saying. Pick a culture and stick to it, girl. That's what I'm saying. This is the impression. This is the signal Trisha has signaled to all of us that she will try on your culture, wear it for a week before she's bored and throws it in the trash. That is the reputation this grown-ass woman created for herself. Get over it. You want a different reputation? Start acting like it, which technically present Trisha did do. Has she tried on anybody's culture lately? Are you guys keeping tabs?
Fuck off because I can appreciate any culture I want to.
Oh, culture appreciation.
Another one says, we. Who is we? Because you are not Jewish.
Oh,
Who said that? On what one? You don't know what these are from?
What does it matter? I mean, you made 1 billion Jew videos.
My boyfriend's Jewish. I can convert.
So you're okay, convert, and then you can say we.
He's not Jewish,
You seen the
though, so I can't
Seinfeld about the
convert.
Jew jokes?
Huh?
He's Jewish, of course he's
He's
Jewish.
not.
If you go,
He's not Jewish.
okay, maybe he doesn't
practice or
Yeah,
pray.
but if you go to a rabbi, he'll say, yeah, of course he's Jewish.
All right, let's go to a rabbi, babe. So I
You can get converted, but it's not easy. You can't just convert. You got to study.
I can study.
Yeah, you would never go through
I'm
with
down
that.
to convert, to be honest, but he doesn't care
Sis
about
did
that.
not. Sis did not just say we're no longer in 2020. Girl, we haven't been in 2020 for over 3,000 years.
Wait, chat says she should try Mormonism. Would she not get along with the Mormon girls though? She'd be like hanging out with Taylor and all of them and Whitney. And she'd be like, oh my God, I love Mormon. Like Joseph Smith's like my favorite. And like, oh my God, I don't really like the multiple wives thing though. I don't want Moses to have like multiple wives. But like, I really like that they don't drink coffee because like I do not need coffee. And like, oh my God, no caffeine here. Like, you know what I mean? She would fit in. She kind of looks like them.
years. We're going into 5,781.
Okay, Jewish humor. Like what?
The name is George Washington's tampons. That was the user.
Tampons.
Nice.
Not sure I get that.
I don't get
reference.
it either, but we support Hamilton.
We just, that's all I've got.
That's it.
Yeah, I thought I
Weren't
would
that
have more.
bad.
No, they weren't.
I feel like people come around to me, they kind of think I have, like, I feel like at first I'm a little shocking, but they know my intentions are good. I truly do love, like, the Jewish culture. I like learning about the Old Testament. It's fun.
I think you're a good person. I just think I think you're genuinely, and I mean this with peace and love, crazy.
Sure.
And I think
Sure.
your life is an internal battle between trying to stay on the rails as much as possible,
I try to stay on the rails.
while being just totally off the rails by nature.
Right.
But you also play it up because you fetishize, or not fetishize, but your role models are people like Marilyn Monroe and what's that other girl's name? Anna Nicole Smith. And so these are people who are notoriously a mess.
They're sad. It's very depressing. Trisha does. She really admires the saddest people in all of like pop culture history. She's what did I say during my Alphaba Glinda video? She's a Glinda that's kind of an Alphaba. She wants to be Glinda. She wants to be Marilyn Monroe. But you're just too much of an Alphaba, girl. They'll never accept you. Because funny enough, you don't even accept you.
I think I'm like, yeah.
So you like being a mess.
I don't like it. It's just like what I have and I'm rolling with it.
Ooh, just what I have and I'm rolling with it. Very interesting, this, Trisha. Maggie with the super chat. Thank you so much, girlie. Says Trisha is such an American white girl stereotype. Is she, man, Trisha's such an American white girl stereotype. I'm going to take it a step further. I think she's a typical traumatized white girl stereotype because she's not a middle class stereotype of a white girl. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, she obviously came from a rough background. Like, I'm assuming her mom smoked cigarettes while she held her as a baby. That's the kind of family I assume she comes from. Like a mom who smoked cigarettes and had like a shot of liquor with coffee in the morning. Do you know what I mean? I don't think she grew up with like a suburb mom who took her to soccer practice, obviously. I feel like she grew up with a mom who, dad wasn't around, mom was there but working all the time, boyfriend's in and out of the house. So she was just like a little girl growing up in a house that was never stable. Like I can't really, like, this is me. Kind of like you said, at some point you just accept, like, it's kind of like going back to like the crazy I accept, the fat I accept. Like, oh, I'm just kind of fat at this point. Why am I trying to diet? You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of just this person now. And that's fine. I'm body positive model. Someone's like, just looks good.
So you still like Moses?
Love Moses.
Good.
He's the best thing in the whole world right now.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, he's literally the best, most patient person in the whole world.
He is very patient. That's for
so
sure.
patient. Like, never gets mad.
And I think that's exactly what you need.
I was roasting him on Saturday. He's like, what is it,
You
the
need-
roast of Moses Day? I kept coming for him. And you know what he did? I was being so mean all morning because the fucking COVID testing and all your guys' text messages.
Dude, you're so annoying. The conversations were so unhostile. I literally just said, "Okay, do you mind?" I said, "Do you mind getting a COVID test before Monday?"
comment?
And you said, "Sure, no problem." And I was like, "Wow, she was." And I was like, "Wow, I wasn't sure how she would take that, but she was super cool." And then when I get here, you're like, "The fucking COVID test ruined my whole fucking day." And I was like, "Holy shit!"
But at the same time, it was like the cat comment and like all these other things.
By the way, we had her get a
thing.
COVID test because she was off doing some crazy Beetlejuice concert with like 100 people.
Which, by the way, first of all, 30 every.
Wait, true. Helga's mom from Hey Arnold, bro. If we should watch Hey Arnold and dissect it on the Discord, because Hey Arnold is a crazy example of different levels of dysfunction that you don't really see and understand. Same thing with Rugrats. Like, those shows were so much more real than we could have ever given them credit for at the time. Like Rugrats, Hey Arnold, but Hey Arnold, exactly. Like, you don't know. Like, you think about Helga's life, you do not even realize how dysfunctional it is until you rewatch it as an adult and you're like, what was I watching as a kid? Like, no wonder we have all these life lessons ingrained in our heads that we don't even realize. Like, it's so subconscious, right? I feel like it's so subconscious in my head, all of these shows and all of their stories, that no wonder I was raised so differently. Like, what are Gen Z's people watching? What are Gen Alpha people watching? How are they learning stories about like dysfunction? You know what I mean? Like, who's teaching them these stories? Because I watched it all on those shows. And I'm like, oh, like, I learned so much about life without even realizing I was learning about life through all of these shows. But I really was, realistically. So I do wonder, like, So I put Trisha in that bubble. Like Trisha's in the bubble of the kids. I mean, who kind of grew up like in Helga's situation, but a little bit worse, funny enough, like worse in a sense, you know? And I think it's important to recognize, like, that's why I say like Trisha was like more traumatized. I was like medium traumatized, you know, and I wasn't like as traumatized as Trisha. Like I had functioning parents, reliable parents. There was food in the fridge. Like my parents worked, you know, my parents could provide. Like I had stability in my life, but like Trisha didn't. I would never know what it's like to have a mom who worked 4 jobs and there was a cycle of boyfriends coming through the front door. Like that's a reality so far from my reality. I couldn't even fathom it, right? Like that's not the life I grew up with. So of course Trisha's going to have problems just on that basis alone. And then you add in the predisposition to having BPD or anything else she might have. Like, yeah, and it makes sense why her and others in that kind of demographic can almost like put everything they know like into their content, into the risking of like, fuck it, I don't care what I lose, because they have nothing to lose in a sense. They have nothing to lose in a sense. You know what I mean? But like I always had a reminder of like, I had not more to lose, but more to lose. Right? So Trisha really like, she really like in a way, first of all, beat every statistical probability of her circumstance. I need that to be abundantly clear. A multi-millionaire, successful entertainer, SNL, given her background, she beat a lot of statistical probabilities for where she came from. But see, Trisha doesn't tell a cool story about a girl who came from a shitty place and got better. Trisha tells a story where she had a great childhood and she loved growing up, but it was traumatic. If she actually embraced how shitty her life was and told people about like where she came from in a very balanced way, she could be an amazing spokesperson for this bubble. The dilemma is I'm not sure how far the bubble is from where Trisha is now. When Trisha's in her 50s, I would love to see kind of old Trisha and to see if she could get more grounded. But how many old people have we reviewed on this channel and they kind of die ungrounded, you know? But like Trisha did not come from a solid background. She came from a struggling one. And there could have been a really interesting story here. But to be fair, I think she's still in it. I think like even though she's grown and changed, I don't know if it's behind her in the way that we would hope. I don't know though. I can't tell you. I don't know.
Every single person got tested. We had to get a COVID nurse on site.
Why are you obsessed with Beetlejuice anyway? It's just so odd.
I love Beetlejuice. I do love Beetlejuice. I don't know. Why does I don't know. I just like the aesthetic of it. I like the music. I like everything. I like the characters. I love Michael Keaton.
You like Michael Keaton?
Can we get Michael Keaton? Okay, on the podcast, can I manifest Michael Keaton, Eugene Levy, Adam Sandler, and Sacha Baron Cohen?
None of those will ever happen. Your
What
manifestation.
if Adam Sandler comes on the podcast?
Why would he? Hey guys, I'm Adam Sandler. We're gonna sit on this stupid fucking shit tier podcast.
What? First of all, this is a nice podcast. I'm manifesting that.
This is not an Adam Sandler tier podcast.
I feel like it's totally like Bill Murray does those weird ass podcasts all the time. Like there's like random people. I got Brett Michaels on my podcast. I love
This is
him.
not a Bill Murray level podcast.
Oh no, Bill Murray do it. He used to be my neighbor for real.
Okay, good
We
one.
were in a lawsuit together. Well, him and my dad were in a lawsuit together.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
Suing together?
Yeah.
Oh,
we were
that's
suing a
awesome.
neighbor. Yeah, it was crazy.
Why?
They were neighbors. I think the neighbor was suing them because their property. He was trying to get their property or something because they were doing like they were hosting parties or something. It was something like weird. Like it was.
I'd love to be in a lawsuit with Bill Murray.
Yeah, it's everything. He's doing my church.
He
Around
sued your
Syria.
church?
No, he used to go to my church and I'd see him by himself. And then I'm like,
oh.
hey, what's up? He's Catholic. He's a super big Catholic.
Oh wow.
So maybe we'll get him on the podcast. Or Steve Martin. I
Okay.
made King Tut viral again. Steve Martin, if you want to come on the podcast, please come back. Come on. I love Steve Martin. Those are my people. Like I love like Bill Murray, Steve Martin. I sat next to Martin Short on a plane one time first class, and I was with my boyfriend at the time, and I ditched my boyfriend because I was like, wait, I want to sit next to Martin Short because he was gonna ask him to switch seats. I'm like, no. I want to sit next to him.
I feel like at a certain point I could just stand in the corner and you wouldn't even notice.
I just have so much to say, and I feel like we cut it off so quickly, and like I just feel like we have a lot to say. Anyways, I forgot to say my story about my sweet Moses because on Saturday I was being a bitch. Like I was just being a bitch for no reason. I don't even know why. I was like, I hate driving. Well, that I did say I hate driving to get to feed his cats because that was annoying that day. But because we had to go to Northridge, we had to go to where he lived. It was like, and then we had to go to the beach. We're going all over the place.
Oh,
and
God.
so, but guess what?
Oh my God. Actually, Chad, I think you're so right. You said having dead parents really has given me the freedom to tell my story. I think she has a lot of people close to her she doesn't want to hurt. I think that's so true. Yeah.
He bought me a diamond necklace. I was looking at a necklace. I don't have it on today because I didn't really.
You
go with
bought
the
her a
outfit.
diamond necklace,
Okay,
Moses?
can I just say I was
The
gonna buy it
fuck?
myself, and then I went to go like I don't know what I was going.
How much was it? How much you drop on that?
Hold on. Chad says the times I watched her podcast, honestly, it's truly seems like it's behind her. Like she does, like she realized she's liked and can entertain doing positive things. I think it will be behind her when she can talk about it. And when she has an appropriate reaction to it. Because one of the things And you'll see from this episode of Ultimatum, I'm going to get up for you guys ASAP. Once YouTube approves the edit, oh my God, it's taking me so, like I'm on my 10th edit. But, you know, JR is asked, like, are you over the infidelity in your last relationship? And he says, oh yeah, it's like it's a way in my past, you know, it's way behind me, but it is in the back of my head. Okay, well then you're not past it. Like, it feels like Trisha hasn't allowed herself to be free from that past. She feels still connected to it. It feels like when she was on Rainn Wilson and she wouldn't talk about it with him, which is fine. She does not have to talk about it on that show. I want to make it abundantly clear. Trisha was under zero obligation to talk about it. But the fact that she can't talk about it is interesting. Chet says, why does she have to talk about it publicly? She doesn't. But she's running away from it, in my opinion, rather than actually understanding it. In my opinion, I can't read minds. I do not know this to be true. I could be so fucking off. In my opinion, as an observer, she doesn't give me the feeling that she's moved on from it. Like it's a thing in her past. It feels like it still feels like tethered a little bit, and she just has to cut the tether. Just accept that it's like in the past. Just like, you know, like if you hear from these other guys, like what's his name? What's the Hispanic guy with the tattoos who's on Spy Kids and In the Shadows, and what's his name? He had this crazy past. Like crazy past. Prison, drugs since he was a kid, horrible background, very toxic upbringing. Yeah, Danny Trejo. But Danny Trejo is like so untethered from his past that when he talks about it, it's something that's like his story way back then. Now he's much older than Trisha. That's the vibe I'm waiting for. Where's the Trisha that's like, man, that was like my past. Right? Chet says, I feel like not addressing it publicly can be moving on, right? Yeah, but she's a public figure and it happened publicly. So it feels like there's a way to be private. But I don't know. She's not exhibiting the behavior that I would see, in my opinion, that I was looking for, but she could be. You know, it's not up to Brittany. I don't get to decide what she has to do, right? So if her not talking about it publicly works for her, that's great. I don't know, though. It still feels like she's carrying that burden with her, but I don't know why. Right? And it's not our business at the end of the day. She can carry that burden into death, or she can tell me she's moved on from it and she doesn't want to talk about it. It's just like nobody has clarity around her. And it feels very unlikely that she would have had it without making it clear somehow. But I don't know. I cannot know this. This is just my thoughts. I'm just putting thoughts on a chalkboard. I really do not know what it would look like for Trisha to move past something in a real way. I don't have any idea what that would look like.
It doesn't matter. Anyways, hand of God.
Oh, he got you the Hamsa.
Yeah, isn't that nice? But I wanted one anyways, and I was gonna buy it for myself. I would never ask. I don't like people paying for stuff. It makes me feel uncomfortable. But one, I never paid when we on a date. He pays every single time we go out on a date. Two, he got me this diamond necklace, and I was gonna pay for it myself because I like it. And then all of a sudden, he like gives me.
You know what the Hamsa means? You probably explained.
Yes, of course.
Haters talk to the hand, basically.
Well, yes, the protection. We like did the whole like research on it. It's beautiful. I will wear it, but I have costumes, so it's gorgeous. It's my favorite thing. It's like so neat. What are you gonna tell me I can't wear that? Someone did tell me that on TikTok.
No, you can wear Hamsa.
No, someone's like stop wearing those Jewish necklaces.
I think Muslims also wear Hamsas, right? Yeah. It's not.
All faiths it
Star of David. You shouldn't wear a Star of David.
If my future husband's Jewish,
Moses is just saying no Star of David.
No, she should wear.
Oh, you should wear a Star of David according to Moses. No wonder, dude. You can.
No, I'm just saying all the Jews should wear Star of David. That's the Holocaust.
Thank you.
What? Dude, that is such a fucking stretch, Moses.
That is the Holocaust.
That is so stupid.
Babe.
No, it's like saying I'm going around wearing a cross because I think it's fashionable.
I don't think it's fashionable.
Well,
It's a universal symbol.
hold on. Christians do wear crosses and believers wear crosses to symbolize like community and like to be, you know, symbols for Christ. I saw a fish on someone's car here in Croatia and I was like, oh, like a Christian fish. I was like, oh my God. I think Jewish people do the same thing with the Star of David maybe. But then did she ever convert to Judaism? Wasn't she going to convert to Judaism like Charlotte from Sex and the City?
Thank you, babe. And also, I don't think it's fashionable. I do wear it in honor of my boyfriend. He doesn't really like love the Judaism, but I love it.
Trust me, I'm not the only one that thinks it's odd.
Okay, well,
If you want,
Well, that says, what do you think about people wearing the cross for fashion? I have cross earrings I wear for fashion, but I'm sure it's offensive to religious people.
want to walk around with a Jewish flair, Moses, go ahead. I personally don't think it's the same thing.
Anyways, thank you for the diamond necklace. I'm sorry I was a bitch. He was being so nice the whole time. He was being so sweet. So,
Well, I still support you guys.
of course, we're
But once I see Moses in the shower, we're going to have problems.
for showering with me.
I'm just saying I'm just warning you.
Ooh, say that because he's gonna do it more. He'll
I'm
be like,
just
actually-
warning you guys that if Moses crosses the line into OnlyFans, you will fuck his life up so bad.
Oh my God,
And then
no.
when you guys break up,
No. That I will not put on Trisha. If Moses does an OnlyFans shoot with Trisha, that is not Trisha's responsibility for fucking up his life, Ethan. That is everyone around him for even threatening to fuck up his life. Excuse me. The only reason his life would get fucked up is because of everyone else's bigotry. Okay? It's certainly not Trisha's responsibility. Moses is an old man. He can make his own decisions, but more than that, maybe if we didn't live in a sex negative world, it wouldn't be that big of a deal.
up inevitably. Sorry.
Not happening.
You're going to have a hard fucking time, bro, picking up the pieces.
Can we just say we're never gonna break up? Because there are so many times we should have
So
broken up.
this
and we're
is
just
my
not going
this
to.
is my dude. You've been dating not that long to be like we should have broken up so many times. Do you see the warning signs?
That's true.
I'm just saying.
That's true. Off again, all on again. Honestly, I never would have guessed that Trisha and Moses would have been happy together or stable, and I'm not sure that they are. I have no idea what happens behind closed doors, but they do seem reasonably happy. I hope they're healthy. I have no idea. I hope Trisha and Moses live a very happy and loving life because I don't know. I don't know, but I will say that I still don't know yet. And that's kind of interesting. But, you know, I'm really hoping they make it because it'd be nice to see people in love and healthy.
Moses, just be careful. Just be smart. I know she's persistent. Let's not see your dick on camera.
Well, we have something planned for Thursday. So.
Let's not see your dick on
We
camera.
already have something planned for Thursday that's going on my OnlyFans. So
As long
Not me.
not
yes, you're in it. You're in it.
Not naked.
Okay,
you're in it but not naked.
Picture.
Oh, okay. Okay.
you'll see it. I'll show it to you next week. I'll have the picture.
Are you gonna like jerk off on his picture or something?
No,
Squirt?
he's in it with me. He's gonna be in it with me. The pictures. We have like a photographer coming and stuff. He's in it with
Oh, you're just doing a photo shoot.
me. No, it's a whole thing. Anyways,
Whoa! What is it?
we'll see if it happens. Maybe it won't even happen. We'll just see what happens. How
You're doing a photo shoot?
about you doing a shower thing with me? You think
Why?
You think your family will also disown you?
Well, I think a lot of people would be really fucking confused.
Oh, there are people who
My
are
wife, chief among
they
them.
be there.
Trust me, I don't want to shower with you.
But it's like if they're there, it's like not as weird.
I really don't want to shower. I
No.
really don't want to shower with you. I would rather drag my dick through.
You know what they should have done on Frenemies? Ethan and Trisha go to nude spa together. Nude massages, nude spa, very holistic. Ice baths, naked. Now that would have been holistic, platonic, educational, and hilarious.
through a field of glass.
Also, can I ask why you always wear Teddy Fresh on our podcast? It's
I
not
always
sponsored
wear
by
it.
Teddy
I
Fresh.
wear it in literally everywhere and everything. That's all I wear.
everything.
This podcast?
Everything. He wears it
That's
all the
what
time.
do I gotta wear?
I'm gonna bring out. Fine, I'm gonna wear my logo. Onlytrish.com next time. I'm gonna just advertise my.
You know I wear Teddy Fresh.
See, she picks fights over the stupidest shit. She literally has zero chill, Trisha. That's why are you picking a fight over this? Who fucking cares? Like, he wears Teddy Fresh all the time, and also he should. But also, like, why are you picking fights with him over the stupidest fucking shit?
Fresh and everything I do.
Okay, but if you go on TV, you're not gonna be able to wear Teddy Fresh. So this
Why?
is like.
Because I don't have
It's a
clearance
brand.
for my own fucking company.
No, the TV show.
I don't have clearance for my own company. They do it for clearance, not.
No,
no.
sometimes they don't. Because I used to have my logo.
Wow, I've
They
never seen a brand on TV. I've never seen a
I'm
brand.
telling you, when I've done reality shows like Celebrity Big Brother, they wouldn't let me wear my own shit. Like it was my own fucking like logo and stuff, and they wouldn't let me wear it.
Probably because it's tacky and it looked like garbage.
Oh, and a giant Teddy Fresh on your chest isn't tacky.
I think it looks fantastic.
I mean, that's not the best shirt. You have cute stuff, but that's not it.
Well, it's different.
See,
It's like-
she's like insult. She does this thing where like she fucking insults and picks. Like, it's just so rude. Like, why is she being rude? They're both so rude. Both of them, you can't take either of them anywhere. They're just rude. That's so rude. Why is she being mean to him? The moment she like, yeah, she does like she. Yeah, it's so funny. Huh. The true Chaz, I mean, the title of the podcast is accurate. Frenemies, I guess so.
It's a different thing. It's like there's like Instawear, there's like the mega branding. So that's what this is. But the application's nice. It's like Buffy paint.
Can I feel?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
God.
it is.
I believe you. Also, James Charles is fucking annoying on TikTok. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Oh my
aside from your
God.
beef, my sister sent me this one. Have you seen of him singing?
Oh,
She just has ADHD, bro. She has undiagnosed ADHD, and she just says any thought that pops into her fucking
I
head.
love that video.
Oh my God, it's
I
so
can't, but it's like weirdly mesmerizing. Oh, the one where he
Right,
did
he's
the I like your Gucci shoes.
No.
You like my Skechers. Not
See how they like vibe? Like they literally go like this. They're just like talking. What the fuck? You're such a fucking cunt. You're such a fucking no. I guess I'd go down. You're such a fucking bitch. I fucking hate you. Oh my god, James Charles. Like they literally, they're like very normal together, and then it just starts getting negative, and then they're like super positive, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening, but it is like a roller coaster of emotions.
that one.
No, it's the one where he's like,
But you know that one?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
my sister sent me-
I'm obsessed with that video. It's just so bizarre.
Should we get him on the podcast? Like Loki, I feel like he'd come on.
He would never. He hates my guts.
I feel like James Charles Loki likes me.
Well,
Like,
he doesn't like me.
hates
I'll tell you that.
Jeffrey
He unfollowed me after the beef.
Ooh.
We used to follow
You
each
would
other.
follow me.
Yeah, because I don't want to see your fucking vagina ever.
If you want to see my vagina, it's on Twitter at Chichipitas.
It's like it's too much.
I can't believe I want to know what family member of yours.
Ooh, that's a good point. Chet says she's picking fights because she doesn't feel like she's being seen as an equal. She doesn't get 50% of the money. She doesn't get to promote her brand. Yeah, without judgment. Maybe that is it. I do think when Trisha feels like she's not being treated like an equal, she does get very frustrated. But then the irony is the brand she created was so people could be able to look at her like an idiot blonde. Isn't that ironic how we all get in our own way? Like we are she's self-fulfilling prophecy to herself. Like she's the one who created the brand and the tonality of how people would receive her. And then she's like, why are people treating me like this? This is why you have to unpack your shit. Because, yeah. Girl.
He hates me now. Who said that? Your
Nobody.
dad?
No, they were mad at me because I was like, no, it's not my dad doesn't care about
Oh my
anything.
God. Oh, I know. Oh, wow. Unexpected,
What?
but expected.
Mad at me
Mm-hmm.
because they're like, we spent all this time and you just I was like, I was like, okay, I'm sorry, I feel bad. I don't know why we always.
It's so funny.
But you know what I really wanted to say is just like, well, just don't watch the podcast because I'm
for
going to talk
real.
about everything.
My parents don't watch my stuff because of that.
I've
it.
trashed my parents and they've never said anything and I know they watch and first of all, I love my parents and I respect so much that they give me the space to do my thing and they never try to intervene and be
Nice.
like,
That's
what you
good.
said really hurt my feelings.
Right.
And so I think it's really cool that they let me, come here and speak my mind and be true to myself when I'm on here.
Yeah,
So
you have to.
I would exactly, I have to.
Mhm.
So yeah, I would just, say don't watch. But I didn't say that. But now
Well, you should.
I did.
Don't watch. I'm never coming to another dinner again, which is totally fine, actually.
You're uninvited.
Good. My family, honestly, has made me appreciate my family so much more. This family issues with both of your family, I'm like, wow, my family's cool as fuck. I just think they were like tightly wound, but I'm like, no, they're cool.
Well, you probably you like put them through the ringer early on.
That is true.
Yeah.
They know.
They're just happy that you're like, well, you're pretty successful. I mean, shit, it's pretty
Yeah.
great.
And now I have Moses to like parade around because my dad loves Israel. Like he's very Christian. And so he goes over there and looks at all
Wow.
the Jesus stuff. Like he's been over there multiple times. So like now I have like my good Israeli boyfriend who's like knows a lot about the Bible, who's also kind of like a Jesus lover, like all that. So it's kind of nice. They talk
How do you
about
feel about
politics in
that?
Israel.
Do you ever feel fetishized by her, Moses?
No.
Oh,
Thank you, babe. I
don't. Oh, okay. NB Incarnate. Oh, that's a cute name. Member for 3 months says, just wanted to say thank you for being here with me in spirit and some of my roughest work days. The mix of nuance and humor never fails to ground me. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to have you here too. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. And I do hope as we continue this series, because we're going to watch the whole thing together. It's going to take us a bit, guys. It's going to be at least a couple weeks of content. Okay. It's going to take us a bit to get through this. I hope we continue to comfort all of ourselves through this process because I know it will get more and more intense as we do the series. So we're almost done with today's 3 episodes, but we're going to keep doing this until we're done. So I'm happy to be here for your work day. Thank you for being here for my work day. I'm so glad we can spend this time together.
I love him for him. It's not like I'm like, ooh, babe, put on a yarmulke. Like, let me get wet right now. Like, that's not it.
Put on a Talmud and fuck me.
Bro,
She would do that.
What's a Talmud?
Oh, it's like the thing you wear around your shoulders.
Oh, yeah, we got one for my dog yesterday. We put him in a yarmulke.
That sounds respectful.
I post.
Her,
Huh?
there's zero Judaism in my life without her.
Right?
Exactly.
Right, okay.
You're welcome. I'm bringing it back. Oh, I just kicked your dog. I'm so fucking sorry. Holy shit.
He doesn't care. He didn't move at all.
Oh, he looks like Toto.
He's so cute. He's such a good
Your dog's
boy.
pretty cute. My dog's a little cuter, but
The show is over.
like indefinitely or just today.
Now we have beef because you insulted my dog.
Next,
All right, well, we're coming to an end here. What else?
Next week. So
wait, true. It's dysfunctional sibling energy, but really toxic. Yeah, it's like super. They have really good like sibling-esque energy. Like that's a weird way to freeze it, but if they feel like siblings who beat up on each other all the time. But there's like a level of dysfunction to it where you're like, man, I want this to be healthier than it is, but also,
so
Okay, I'll
have a
put that.
costume. We're not coordinating anymore. That's
So
out the
is
window.
what's today? Is it almost October already?
It's October 1st on Thursday, so October 5th will be next week.
Wow, that's crazy.
I have a costume. I will come in costume, so don't be like shocked. I'm coming in costume.
No, it's gonna be fun.
Okay.
I'm genuinely excited.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go. I'll just warn you right now. I'm not gonna go in as hard as you do.
I start slow. I'm gonna build up.
You are.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm probably just gonna buy some shit on Amazon and be like, "Hey, I'm Mario" or something. You know what I
Well,
mean?
maybe come up with like a story behind what you want to be, but
Yeah, I'll
it's
come
interesting
stuff.
though because like Hila's a designer. Why wouldn't she like? She should make you something like.
Well, it takes time to design to make clothing. You know that.
Of course, I get all my clothes custom made.
It takes like a year.
Oh,
My God, she's so serious about her costumes. Maggie, thank you so much again for the super chat. Really do appreciate it. Says, want to be taken seriously, Trish? Act a bit serious. Yeah, I think Trisha, maybe now, you know what we'll do after this whole series is done? We'll check in on Ethan and Trisha, though I'm pretty sure we know how Ethan's doing. We'll check in on both of them just to see how much they've changed. But it's obvious they've changed, maybe for the better, maybe for the worse. I think Trisha seems to be doing much better. Her and Moses seem pretty happy and the babies seem pretty healthy. So that's important. Are they perfect? Probably not. But they seem better than these versions of themselves, you know? But maybe that's why Trisha made such a change in a way. Maybe that's why she kept going on those podcasts and even SNL. Maybe she's ready to be taken a little bit more serious. This was years ago, right? This was what did I say it was? 4 years ago, September 29th of 2020. Yeah.
oh, like a whole like line, right?
But I'm excited.
Can't wait. Halloween.
Can't wait.
Halloween.
What else? Anything else you want to touch on before we wrap it up?
No, I guess just
I like Skechers. I like Gucci shoes. I wish I could play that for everyone.
you can't. Is it a copyright by him?
Well, it's a song. Maybe I could just play
check
that
it out.
soundbite.
Have you ever just real quick because we never really went into it because I really do just want to know. Have you ever like thought you were gay?
You asked me that last time. Why do you keep
That's so random.
asking
That's
that?
what I mean. They're both like ADHD as fuck. They're like, we should end this. We should end this. We should end this. You think you're gay? It's like, what? Every time, this is like a Chaldean goodbye. Every time you try to leave the house and end okay, bye, somebody starts a new conversation.
I did. What was your answer?
Do you ask everybody
I think I
that?
forgot that.
I said no.
I think it was the gay dreams. You never were like.
Oh,
thought
so
about
you
it.
think you're having dreams about me fucking dudes, and it's somehow my fault?
It's not your fault, but I wouldn't know. I ask everybody honestly.
No,
You never
no.
had gay experience.
No,
Never kissed a guy.
I've never had a gay
Leaned in.
experience. I mean, like,
Crush. Did you ever have a crush on a guy?
no,
Wow.
I've not had a gay
Oh,
experience.
that's a
Who's your dream
heterosexual right
girl
there.
besides Hila?
My dream girl.
Like growing up, did you have somebody that you were just like, like jerk off to?
I mean, I was mostly like girls at my school that I liked, not like
Not
models and
celebrities?
stuff.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't really have celebrity crushes.
Aw,
Wait, really?
Ethan's so demi, bro.
So who's the girl at your school? What she look like?
The girl that I was in love with when I was like in elementary school, and
Mhm.
she had like red hair, which was weird because I'm not generally attracted, but she was really
Big
beautiful.
tits.
No, not at all.
Really? Redheads usually have giant boobs.
No, she wasn't. She
Is that true?
was slender.
You like skinny? See, I think you're obsessed with skinny people too. I am too. Everybody I've dated.
I'm
is
not
skinny.
obsessed with skinny people. Just
My
Hila's
God.
very thin. She's very thin. Your crush. Mine too. Every guy
yeah.
has been
No,
skinny.
I think I'm a.
love a skinny guy. I think because we're chubby, so we like to
Well-
look at a skinny body because we're not that.
I mean, I guess I haven't analyzed it too deeply, but like, yeah, I guess I probably do have a preference for people who aren't obese.
Okay.
Anything else? I mean, not
Oh,
obese.
God.
I'm joking.
You know what? I will say I'd go either way. I either want someone to be really skinny, like everyone is like really skinny, or I'd rather just be with a really obese person. I think.
Just go
My
crazy.
God.
yeah, like I
Just
like
let's
extremes.
fucking kill ourselves with Wendy's.
Okay, well, I wanted the health part aside. I don't mind. Because like after the show, I always go get fast food, and like the last time I went to Burger King, there was this really obese guy, and like
Guys, can I just say something out loud? And I mean this in the least judgmental way possible. You can eat anything you want in the world. Why are you eating Burger King? Okay? Why are you eating Jack in the Box? You can eat anything you want in the whole world. You're an adult. You can eat anywhere you want. Okay? Burger King? Burger King. Okay, but allegedly, Burger King has a better burger, allegedly, than McDonald's. But, okay, tell me what to order. No. I haven't had Burger King in like a lot of years, though. No, that's a lie. I had it like 4 or 5 years ago because my friend took me there for the dollar menu. Okay. This is the question. I always feel like Burger King is kind of like a sad burger, though. I feel like I love In-N-Out burgers. I have a distinct memory of having a Carl's Jr. burger I really liked, but that was a long time ago. True. Chess says, girl, you just don't like fast food. I like In-N-Out. I like In-N-Out. I like McDonald's fries. That's it. That's what I like. If you go to McDonald's, I'll eat their fries, but I don't eat their burgers or sandwiches. If you go to In-N-Out, I'll eat anything they have on the menu. But I love In-N-Out. I love In-N-Out.
I'm not even being funny at all. Like I literally was like, I bet he like.
Ooh, Chick-fil-A is good. Wait, I tried Chick-fil-A for the first time over lockdown. I do like Chick-fil-A. Oh, and I do eat the chicken nuggets at McDonald's. What am I saying? I do eat the chicken nuggets at Chick-fil-A and McDonald's. I do love chicken nuggets though. Like, not to be a stereotype, but French fries and chicken nuggets all day, every day.
Fuck's really good. Like that was my first thought. It's like because the way he was walking in, he was
And yes, we have Burger King and McDonald's in Croatia, so
like slithering in, and I was like,
How do fat guys fuck good?
I don't know. I've never been with someone like I've never been with someone. I think that's my own insecurity.
I think their mobility is very limited.
I don't know. I'm fat and I like fuck. I can be on and ride all the time. You know, like I'm pretty agile. I'm pretty athletic all of a sudden. Like in the bedroom, I'm like getting a workout.
Yeah, but you probably just move your weight around.
No.
You know what I mean?
Move my weight around.
Well, because like
I feel like she goes into it. I feel like she gets into
Not
it.
necessarily like lift yourself up.
Oh no, I lift myself. Oh, I totally lift myself for sure. That's like the.
Here's the question. How many of us dip our fries into our chocolate vanilla shakes? How many of us eat popcorn and ice cream together? Because I'm telling you right now, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry, girl.
Whole point of having big boobs, so you like bounce up and down. But one day Moses did say our bellies rubbed together. He's like, oh, it hurt because your belly rubbed against mine. I'm like, oh, my belly rubbed against you during sex?
He said it was painful?
Yes, he said it was painful.
Oh my God, there's too much pressure on your poor body.
No, chat gets it. Okay, half a chat gets it. Half a chat is disagreeing. Listen to me when I say this. Okay, don't let anything get soggy because your girl can't handle soggy anything, okay? So you take your fry and you just dip it into your shake and you eat it very fast. You take your popcorn, you take a spoon, you take a bit of ice cream, you put the popcorn on top and you eat it. Don't let anything get soggy because nobody wants anything soggy in their mouth, okay? Soggy, not a good texture. But sweet, salty. It's like a chocolate covered pretzel. Which, by the way, I found gluten-free pretzels and they're fucking good. Okay, fucking good. Finally. Oh my God. I am so hungry, girl. We got to wrap this up. It is almost my date time for our movie night. And I have got to show night, our old people watch our show before bed night. We got to wrap this up. But now I'm hungry.
Crazy.
He's like, oh my God, your belly rubbing my belly.
He was like, I'm being smashed.
He does have to be suffocated, but it's mostly by my boobs. It's not like one time I sat on his face, but it was when we were like high or something. But that was the only it. But that was good.
You suffocate him with your.
Yes, always. Just like.
Obviously, that's like the go-to move. You know, try to choke them out with your titties. It's just like, can you breathe now, bitch? You know what I mean?
Nasty.
He said he's never met someone with as big as boobs as mine. So.
Moses is saying, no, don't go here.
You like big boobs?
Moses is doing this off camera.
Okay, never mind. Well, anyways,
See, Moses comes here and chaperones because this affects his life so much because of his family watching.
But it doesn't. He doesn't care. Like maybe.
Oh, he cares. You should have seen his ass doing this.
No, I'll say on the final note on that situation with the families in general, just families in general. Maybe reevaluate why the person in your family isn't telling you everything. Maybe you're judgmental. Maybe there's something in you that you don't feel comfortable with.
I think it's a two roads. I think you're being defensive of your boyfriend, which is sweet.
I'm just saying.
But I do think that Moses has some kind of problem communicating things.
But why?
He does.
Obviously, I know he has his reasons, but I'm just saying.
See, Moses does have a problem communicating, but also the family sounds stuck up. So it sounds like let's meet in the middle.
Right.
I'm just saying it's a two-way street.
Your family's judgmental, his family's judgmental, so there's a reason.
Okay, fine, but like you still have to live and you still have to. I feel like that's a two-way street, and you got to meet in the middle. And they're not mad at you; they're mad at Moses.
Perfect. Just kidding. Love you guys. Can't wait to see you at the wedding.
I just hope when you guys break up, you haven't ruined his
Rip, because none of them went to the wedding, right?
life.
We're not breaking up at all, ever.
Because I feel like that's what you're working towards.
No, if anything, I've helped him. If we break up, like girls will probably hit him up. Like,
his life.
It does
not revolve.
He's more girl crazy than you think.
Okay, fine, but like, I don't think
He's very sex driven. If that's what you're saying.
Whoa.
Okay, fine.
In general, like,
Excuse me?
anything. He says he's not, but he is.
Well, whatever. Who cares? Why you kink shaming your boy?
Wait, who went to the wedding? I thought nobody went to Trisha and Moses' wedding. Did his family go? But Ethan and Hila didn't go. Ethan and Hila didn't go to the wedding. Who went to the wedding? Nova with the super chat. Let's go, Nova. Nova says his family sounds mean and judgmental to Trish, to be honest. Oh, 100%. Right? Like, they're okay, but hold on. They might be, but they are voicing time and time again, it's not Trisha, it's Moses. He's not talking to us. Moses has always had problems with his family. He said this from day one. The only dilemma is that I feel like he's a pussy. He has pussy energy. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like he has pussy energy. He just, like, okay, if I'm not talking to my family, they know why. I'm not going to leave my family in the dark. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking to you. Like, we're not going to talk for a bit until you get your shit together, right? It feels like Moses goes, everything's fine. I don't know. It's just, I'm not talking to you. And then he doesn't answer, but he's acting weird. Because in a healthy dynamic, you don't have a reason for your sibling not to talk to you. So if you're going to put down boundaries, then say it. You know? It just feels weird. Like, in what world do you not just cut off your family? Or in what world do you leave them in the dark and say everything's fine, they're being crazy? Just communicate so we know what's going on. Either cut me off or don't cut me off. You know? It just feels weird. Like, I don't know.
Boyfriend.
I'm sex driven too. I told him that. I was like, I feel like when we don't have sex, like when I'm on my period, we do have sex on my period, but it's mostly in the water. But I'm just saying, like, when we don't have
In
sex,
the
it's not
water?
as close.
Hold on.
Like,
What water?
Every water, shower, jacuzzi, bathtub.
You have period blood in your jacuzzi?
What?
No, when I'm on my period, you get in the jacuzzi because it doesn't go. Your period doesn't flow when you're inside of water. I don't know why that is.
What? That can't be true.
It's true. In the shower, you don't bleed down or anything. How do you not know this? You've been married.
I feel like that's
forever.
not a science. I feel like that you're bleeding in your jacuzzi.
Can I tell you why Moses knows? And I'll tell you why. Because he said it's because, like, back in the day, like when you'd be like swimming in the ocean or the lakes or something like that, your vagina like dries up to block anything from coming in. So it kind of like it like dries up so nothing comes out. So it like blocks like little pesticides from coming into your vagina.
How do you know that? What? Is that true,
I think
Moses?
it's theory.
It's a theory. Okay, got it. We have to distinguish between theory and
Okay, I said it was- I said
fact
it was
here on this
theory. I
show.
said he had okay.
We take the truth very seriously on this show.
Do we? Yes.
And then how many times a day do you guys have sex? I'm curious.
Well, we were just talking about this the other day.
Whoa.
Like we used to have sex like all the time, but now it's just like morning and night.
What do you mean? Oh, I mean 2 times a day is probably more than I would be wanting to have.
It depends though too. Like like when we fight, like the next day we'll have sex like 4 times throughout the day. Like for some reason we get super horny.
Let me tell you this. Okay? Let me tell you this. You're very horny because it's toxic. You fight. Okay, you fight. And then you hate fuck. It's very, very toxic. Very toxic.
I mean,
Sure.
the problem is like, who has time to have sex 4 times in a day?
Well, when you
That's
fight,
like fucking like you got to do something else with your time.
we were just like laying around, and then that. But when you fight, we didn't have sex for like 2 days. We're like, okay, so 4 days, 4 times. That's always so much fun because then you're
He
just
asked, and now he's being grossed out.
like, let's have sex. During quarantine, it was like a lot, like 6 or 7. But now it's like
6. That's like all you're doing. Is there anything else to do? 6 or 7?
especially like okay after the necklace too, I was just like so horny. I was like, oh my god, I need to like blow you right now. It's like it's just you get like so sexual when someone buys you things. No one ever bought me things. So then I was like, oh my god. So then we definitely
Nobody
fuck
ever
a
bought you
lot.
things?
Yeah. Or dinner. We always fuck after dinner. Like if we go out on a date and then like
After
Chick-fil-A
dinner?
or-
Not after. I never, after I eat, it's like swimming. You have to wait 30 minutes.
Good night
no,
dinner.
nice deal. Or like in the middle of the night. I'll just say it real quick and then we'll wrap it up. But one time, and we get full permission. Like during sleeping time, like I love being woken up, which is like a dick in me. So one time, like my ass is like out of the bed, and all of a sudden he's like start having sex. It's so fun. But I like that, and I tell
Okay,
him.
yeah, you give him permission, so there's no
Then
violation.
he feels
there.
bad after. He'll be like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "No, don't say, are you sure?" Because I like that. I like. And sometimes in the middle of the night we just have sex like randomly. Like so, it depends. Sometimes when we're sleeping, sometimes when we're awake. It just like kind of depends.
Are you
Always in the
excited? Are
morning.
you excited about the presidential debate tomorrow?
And after a shower, we always have sex because we're clean, huh?
We're like way over.
Oh my god.
We're way over.
Presidential debate tomorrow. Yeah, I'm down. I'm ready for it.
Okay, great.
I was on Larry King one time talking about the presidential debate.
Larry
Oh my
King? What
God,
the
they
fuck would
keep
he ask
talking.
you?
Look at They talk so. This has been ending for 10 minutes.
It was on the Oracle channel or something like that.
Fucking Trisha Paytas ex Larry King.
Yeah, when Mitt Romney was running, I was on after the debates, and he would like interview me, and the Young Turks had me on. Yeah, I can talk
For
about
commentary? Dude, you're straight up like Ja Rule from the Chappelle show.
Wait, what? I don't
Well, let's see what Trisha Paytas has to say about this.
No, it's online still. Like look up like
All right,
Young Turks, Larry King.
I need your political commentary for next week after the debate. So watch it tomorrow.
Okay, I mean I will for
Or
sure.
tonight. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up. We're way over. Thank you guys for watching. As always, thank you for your support. And thank you to our sponsor, of
I
course.
love that
because,
gift.
you know,
Wait, that's my favorite Trisha gift. Look, this is my favorite Trisha gift.
Thank you guys for watching. As always, thank you for your support. And thank you to our sponsor, of course, because, you know, I don't think if we make money, I think Trisha's not going to have any motivation to do this.
No, I just like to be around you. Like I like the Jew energy in here.
Oh, God. Just wrap it
Oh.
up. Thanks, guys. We'll see you next week.
That was fucking hilarious. What a Middle Eastern goodbye, bro. That took 20 fucking minutes. It actually took like 10 minutes plus. God, oh my gosh. That was so great. Oh, we really did it, guys. We watched 3 episodes. We're making pretty good time. It's like a little over 6 hours of stream. That's not bad. And over 300 of you are here. Thank you so much. Guys, like the stream. We're 4 away from 300 likes. We're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to do it again. The next 3 episodes. We're going to do 3 episodes a day until we're done. Okay? That's it. What time is it in your land? Hold on. It's 10:14 in my land. 4:14 in the East Coast and 1:14 Pacific. Okay, so you guys have your whole day ahead of you. Please treat yourselves well. Have a great evening. Drive home safe. Travel home safe, or whatever you're doing today. I'm I've got to go snack, watch my show, and go to sleep. I'll have Ultimatum up for you hopefully by tomorrow morning or even late tonight. YouTube is like very close to approving the edit. I can tell. I can feel it in my nuggets. So you'll have a video up ASAP. With that said, thank you for being here. And I'm glad we're not frenemies. I'm glad we're just enemies. I'm just kidding. We're not enemies, but we're also not friends. This is very parasocial. Till tomorrow. Good night. Good night. Good night. Very good night. Good night. Good night.